No. Let me go get you one. Good luck. Which we do it what? Hello, good morning.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
How are you?
I know one minute. Yeah. I work there. I have it on there.
So PowerPoint, you're okay? Just checking again. Super. So yes, we're all in order, all ready to roll. 5 minutes to go. All right, we'll do a last look around, I think. See how everyone is doing.
You know, Mark,
Good morning. Hi. I'm good. I'm Naomi.
Hi, I'm Helga Versa. I'm at Geographic.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for your generosity.
Oh, of course. It's a real pleasure to be here and to welcome you all. Good morning, Laura. How are you? Good morning. I don't think we've met either. Hi, Svetlana. I'm Naomi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. Welcome. Welcome.
The event last night was really nice.
Thank you. Yeah, I was really, really pleased with how it all went. So it's really fun to see our space used this way.
Yeah.
You know, does this have to be like super close to my mouth? Do you know?
it doesn't have to be.
I didn't recognize you with your hat
I know.
on.
Yeah,
It's okay.
yeah.
Wherever it is.
Yeah, we'll come around and adjust.
Can I ask a big question? I didn't memorize my PowerPoint and I didn't print it out. So is it possible to print it out? Or I could also, yeah.
What's easier for you? Print it?
Yeah, just like 2 slides per page or something. So,
Good morning, everyone around the table. Do I haven't said hello to yet? Good morning, everyone.
Where's Derek? You can sit in the front row with the remote, but just turn the slide. No, you can use the remote.
You're looking at your signs.
I know.
Do you have the timekeeper?
No, the moderator will be.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Our parents were taken to Auschwitz 1 week after they put us in the orphanage.
I turned 16 in Auschwitz. So it seemed that the whole community had been wiped out. They had been sent to Auschwitz.
And when we arrived in Auschwitz, we didn't know where it was.
We did not know about the existence of Auschwitz, but that is where our train was heading.
Written all over the door, Arbeit macht frei, which means when you work, you will be freed.
They shaved our hair. They disinfected us. They put a number on my arm. I lost my identity. I lost my clothes. I became a number.
The hardest part in Auschwitz is to wave goodbye to my mother when they took her away.
I went through very bad things, but not the worst, because the worst is to be throw out the chimneys of Auschwitz.
When my mother took us to this Jewish orphanage, she showed us a paper in which it said that my father died in Auschwitz.
It was only seconds when a loud order came, all men to the left. And my father, before I could even say goodbye, was gone and standing on the left with a bunch of other men. And I never saw him again.
My cousins who were killed as children did not control their life. My grandparents killed in Auschwitz did not control their way of dying. It wasn't anything what they possibly could do about it.
When I got to bed, I closed my eyes and I'm in Auschwitz.
This was a place where God should have asked humans to forgive, not the other way around, in a place like Auschwitz-Birkenau.
Good morning. Thank you all. My name is Jody Spiegel, and I'm the director of the Holocaust Survivor Memoirs program at the Azrieli Foundation. On behalf of the foundation, welcome. We are live streaming the conference, and so please bear with us if you're joining us online. Everything should go smoothly, but should it not, we are on top of it. So please be patient with us. For those joining us in the office today, please silence your phones and keep noise and shuffling to a minimum so that we don't distract our live stream viewers. Last night, we held a private gathering to celebrate our latest memoir, an Auschwitz survivor, Moish Kantorowicz, and his memoir, Lament. This event and this book sort of grounds us back into the work we're doing and was the perfect way to sort of kick off this conference that allows us to recognize the role and the place of survivor narrative in, as we speak about Auschwitz and the understanding that we have gotten over the years. But as an organization guided by Jewish values, I'd like to also acknowledge our enduring connection to our ancestral homeland. In the same spirit, we recognize and with deep respect that the land on which we gather here today is sacred. It's the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And we are grateful for this opportunity to work here. With this spirit of respect and reflection, we welcome you today to a conference on the role of Auschwitz and Holocaust narratives. It is my pleasure now to welcome Dr. Naomi Azrieli, Chair and CEO of the Azrieli Foundation.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to everyone here in the office and everyone joining online. My name is Naomi Azrieli. As Jody said, I'm the Chair and CEO of the Azrieli Foundation, and we are very, very excited and honored to be hosting this academic conference, The Role of Auschwitz and Holocaust Narratives, here in Toronto.
Naomi, excuse me. Is the mic on for Naomi? Can you hear her all right?
It's on.
Technical, no, we're good.
Technical question?
We're good? I'll move it closer. Okay.
Move it closer.
Thank you.
What we are doing today, giving international scholars an opportunity to connect, to have critical conversations, to share their thoughts and their work with a wide audience. This is absolutely central to our mandate of education and our mission at the Foundation. Education bridges all the work we do and the programs and organizations we support, and perhaps none more than our Memoirs program, one of the first programs we created and a key focus of the Foundation. This year, 2025, we celebrate the 20th anniversary of our award-winning Holocaust Survivor Memoirs program, and I am so proud to be marking this milestone with a conference that will integrate the voices and stories of the Holocaust survivors whose memoirs we've published over the years. Through the memoirs of Holocaust survivors, we gain access to multiple layers of lived experience, of a world before the war, of the impact and devastation of the Nazi regime, and of their post-war realities, navigating a new life with traumatic memories so deeply embedded. We've often heard from survivors that the act of writing catalyzes deep reflection, deeper than they were able to do without writing, and that in the writing, in this deep engagement with memories, the survivor author experiences pain, often a reliving of trauma, but also a sense of liberation. The result is a rare opportunity, an opportunity to access what Lawrence Langer has described as deep memory, a raw, often unfiltered remembering from the perspective of the individual who lived through the Holocaust. As the number of living survivors diminishes each year, these written narratives become ever more crucial. They offer readers and scholars a deeply human connection to history, a connection that enlightens the past, offers meaningful perspectives on our present, and informs our future. 80 years. We've been doing this a lot, especially this weekend, but 80 years. We know this past January marked 80 years since the liberation of the Auschwitz camp complex, and 80 years today, Canadian forces liberated the Netherlands. 3 days from now, it will be 80 years since celebrations in Europe marked the end of the war. 80 years. And yet we continue to discover and uncover new information about the Holocaust and those who lived through it. Now today we focus on Auschwitz, a singular site that represents suffering and the depths of human cruelty, and which has come to embody the Holocaust. Auschwitz permeates so much survivor testimony and narration, whether or not the survivor lived through the camp. I hope that some of the discussions we have here today will help answer enduring and also new questions and shine a light on the complexity of how Auschwitz has shaped both personal and collective memory of the Holocaust. We are very proud to welcome an outstanding group of scholars from across North America and Europe, from California, Philadelphia, British Columbia, Spain, Poland, Germany, Ireland, England, and Hungary. Through 4 panels, we will explore how Auschwitz has been remembered, represented, and narrated across survivor communities and historical contexts. The research we are privileged to hear today spans literary analysis, history, geography, gender studies, and memory studies. This is a true interdisciplinary dialogue. I want to express special thanks to Sarah Horowitz and Deborah Dwork for their help in shaping this conference and for moderating panels today, along with Gavin Weems and Carson Phillips. And I want to thank you, Carson, looking at you, for your dedication in bringing this conference to life. My deepest thanks go to Jody Spiegel, Director of the Holocaust Survivor Memoirs Program. Jody conceptualized this conference, and we began to talk about it a few years ago. It was an idea that grew in her mind after many years of engaging with survivors and their memoirs, recognizing the significance of Auschwitz in their testimonies. So thank you all for being here, for your scholarship, your commitment, and your willingness to engage deeply with Holocaust history and memory. Finally, and most importantly, I want to acknowledge the survivors whose voices and stories continue to guide us. Through them and through their work, through the work we undertake today, we honor not only their words, but their enduring legacy. I wish you all a very meaningful and thought-provoking day.
Thank you.
That was just all.
Excuse the shuffle as we get ready for our first session. Yes, we move, yeah, okay.
I wish you all a great day. I'll be in the back.
I hope so.
Nico has it. He can, or you can do it yourself. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for this important panel discussion, which we're having on Auschwitz as physical space. My name is Carson Phillips. I'm the manager of academic initiatives here at the Azrieli Foundation Holocaust Survivor Memoirs Program. Today we gather not just to examine a historical site, but to engage with a place that continues to challenge our understanding of memory, trauma, and the human capacity for cruelty, but also for resiliency and for survival. Auschwitz is in many ways an emblem of the Holocaust, yet it's also a physical landscape, a network of barracks, fences, crematoria, and roads. These structures were not only tools of oppression and murder, but also stages on which daily life, suffering, and resistance unfolded. Today, as we consider Auschwitz as a physical space, we are invited to ask difficult questions. How does the architecture of Auschwitz reflect the ideology that built it? What does the spatial organization of the camp tell us about control, dehumanization, or what is often referred to as the Nazi obsession with order? And how do these physical remnants shape the way that we remember the Holocaust today? Our panelists will explore how space can serve both as witness and as participant in history, how geography, design, and material remains communicate across time in Holocaust narratives. And so one of the goals with our panel is to deepen our understanding of how Auschwitz was and remains a space that speaks through Holocaust narratives. I will briefly introduce our three panelists, although you can find their complete biographies on our website and on our printed agendas for those of you who are here in person. At the end of the three presentations, so we'll follow in sequence, we will then have time for questions to engage more deeply with the issues raised in their works. When we enter the question period, I will then repeat back the questions that may come from the audience, and so that everyone in our live stream viewing audience will be able to hear the questions as well. Our first panelist today is Emily Roche, who is from Maynooth University in Ireland. Her topic is the structure of survival experience of builders in Auschwitz. Emily is a Holocaust historian with a focus on the experiences and careers of Jewish architects. She's recently published articles as well on suicide in the Warsaw Ghetto and on architectural networks in Poland during the Holocaust. Then we'll shift to Helga Thorsen from the University of Victoria in British Columbia. Her paper is titled Proximity and Perspective, the Prisoner Revolt at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Helga is a professor of German studies and a faculty member in the Holocaust Studies graduate program at the University of Victoria. And our third panelist this morning is Svetlana Ushakova from the USC Shoah Foundation in the United States. Her paper is titled Geographic Perception of Auschwitz in Survivor Memoirs and Testimonies. Since 2019, she has been contributing to the Dimensions in Testimony program, which facilitates lifelike conversations with pre-recorded video interviews of survivors and other witnesses of the Holocaust. So first of all, I'll begin with a thank you to all of our presenters, and I will now turn the floor over to you, Emily.
Thank you.
Do you want to
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Is it just this?
Yeah.
Okay. Today, I will be presenting a broad overview of my second book project, tentatively entitled The Structure of Survival: Architectural Experiences of Auschwitz, which, to put it very briefly, is a study of architectural labor in the Auschwitz camp system from the perspective of prisoners. Before I say too much more, I would like to warmly thank the Azrieli Foundation for organizing this wonderful conference, and especially Dr. Carson Phillips for chairing this panel. I would also like to thank Tide Erin, Research Ireland, the foundation whose funding has made my work possible. In this project, I explore the history of construction labor at the camp, a category that I use to include both expert technical labor carried out by trained architects and engineers, and the physical construction of camp infrastructure, and also investigate how these experiences shaped and were shaped by the interpersonal networks of the architectural profession within the camp. By way of introduction, I would like to start by sharing a few of the biographies that have inspired my approach to this research in order to give a clearer sense from the outset of who some of these people were and what their experiences of Auschwitz were like. The first brief story that I would like to share is that of a Polish-Jewish architect named Szymon Sierkos. I originally thought of attempting to write a history of architects and architectural labor at Auschwitz after researching Szymon Sierkos for my first book, which takes the form of a dual biography of Sierkos and his wife Helena, who were both prominent modernist architects in pre-war Poland. Sierkos was arrested in Warsaw in October 1942 for participating in illegal architectural planning in an underground workshop, of which he was also the director. He was subsequently sent to Auschwitz, where he was registered as prisoner number 77165. Sierkos was officially incarcerated as a Polish political prisoner and not as a Jewish prisoner, indicating that the Gestapo who arrested him were apparently unaware of his Jewish background, a fact that made a significant difference in Sierkos' treatment in the camp and almost certainly saved his life. Upon arrival to Auschwitz, Sierkos was originally assigned to brutal physical labor, including digging gravel pits and other heavy labor. But he was transferred to the relatively safer position as a draftsman in the horticultural division of the construction office at the Rajsko subcamp. According to the testimony of Jakub Bajorski, a neighbor of Szymon Sierkos, who was arrested along with him in Warsaw, this transfer was made at the suggestion of Ludwik Lawin, a landscape architect who had been incarcerated in the camp since 1940, and who was familiar with Sierkos and his work. After the end of the war, Sierkos frequently claimed that he survived imprisonment in Auschwitz only thanks to his experience and expertise as an architect. In a 1946 radio interview given in New York, Sierkos even referred to his incarceration at Auschwitz as, quote, "the greatest and most instructive lesson of my life." This quote is clearly an unusual representation of Auschwitz, especially from the perspective of a Jewish prisoner. There's a little bit of early communist era kind of PR happening in this quote as well, as he emphasizes the instructive nature of his experience, emerging from the fact that he was in very close contact with Polish workers. This is because he was representing the new Polish state throughout his travels in the United States in 1946 and was at great pains to represent the new Polish state in a certain way. But this unusual perspective was a signal to me that there could be a potential for the exploration of architectural work and even architectural networks among camp inmates. Oh, this is the source. The second brief anecdote that I will share is the story of Ludwik Lawin, who I mentioned earlier, a landscape architect, and Wanda Jakubowska, a Polish film director, who became well known after the war for her 1948 movie, The Last Stage, which portrayed women in the resistance movement at Auschwitz. From his arrival in the camp in 1940 until his evacuation in 1944, Lawin was employed as a gardener at the camp's building office. According to testimony he gave after the war, Lawin's work primarily consisted of measuring and charting the land on which the camp was built, although he also contributed to other architectural projects in the horticultural division of the building office in Rajsko, where conditions were comparatively better than elsewhere in the camp. Wanda Jakubowska was arrested in 1943 for her involvement with socialist resistance groups. Thanks to her connections with communist and socialist activists within the camp, she was also able to secure a work assignment in Rajsko, where she was in charge of a photography lab that was used to document the cultivation of rubber root plants. Jakubowska was evacuated from Auschwitz in January 1945 and was ultimately liberated by Red Army units in April 1945. Her film, The Last Stage, which was released in Poland in 1948, provides a fictionalized representation of women's involvement in international resistance networks in the Auschwitz camp system. Jakubowska based the film, which was allegedly a favorite of Joseph Stalin, on her own wartime experiences and intended to portray the camp as realistically as she could. The characters were based on real people whom Jakubowska interacted with during her time in the camp. The SS uniform costumes used in the film were produced by former prisoners of the Łódź ghetto, who had themselves sewn uniforms as forced laborers during the war. And she even had an idea to cast German prisoners of war as extras in the film, although Polish film authorities rejected this plan. The film finds its way into the realm of architectural history through its set design. The movie was shot on the site of the Auschwitz camp, which had been an actively functioning death camp only 2 years prior to the onset of the film's production. Ludwig Lawin, who had himself been a forced laborer in the camp's building department, returned to Auschwitz in 1947 to prepare the terrain of the former camp for filming, stating in a post-war testimony that his job was to return the site to its wartime, quote, camp-like appearance. For this task, he was possibly carrying out work that was quite similar to what he was forced to do as a prisoner in the camp. Architectural labor, then, can provide insight into understanding how wartime experiences of forced labor were manifested into physical and visual representations of the camp in the post-war period. This story also demonstrates how technical expertise and wartime networks shaped prisoners' experiences in the camps and their creative representations of these experiences in the years after 1945. Both Věra Foltynová and her husband Hugo Foltyn were active members of the modern architectural movement in interwar Czechoslovakia. After 1939, both Foltyn and Foltynová participated in underground resistance movements, and they were arrested in the town of České Budějovice and deported to Auschwitz in April 1943. Hugo Foltyn was killed in an air raid at the Buchenwald camp in 1944, but Věra Foltynová survived 2 years of incarceration at Auschwitz. From December 1943, Foltynová worked in the construction office at Birkenau. This position allowed her to view blueprints for the construction of gas chambers and expanded crematoria. Foltynová was described by a fellow former prisoner as the leader of a communist resistance group, and the Czech Jewish author Ota Kraus credited Foltynová with arranging the smuggling of blueprints of the crematoria out of the camp to inform the broad world in 1944. In a post-war testimony delivered at the 1947 Auschwitz trials in Poland, Foltynová described in detail how the everyday architecture of the camp contributed to its genocidal function. For example, in recounting how hospital patients who could not keep their footing on the precariously designed sewage system and who subsequently fell into the latrine were sent to the gas chambers because it was cheaper than providing clean clothing. Věra Foltynová's experiences demonstrate how architecture and architects were involved in the wartime resistance movement at Auschwitz, which operated under unbelievable duress throughout the camp's existence. Foltynová's story, which I hope to explore and recount in greater depth through this book project, demonstrates how the Holocaust was not only perpetrated, but also resisted through architectural space in a place that symbolized the apex of mechanized mass murder. The final anecdote that I will share today is a few details from the life of Johnny Yablon, whose incredible story is made accessible to the public through the Azrieli Foundation's Holocaust Survivor Memoirs program. Born in Kraków as Jan Rothbaum in 1926, Yablon and his family were incarcerated in the Kraków ghetto from 1941. After most of his family was murdered following a roundup in October 1942, Yablon was sent as a laborer, first to Plaszów and then to Auschwitz. Because he had worked in the sawmill in the Kraków ghetto, Yablon was categorized as a skilled laborer on his arrival to Plaszów, a status that enabled him to get work in the carpentry shop, which Yablon described as, quote, where I worked for the rest of my time at the Plaszów camp. The job was good. I was doing what I knew, but like everyone else, I was still living in constant fear. Yablon's memoirs describe the fates of Jewish architects and engineers, both in Plaszów and Auschwitz, including Tobias Katz and Diana Reit, who were murdered by camp authorities for reasons that Yablon understood as being related to the Nazis' dissatisfaction with their construction output. Yablon's testimonies provide a crucial comparative perspective on architectural labor at Auschwitz and the nearby camp in Plaszów, and reveal the impressions of somebody who was not a trained architect or engineer, but a manual laborer, a perspective which is much harder to locate in the archives. In embarking on this research, I have two major objectives in mind. The first goal of this project is to provide a comprehensive architectural history of the Auschwitz camp system from the perspective of the camp's prisoners and forced laborers. By assembling a collection of memoirs, testimonies, correspondence, and other biographical accounts from forced laborers, I seek to extend the architectural study of Auschwitz to include the ways in which architecture was not only central to the lived experiences of the camp's prisoners, but also to the survival of the prisoners, who worked as forced laborers in the camp's architectural projects. The second objective of this project is to explore how professional identity and expertise shaped prisoners' chances of survival. This categorization allows us to explore the experiences of individuals from a variety of backgrounds, including the experiences of Jewish and non-Jewish prisoners, men and women, and individuals from various countries and class backgrounds. It is also worth studying as a potential influence on their chances of survival in the camp. Historian Ross Halpin has proved, for example, that Jewish physicians survived an average of 20 months in Auschwitz, over 5 times as long as the general Jewish prisoner population. Many of the biographies that I have studied for this project suggest that architectural expertise could also be life-saving in Auschwitz. It is my hope that this study can contribute to this nascent field of exploration and provide a model for the study of how professional groups function under conditions of genocide that can also be used in other historical contexts beyond the field of Holocaust studies. I will briefly share some context about architectural labor in the camp to explain how that emerged, who directed it, and what it looked like. On the 3rd of September 1939, German forces entered and occupied southern Poland, including a small town known in Polish as Oświęcim. By 1940, it was established that the Germans would build a major camp in the vicinity, intended to house primarily Polish prisoners of war and so-called political prisoners. Throughout 1940 and 1941, local Polish inhabitants of the area were expelled, and houses in nearby towns were demolished. In 1941, a so-called Interessensgebiet, or zone of interest, was established around the site of the camp, which served to delineate administrative control over the camp's operations and development. The first transport of prisoners, including primarily political prisoners from Poland, arrived at the camp in June 1940, and some of them were assigned to labor battalions on construction sites like Ludwig Levin, whose story I shared earlier. In June 1941, SS Chief Heinrich Himmler decided to expand the territory and function of the Auschwitz camp system, increasing the capacity of the existing prisoner of war camp threefold to house 30,000 prisoners, and slating the construction of a new camp for 100,000 prisoners at Birkenau and a slave labor site for over 10,000 industrial workers at the IG Farben plant in nearby Monowitz. In late 1941, the camp's Central Construction Office, or Zentralbauleitung, was established under the command of architect, engineer, and SS Sturmbannführer Karl Bischoff. The construction of subsequent barracks and other camp infrastructure coincided with a significant influx of Soviet prisoners of war arriving at the camp following Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941. Historian Robert Jan van Pelt has pointed out that the dramatically limited living space allotted to each prisoner and the plan to have the prisoners themselves complete construction, quote, reveals how the Nazi identification of the Soviet soldier as an Untermensch was translated into architectural terms. Early construction labor on these barracks in the winter of 1941 to 1942 was carried out under brutal conditions by Soviet prisoners of war, who were given neither rations of food nor proper building materials to complete the work. Adaptation of the camp's infrastructure for genocidal purposes, namely the murder of European Jews, was completed in the summer of 1942, following the construction of gas chambers and expanded crematoria at Birkenau. Ultimately, from 1940 to 1944, German forces orchestrated the construction of a total of approximately 300 units of housing, administrative, and infrastructural buildings, and barracks, 13 kilometers of drainage ditches, 16 kilometers of barbed wire fencing, and more than 10 kilometers of roads within an area of about 140 hectares. Not all of the construction labor undertaken in the camp system was prisoner labor. For example, workers of 11 civilian companies collaborated on the construction of the crematoria at Birkenau. In this context, I hope to provide a history of the changing architecture and landscape of the Auschwitz system through the perspective of prisoners, and especially architect prisoners. On this slide, you can see a map of the so-called camp zone of interest, as well as a photograph of SS officers in the camp construction office. In the past 30 or so years, Scholars in Holocaust and genocide studies have adopted an approach that focuses on the active role played by space and setting in shaping Nazi policy throughout the 1933 to 1945 period, and particularly regarding how concepts of space and place shaped the development and the trajectory of the Holocaust. These concepts include the architecture and construction of ghettos and camps, the physical application of policies centered on the concept of Lebensraum, which emphasized the need for German, quote, living space as a central goal of the Nazi forces' eastward conquest, development of model German towns and colonies across occupied Eastern Europe, and the functional construction of genocidal architecture, and so on and so forth. A result of this exploration of architecture as a key tool of genocide is the emphasis on the culpability of Nazi architects as, quote, hardly less white-collar murderers than the bureaucrats sending out death quotas from SS headquarters. My work contributes to this field of study by emphasizing that the Holocaust was not only perpetrated in space, but was also experienced and survived in architectural and physical space. I've included here a few quotes from two of the very many historians who have been pioneering the spatial approach to genocide in the field of Holocaust studies. And another photo of Heinrich Himmler planning this kind of architectural manifestation of mass murder. My methodology in this book also emerges from the work of other scholars who use first-person history to explore the seemingly totalizing and brutalizing violence that characterizes the experiences of the Holocaust, which is represented perhaps no more iconically than anywhere else than in the Auschwitz death camp. As historian Omar Bartov has written, even a single testimony that saves an event from historical oblivion should be used. And on that note, it is a great privilege to be here in Toronto discussing this wonderful series of memoirs. And I look forward to the next two presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Emily, very much for this very insightful presentation, which has given us a lot to think about. We'll move to our second presenter next, Helga Thorsen. And Helga is going to be discussing the prisoner revolt at Auschwitz-Birkenau.
Thank you. Thank you, Carson, for making this a reality today. And thank you to the entire Azarelli Foundation's Holocaust Survivor Memoirs program. You do such great work. I'd like to start off with a trigger warning. Some of the material in my presentation is graphic and violent, as you would expect for a conference on Auschwitz. I can get this to work. Is it this one?
It's the down arrow.
Oh, it's the down arrow. Okay. Yes. Okay, perfect. Everyone can hear me? All right. I would like to dedicate my talk to the memory of the 4 women who were hanged for their connection to the prisoner revolt at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Ella Gärtner, Rosa Robata, Regina Safirstan, and Estera Weisblum, who took it upon themselves to resist the Nazis by smuggling gunpowder into Auschwitz-Birkenau. In the middle of Maus 2, Art Spiegelman's graphic narrative that is as much about his father Vladek's story during the Holocaust as it is about the transmission of that story to his son, one can find these 3 panels. As Art and his spouse Francois get into the car with Vladek in the narrative present, Art mentions that he has been reading about the Sonderkommando uprising in Auschwitz-Birkenau. In frame 2, Art goes on to say, quote, some prisoners working in the gas chambers revolted. They killed 3 SS men and blew up a crematorium. Vladek responds, yeah, for this they all got killed, and continues in the next frame. And the 4 young girls, what sneaked over the ammunitions for this, they hanged them near to my workshop. They were good friends of Anya from Sosnowiec. They hanged a long, long time. Sigh. It is interesting to notice that Vladek does not really talk about what he saw happen on that day, and the readers have no idea where he was during the Sonderkommando revolt on October 7th, 1944. He does seem to imply, though, that he saw the bodies of the 4 young women who were hanged a few months later, because the gallows were in close proximity to the workshop where he was forced to work. And then he mentions that they were good friends of his spouse, Anya. Like much of Maus, however, Anya's voice is noticeably absent due to her suicide in 1968 and the fact that Vladek destroyed her diaries, for which Art calls Vladek a murderer at the end of the first volume. Anya's story is the void that both the author and creator of Maus, Art Spiegelman, and the character Art that he depicts are trying to uncover alongside Vladek's own tale. And the history that Spiegelman depicts as they drive to the supermarket in the narrative present, also in that bottom frame there, conflates images of the Holocaust, particularly the hanging of the 4 women in January 1945, with America's history of lynching in its own towns and forests. So much is happening in these 3 frames, visually, acoustically, through the way the past and the present interact and interrupt one another, through the relationship between Spiegelman's historical research and the depiction of his father's story, and through the absences of the voices that are not able to contribute to the discussion. We learn about the Sonderkommando uprising and the 4 women who were hanged for smuggling gunpowder, but we do not know where Vladek was on that day, his proximity to the events, or what it might all mean to him. Anya's story, as told by Vladek, is relayed indirectly, and the reader has no idea as to the extent to which Vladek is a reliable narrator and what artistic choices Art Spiegelman took in the depiction of this conversation between father and son. When turning our attention to memoirs that mention the Sonderkommando revolts, some of the same questions come to mind. Who was there to witness the revolt? How close were they to the action? From what perspective or vantage point did they see the events unfold? How did they understand the events that they were witnessing? For those who were able to tell their stories, what choices did they make while doing so? In this paper, I will discuss 3 memoirs by Jewish individuals, 1 from Hungary and 2 from Poland, who were quite young at the time, focusing on the concepts of proximity and perspective. Judith Rubinstein's Dignity Endures from 2018, Felix Opatowski's Gatehouse to Hell from 2015, and Anna Heilman's Never Far Away, originally published in 2001, but sections of which were based on diaries she had written in the mid-1940s and other segments written later in Ottawa in the early 1990s. Proximity can be understood as both involvement in the resistance as well as one's location on the day of the uprising. Perspective has to do with both the actual viewpoint of someone's location as well as the individual's perspective on the significance and meaning of the revolt. For me, proximity and perspective are deeply interconnected, having to do with physical location and vantage point on the one hand, and the author's involvement in and interpretation of the uprising on the other. What strikes me the most is that some people who were heavily involved in preparing for the revolt, like the women at the Weichselmetall Unionwerke, were not even present during the uprising. They were at work in the ammunition factory. Anna Heilman, a teenager who smuggled ammunition out of the factory for the uprising and whose sister, Estuja, was one of the 4 women hanged, writes about the day in her memoir as follows, quote, "We were at work in the factory when the revolt occurred. We were dumbfounded. There had been no planned date for the uprising. No password had been given," end of quote. Others who had nothing to do with the resistance itself may have found themselves in close proximity to the uprising. In her memoir titled Dignity Endures, that was published by the Azarelli Foundation in 2018, Judith Rubinstein describes her unique vantage point on that day. Her description is short, representing a mere 2 paragraphs in her 111-page narrative, but her location makes it all the more interesting. Judith Schwartz, age 24, was assigned to the Pink Commando, named after the pink kerchiefs that the women wore, which was tasked to clean the watchtowers in Birkenau. Describing the beginning of the uprising, she writes, quote, "Startled by a sudden big noise, we looked out the window," so from the top of the watchtower, "we looked out the window to see an inmate hanging on the electric fence. He had thrown himself on the fence to destroy it. A few minutes later, there was a loud explosion from crematorium 4, followed by fire and yelling and shooting. Frightened, we all fell on the ground and hid our faces, wondering what was going on. After these initial sights and sounds, the 5 women who were cleaning fell to the ground and were thus not able to actually see what was happening below them from their unique aerial position from atop of the watchtower. Reflecting on these experiences later in life, Rubinstein is able to contextualize the events for her reader when she adds the final sentence of this paragraph: "The Auschwitz uprising had begun." In the next paragraph, Rubinstein relays how the 5 women remained on the ground until some SS men found them and ordered them to join the other women who had been cleaning the other towers. She continues writing, quote, "When we reached the main gate, our guard reported to his supervisor that he had found us in the tower. 'These commandos know too much,' the supervisor told the guard. 'They have to go.' Instantly, we knew they were going to kill us." End of quote. However, these women were not killed, but rather were sent on a train to Ravensbrück. In the third memoir under discussion, also published by the Azareli Foundation, Felix Opatowski writes about his experiences working as a runner for the underground. Like Anna Weisblum, Felix carried packages of what were most likely explosives, but his came from the Buna factory in Monowitz, also known as Auschwitz III. Unlike Anna Weisblum, however, Felix did not know about the planned uprising. He writes, quote, "I'll tell you what happened from what I know. I don't think it's all true, mind you. I want you to know that this is what I heard from one of the Sonderkommando who took part in it and who met me later. There are probably other versions of the story, but I have to tell you what I know and what I heard from the horse's mouth." End of quote. The passage that follows is a mixture of what he witnessed himself on that day and what he heard about the plans for the uprising later on. The plan, as he heard it, was that the underground was going to blow up one of the crematoria as a signal to the Polish Home Army, who would then cut the electricity and come help with the revolt. However, the uprising was not planned for that exact day. It began when some members of the Sonderkommando, who realized they were about to be murdered, started to put up a fight. The effort began spontaneously and was not communicated with the rest of the Sonderkommando in advance. Opatowski writes, quote, "I think it was maybe 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning when I heard an explosion. We all looked up. A crematorium was exploding and burning. The Sonderkommando at Crematoria 3 must have set off their gunpowder, which started a fire. Crematorium 3 started burning. All this happened in a matter of half an hour to an hour." End of quote. He continues, "From my vantage point near the gypsy camp, it seemed to me that 2 of the crematoria were burning. I can still see it in my mind's eye, but I now know that only crematorium 3 burned to the ground." End of quote. Opatowski, who was right there on the premises, could see the flames from the explosion and fire, but his eyewitness account differs from other versions told about that day, as well as historical records, both in the time of day. Other versions emphasize that the roll call where the fighting began occurred in the early afternoon, and that it was crematorium 4 that was destroyed, not crematorium 3. However, I think some of that confusion might have to do with this map where, I don't know if you can see it, but the crematoria are listed 1, 2, 3, 4, and in other places, other maps like the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, they have crematoria 1 is in the main camp, and they're listed as 2, 3, 4, 5. And so what he's saying is 3 is actually 4, depending on a different map. But the fact that he remembers 2 crematoria burning could have to do with the distance from his distance from the crematoria, or it may have to do with how he interpreted the impact of the uprising. His reflections are very similar to the testimony of a female survivor whom Dory Laub interviewed and described in his book on testimony that he put together with Shoshana Feldman, in which the survivor, who had been working in the Canada section of Birkenau, described seeing all 4 crematoria burning on that day. The recording was then played a month or so later at a conference, and some of the historians in the room dismissed this testimony as historically inaccurate. Dory Laub's response to this, however, emphasized how valuable the testimony was for demonstrating the meaning of the event. And I will quote Laub. The woman was testifying not to the number of chimneys blown up, but to something else, more radical, more crucial, the reality of an unimaginable occurrence. 1 chimney blown up in Auschwitz was as incredible as 4. The number mattered less than the fact of the occurrence. The event itself was almost inconceivable. The woman testified to an event that broke the all-compelling frame of Auschwitz, where Jewish armed revolts just did not happen and had no place. She testified to the breakage of a framework. End of quote. What the events of that day mean for the different authors of these 3 memoirs is vastly different. For Rubinstein, who was not connected with the resistance movement in any way, the prisoner revolt on October 7th instigated her sudden departure from Auschwitz-Birkenau. At this point in her memoir, the narrative focuses on the anguish of one of her good friends, a teenager named Annie Lieberman, whom Judith had taken under her wings, who shortly after arriving in Ravensbrück finds out that so Annie's boyfriend, whom she had befriended across the fence between the watchtower and the crematorium, was killed in the uprising. Heilmann and Opatowski had, of course, very different concerns from Rubinstein. As part of the resistance, their own survival, and for Heilmann, the survival of her sister and her friends was at stake. Heilmann describes that the gunpowder they had been smuggling was traced back to the Union factory, and that several of the young women involved were taken prisoner in the men's camp for questioning. They were released sometime before Anna's birthday in December. Heilmann describes her sister's condition, and given the graphic nature of the text, I will let you read it yourself if you can see it from the back. The quote ends with the line, "We hope fervently that it was over," but it wasn't over. And Alla Gärtner, Rosa Robata, Estuja Weisblum, and Regina Safirstein, who was the supervisor responsible for the Pulverraum, were imprisoned and publicly hanged on January 5th. Meanwhile, what happened to Felix Opatowski? According to Opatowski, hundreds of men were taken to the building of the Birkenau office, where they were tortured. And again, I will let you read the quote. Eventually, he passed out and woke up in the middle of a pool of blood, and not just his own. The torture continued for several days. Commenting on his mental state at the time, as well as the impacts of trauma at the time of writing, Opatowski writes, "If this chapter of my story is confusing, believe me, it was hard for me to figure out and write about. Think about where I was and what had happened to me in those days. Every event of those days is like a nightmare, even today, especially at night. I still feel the pain, mentally and physically," end of quote. Heilmann's description of the traumatic public hangings of the 4 women is very brief. She describes that her friend Marta came to take her out of the sick bay where her friends had placed her during that time. Quote, "I wanted to run, to escape, but they," her friends Shari and Nellie, "held me fast. Suddenly, there was a thud of drums, a groan from thousands of throats, and the rest was missed. Both Opatowski and Weisblum were sent on a forced march out of Auschwitz on January 18th, and both survived to write their stories. While Weisblum and Opatowski were each involved in dangerous acts of resistance, their motivation for doing so differed vastly. In her memoir, Heilmann claims that she came up with the idea of resisting the Nazis in Auschwitz-Birkenau, an idea she later shared with her friends and sister. Eventually, they began smuggling the gunpowder and stockpiling various items such as wire cutters and garden tools that could be used for the revolt. Opatowski, conversely, was pressured by the underground to serve as a so-called runner after they noticed that he was brave enough to pass on messages between families located in different parts of the camp. He quickly realized that there were consequences to saying no to the underground and benefits for cooperating with them. What they had in common was that neither Heilmann nor Opatowski had a sense of the bigger picture during that time or at the time of writing. Besides the handful of people that Heilmann knew were involved in smuggling gunpowder, there were many others. In her MA research, Ronan Haran estimates that there were at least 30 women actively engaged in the smuggling at the Union munitions factory. Opatowski, for his part, did not even know what he was carrying in his packages, nor did he know about that a revolt was being planned. As a form of protection for the entire operation, it was best that those involved did not have too much information. This strategy made it that much harder to turn others in, to disclose the plan to the Nazi authorities in advance, or to reveal the names of those involved under torture. In conclusion, these memoirs exemplify the difficulty of writing as an eyewitness who is attempting to remember events later in life. Some of the accounts remain fragmentary, incomplete, and unknowable, sometimes because the authors were not aware of the bigger picture of the time, sometimes because of the effects of trauma, repression, or even being tortured to the point of unconsciousness, and sometimes because other concerns dominated their thoughts at the time. Each of these three authors described the events of the Sonderkommando revolt from their own proximity and perspective. At times, the descriptions are historically inaccurate, while also potentially revealing a larger symbolic meaning. Their incompleteness is what makes these memoirs so fascinating. We learn so much from what is revealed and how it is revealed, as well as from what is not revealed, and from the existing silences and voids. And I'll just show my works cited, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helga. Again, you've given us a lot to think about, as each of our three panelists certainly will this morning. We'll now turn to our third panelist, Svetlana Oshakova, whose paper is entitled "The Geographic Perception of Auschwitz in Survivor Memoirs and Testimonies."
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for Israeli Foundation for organizing this conference and for opportunity to be here today and share my presentation. It is difficult to imagine a survivor story without reference to a particular physical space, even though the level of detail may vary. Some survivors merely name the place, while others provide rich accounts of geography, environment, navigation, and symbolic meanings. In the context of the Holocaust, such descriptions of sites of coercion, detention, and destruction are invaluable for researchers. Over the past 2 decades, scholars have developed new concepts to study Holocaust geography and spatialities. Auschwitz holds here a special role, not only as a physical space, but also as a symbol. It represents the model Nazi concentration camp, and in some theories serves as an archetype for key elements of modern biopolitics. For example, Agamben's concept of the permanent state of exception. However, these studies often lack the survivors' spatial perception, which are vital for developing and deepening theoretical frameworks. While many testimonies share geographical and spatial characteristics of Auschwitz, individual perception may vary due to personal experience and other factors. This presentation focused on the memoirs of Felix Apatowski, Judy Cohen, and Henya Reinhardt, published by the Azraeli Foundation, along with the interviews from the UST Shaw Foundation Visual History Archive, OVHA, particularly the testimony of Kitty Hart-Moxon and some others. Felix, Kitty, and Henya were born in Poland in the mid-1920s. Felix and Henya were from Lodz, while Kitty came from Belska, a town south of Krakow. Felix and Kitty were imprisoned in Birkenau for approximately a year and a half, arriving in 1943 and remaining there until end of 1944 or January 1945. Henya spent just several days in Birkenau in September 1944. Judy Cohen, born in 1928 in Debrecen, Hungary, was deported to Birkenau in June 1994 and remained there until October. When analyzing written memoirs, it is important to remember that they are edited texts. In addition to their memoirs, the interview with Felix, Judy, and Henya from the VHA were examined to compare their written and oral accounts. While there is a stylistic difference between these two types of personal sources, especially noticeable for Felix, there is no significant discrepancy in their description of Birkenau. It is also important to acknowledge that post-war visual and public portrayals of Auschwitz may shape survivors' retrospective description. Conversely, unintentional and less formal references to places and spatial characteristics may carry additional value, as they are less likely to have been shaped by external imagery or collective memory. Descriptions of Birkenau as a physical space depends on when survivors arrived and how long they will remain there. The construction of Birkenau advanced rapidly from late 1944 to the end of 1944, from the late 1941 to the end of 1944. And prisoners who arrived even in 1943, like Kitty and Felix, encountered a camp that looked significantly different from the one seen by those who arrived just a year later. Those who arrived earlier and stayed longer witnessed the camp's expansion firsthand, and they were often forced to take part in its construction. This experience is typically reflected in their descriptions. However, the length of imprisonment does not necessarily correlate with the level of detail provided. In the VHA, there are interviews with survivors who were imprisoned in Birkenau for more than 2 years, but offered minimal description of the camp as a physical space. They may be attributed to individual differences in perception and memory and the nature of interviewers' questions. At the same time, those who spent more time in the camp generally demonstrated greater familiarity with its various location and spatial relations. Situated in Central Europe, just 60 kilometers west of Krakow, Auschwitz is often perceived by survivors as distant and alien place. For many deportees, especially in 1944, the journey to Auschwitz took several days. Their perception was shaped by the condition of transport, limited knowledge about the destination, disruption of their sense of time, and their impressions upon arrival. Judy Cohen wrote that arriving in that nightmarish place was shocking and disorienting, beyond anything we ever saw or could imagine. In her VHA interview, she also remarked that they were totally disoriented after their trip in a cattle car under terrible conditions. When survivors describe their journey, they rarely mention Auschwitz's geographic location, such as the country, region, or direction, a detail more commonly included in account about other camps. This may be because such reference seems unnecessary today. However, it may also reflect how Auschwitz was perceived at the time, as a place detached from familiar geography, marked by the sense of dislocation and estrangement. At the same time, survivors from Poland often provided geographic references, connected their experience to familiar places. Kitty, who was born about 30 kilometers south of Auschwitz and had traveled frequently with her family before the war, recalled how her mother reacted when they realized that they were to be deported to Auschwitz. Her mother wondered, what could possibly be there, as she remembered Oswiecim as a small fishing village with a lot of lakes and quite a fish industry. She also recalled a large railway junction with a quite an elaborate siding. Henya Reinhardt had heard about Auschwitz and other death camps while in the Lodz ghetto. In both her memoirs and Shaw Foundation interview, she describes how during their journey to the camp, local people outside the train told her father that this was heading to Krakow. And we knew that Auschwitz was near Krakow, she recalled. So from that moment on, we knew that we were going to Auschwitz. Another survivor of the Lodz ghetto, historian Marian Tursky, who was deported in August 1944, similarly tied Auschwitz and Birkenau to the Polish geography, distinguishing Birkenau from the village Brzezinka. The German names of the Auschwitz camps added further confusion for survivors. Felix Sapatowski noted that he had not heard of Auschwitz until deportation. He later learned that it was what the Germans called the small town of Oswiecim. Researchers have noticed that among the 6 Nazi death camps located in Poland, only Auschwitz was given a German name. At the time, the use of German names contributed to a sense of dislocation. After the war, survivors who spoke Polish, Russian, and some other languages of former socialist European countries mostly referred to Auschwitz as Oswiecim. However, some began using its German names either after immigrating or to emphasize that Auschwitz was a German Nazi camp. For example, as mentioned above, Marian Tursky consistently used German names and, when necessary, distinguished between the camp and the nearby Polish towns and villages. Though the choice between the German and Polish name is often shaped by the broader culture of remembrance. Researchers of Holocaust geography and spatiality pay close attention to the physical, social, economics, and symbolic forms of enclosure and separation that isolated persecuted people from outside world. Demonstrating the significance of these spatial dynamics, survivors frequently describe their arrival at Birkenau as a pivotal threshold in their narratives, even though they had not already been free, and some of them for a long time. Familiar accounts of arrival at Birkenau, such as Henry Reinhardt's description, we were thrown out of the cattle cars and immediately surrounded by SS men with huge dogs and people in striped clothes, come from survivors who came in spring of 1944 or later, after the ramp of at Birkenau was built. For them, entering the camp was not only brutal, but also sudden, chaotic, overwhelming, and disorienting. Before 1944, transport stopped at Oswiecim station or near it, and prisoners were marched to Birkenau, seeing Auschwitz I and the Arbeit macht frei sign en route. Felix and Kitty also describe their confusion and brutality of the guards at the station, but their entrance to the camp was prolonged by a walk through fields, and they saw, heard, and smelled Birkenau from outside before entering. In 1944, they became observers of arrival from inside the camp, seeing brutality and brutal and sudden transition experienced by others. Few survivors describe exiting the camp, but many reference its chimneys symbolically when they speak about others who were killed in Birkenau. Felix used this image in his memoirs to describe by negation his exit from the camp. When Jacob and I passed the main gate of Birkenau, I looked up to the sky in the direction of crematoria 1 and 2, and I could still see the chimneys. We were leaving Auschwitz, but not through the chimneys, after all. Survivors convey the sense of enclosure in various ways. Electrified fences and watchtowers, as literal and visible manifestation of confinement and danger, appear frequently in their testimonies. More indirectly, but still through spatial description, survivors express a sense of restrictions when describing the camp's internal layout and the impossibility of crossing boundaries between its sections without orders. When asked whether she realized how big the camp was, Kitty began her response by noting, well, no single prisoners had access to any part of the camp, only the ones that we were taken. She then listed the different parts of Birkenau where she had been placed or which she had knowledge. B1B, B2B, the hospital, Canada, and the men's camp, describing them all as enclosures, separated by fence and gates. In the final months of her time in Birkenau, Kitty was transferred to Canada. She recalled the move in vivid spatial terms. We were marched through the gates and passing fences and more fences and wires and enclosures as far as the eye could see, which we had not seen before, going right through different camps. Upon arrival, she saw that Canada was a small enclosure compared to other sectors, and that they were expected not only to work, but to remain there. These details help survivors to convey how the camps lay out, fragmented and restricted their life. Prisoners' understanding of inside and outside world was shaped by the degree of permitted movement. Unlike prisoners in many other camps who were taken out for forced labor, those in Birkenau stayed in the camp or worked just outside fences and occasionally in Auschwitz I. Due to these extremely limited movements, prisoners' sense of the outside often included areas within Birkenau itself, places they could access only with orders or through clandestine means. For many, interactions with other sections of the camp served a function similar to contact with outside world for ghetto prisoners. It could provide additional food to help, information, contact with relatives, and at times an increased danger. Prisoners were taken to other sectors of or outside the camp, mostly for forced labor. Both Kitty and Felix stressed how dangerous the first week in the quarantine section were. Part of their survival strategy involved finding a way to avoid staying near the barracks during the day. They sought to be assigned to a commander that did not involve especially hard labor, had a less brutal kappa, and ideally had some benefits, such as extra food. Remaining near the barracks increased the likelihood of being randomly assigned to a dangerous commander or becoming a target of violence. Felix described how working in different commanders allowed him to move between parts of the camps, smuggle goods, and even serve as a messenger, like a runner, for prisoners and an underground group. One of the commanders he worked with was responsible for maintaining electrical wires along the paths between camp sectors and the outer fences. It was called the neutral zone, an ironic name that underlined the strict spatial divisions of the camp. Prisoners who arrived later and did not work sometimes also had opportunities to move across camp boundaries. Judy Cohen, who was placed in the B3 section of Mexico, where was no running water, recalled hearing her childhood nickname on her way to shower in another sector. It turned out to be her former classmate. Such moments of contact across sections highlight how limited interactions could hold great emotional and practical significance. While clandestine contacts were always extremely dangerous, even authorized movement could be unsafe. Felix recounted an incident from 1944 when he saw a transport head to a makeshift gas chamber while walking outside the fence. When the guard noticed them, they were immediately ordered back at gunpoint. Reflected on the incident, Felix explained why it was more dangerous to walk outside the fence. Whenever we were outside, there were always guards around. Few days later, his group returned to the area and saw another transport, but they did not have any problem because they were inside the perimeter. So we were not exposed, he noted. In addition to analyzing the spatial structure of the camps, researchers have begun to consider how this man-made environment interacted with natural conditions. In their memoirs and testimonies, survivors often mention the weather as it directly influenced their chances of survival. While reference to plants and animals are less common, such accounts offer valuable insights into this aspect of the Holocaust geography. Challenging the common perception of Birkenau as a barren, lifeless place, Andrew Charlesworth cites a story told by Kitty about a child who picked flowers near gas chamber 4 and was brutally killed by a guard enraged by that. Kitty also recalled how she realized where the name Birkenau came from when she was taken to Canada and saw a small grove of birch trees. Judy Cohen, who was not in that part of the camp, did not see trees or flowers, but her account of being slapped by a guard for trying to enjoy a moment of sunshine echoes Kitty's story. Though the action of these guards were likely not dictated by the instructions, both incidents reflect a violent rejection of any perceived connection between prisoners and the natural world. In his book, The Order of Terror, Wolfgang Solfsky analyzed how German concentration camps functioned as system of power by turning space into a medium of terror, chaining actions to spatial facts. In this framework, the camp reduced individuals to mere objects in space. While not all survivors reflect on their experience in spatial terms, those who do reveal how space itself became a tool of terror. Disoriented by the camp's unfamiliar name and unaware of its location, prisoners suddenly found themselves in a hostile, incomprehensible environment. Confined in a rigidly organized, yet uninhabitable space, they struggled to survive. At the same time, by adjusting their behavior and reshaping social practice, they challenged the camp's intended spatial order. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana, and thank you to each of our presenters here this morning for these very thought-provoking contributions to our theme of Auschwitz, the role of Auschwitz in Holocaust narratives. So you've given us a great deal to reflect upon, from the lived experience to physical space within Auschwitz, to the moral and psychological dimensions of labor, proximity, and certainly survival. So now we'd like to open the floor up to you who are present here, certainly around the table and within our office space here, as we move into the conversation around the themes that have been elucidated from the panelists here today. I will ask you, if you have a question, to raise your hand, and there are some microphones here, but I also have a microphone for anyone who is present in the room. And then I'll repeat the question back for our online viewers as well. And as we move into this conversation, if you're sort of thinking or looking for ways to frame your questions, I invite you to consider ideas about how these insights that we've learned here today challenge or perhaps deepen our own understanding of Auschwitz, both as a geographic and perhaps even a moral landscape. Or how might the physical structures that we've heard so much about and the ways that people moved through them or perhaps even perceived them, how does that continue to shape our Holocaust memory today? So we welcome your thoughts and your questions. And if anyone has a question, please, this is your time to raise your hand. Yes, Deborah, we'll start with you. Sorry, Devorah.
Wonderful, wonderful papers. And I have a question for each of you, or even more than one question for each of you. So Emily, I was wondering how your analysis of the architectural labor could be applied to other forms of labor. So as you were speaking, I was thinking about horticulturalists, people who are to use the earth. Especially because the guys go really deep in agriculture. So, so that was one question for you, and then little side questions of gender. And I wonder how gender functions in and Helga, another fabulous paper. You talked about different kinds of truth. Psychological truth and historical truth, and both of them are elucidatory for us. My question to you is, how do we know what is psychological truth versus historical truth? And I ask this with all humility because I know that sometimes I have heard snippets like from Timothy Howard that I thought were revenge fantasies. She narrated them as historical truth. I interpreted them as revenge fantasies. But in fact, over the years, I've come to recognize that what she narrated might well have been historical truth. So I wonder what guardrails you used for that. And Svetlana, I was wondering, you ended with this discussion about the guards punishing the prisoner for for that moment in the sun. And I wonder, trying to sever the relationship between the prisoner and the natural world. And I wonder, to what extent do you think that was on purpose, or whether the guard just acted out of malice, period?
Well, thank you for these very thought-provoking questions. I'm going to repeat them back just so that everyone can hear, and so that our viewers online will also be able to hear as well, because there may have been a sound issue just in the very beginning. So Devorah's questions, I think, are really delve into the essence of what you've all been presenting here this morning. The first question for Emily: how does your analysis of architecture sort of function? Perhaps can it be applied to other forms of labor? And I think that one area that was mentioned was horticulture, if I'm correct. And also, I thought your sort of sub-question to that was, how does gender function within this framework, which is a really interesting question, even for all of our panelists, I think, to sort of grapple with a little bit. Helga, the focus for Helga's question was, there are different types of truth, certainly historical truth, psychological truth. How do we know what is psychological truth or what is historical truth, and what sort of guardrails do you use for determining this in your own research? And for Svetlana, you mentioned about guards punishing a prisoner for a moment in the sun, and what about that do you feel might have been on purpose, or could it have been acted out of malice, if I heard your question correctly?
Yes. What if it was ideological?
Mm.
And what was just because this person meant nothing?
Right. So whether it was out of ideological concerns, or, as you've said, whether the person simply meant nothing to the guard. So perhaps we'll go in the order that your questions were asked, from Emily to Helga and to Svetlana, please.
Well, thank you very Thank you. Thank you very much for these questions. I'll start by addressing the applicability of my analysis on architectural labor to other forms of labor within the camp. And one of the things that I find so kind of promising and provocative about architectural labor, and that also makes it quite difficult to research in any kind of limited and constrained way, is because it's kind of everything and it's kind of everywhere. And this has been one of the kind of challenges as I go through this research in its earlier phases. Is somebody who is laying bricks, are they an architectural labor, or somebody who's transporting bricks? And to what extent is everything really architecture, because architecture constructs the whole world, especially in a very kind of constructed environment like Auschwitz? And how do I not kind of turn architecture into something that then completely covers and conceals the other forms of specific labor, like you mentioned? And horticultural labor in particular is interesting because of its proximity to architectural labor in the Reichsgau, and the ways in which, for example, somebody like Ludwig Levin, after he was in Auschwitz for 4 years, he had prisoner number 2003. So he really was involved in a lot of these different kinds of manifestations of labor in the camp. He was also a photographer. He was also doing a lot of photography projects and secretly kind of stealing away photos that he took. And so he's designing gardens, he's doing surveying work, he's cultivating rubber plants, he's doing all of this variety of labor that I kind of put under the umbrella of architecture to signify his expertise and to kind of think of it as a question of training and expertise. And after he left Auschwitz, after the end of the war, he did design some gardens, he did do some architectural landscaping, but what he's really well known for in Poland, and if you Google Ludwig Levin, this is what comes up, is he cultivated wisteria flowers. That's kind of, the only native wisteria flower to Poland is the one that was invented and cultivated by Ludwig Levin. So if you Google his name, you'll see beautiful purple flowers. And that's kind of the legacy that he leaves. And so I think the analysis of architecture can be applied to other forms of labor, both in kind of emphasizing labor as a world building project and as a world building scope, to think, you know, maybe there's somebody who's carrying bricks or somebody who's laying bricks but it's kind of not normal labor. These aren't normal bricks. This isn't a normal kind of architectural world building that they're being forced to participate in. Because one of the arguments that I have furthered in my work and that I think through is the ways in which architecture is kind of, especially for these people in this time, very dense with world building meanings and kind of very dense with different kinds of community envisionments. And it's hard to say that building the garden at Raisko is a community building endeavor, and yet it is something that reflects so many different kinds of these worldviews. And so I'm hoping that as this project advances, that the focus on architectural labor won't shadow horticultural labor or photography labor or different kinds of work that people are engaging in, but that it can use it to also open up different avenues of exploration towards these different functions, because they were being performed in many cases by the same people, potentially in the same day, who maybe were thinking critically of the rubber plants as part of an architectural project, but maybe they weren't. And of course, as everyone in this room who's engaged in this research knows, it's sometimes impossible to have access to those thoughts and access to those kinds of interpretations of what Auschwitz was like. And I think the other two presentations did also a really beautiful job of kind of complicating this trajectory and complicating perspective. But I hope to be able to think of it in these ways. And the second question about gender, this is definitely one of the methodological approaches that I hope to develop more through this work. And one of the reasons why I chose professional identity as a method for exploring the camp, because there were a lot of women architects working in Europe at this time. The modernist movement was benefited significantly from the contribution of women. In many cases, they were also the spouses of male architects, which already kind of introduces a sort of gender question into how their labor, what are they contributing, how do we understand their contributions as being theirs and not kind of the joint contributions of their husbands, which in many cases they were, but to think about women as kind of pioneers in their own right. When it comes to the world within the camp, this is a study that will benefit greatly from further exploration of gender kind of theory in the context of Auschwitz and gender theory in the context of genocide. But I hope to be able to do that in a way that uses this professional identity as a lens to explore other identities, again, without kind of subsuming them and saying like, well, Vera Fultonova was first an architect and then maybe something else, but to be able to use this to say, here's a group of people who had a very wide variety of experiences, and here's how this identity relates and played off and creates contradictions between other forms of identity. So I hope that kind of approaches something like an answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So you asked me about sort of the psychological truths versus historical truths. And so I talked about that conference where Dori Laub talked about this, and where the historians just immediately wanted to dismiss it. And I'm not a historian. And I always give the survivor or the author of memoirs the benefit of the doubt. I think that it's important to try to see it through their eyes and to see how they are expressing it. And it could be that, memory fails, things like that. But I also think, like just the example of Felix Opatowski, right? He saw he said, in my mind's eye, I still see it today. I saw 2 crematoria burning. And with the map that I showed, it makes perfect sense that he did, right? He was talking about, you had talked about this too, they were working in these spaces between the fences of the different camps, right? And he was at somewhere along the perimeter of the so-called gypsy camp. And if you look at it from that perspective, the 2 crematoria were just side by side. It would have been easy for him to see both of them burning, right? And he also gives a really good example about how things in Auschwitz, they're not always the same, right? Things can be different. And so he talks about arriving to Auschwitz-Birkenau, and they're yelling, all the physically fit people who are able, get in the trucks, right? Which is opposite of what they did so many other times, right? And he struggled and he wasn't able to make it to the trucks. and the trucks then were taken right to the gas chambers, right? And so it's the opposite of what we hear in so many other memoirs, but it's so feasible in Auschwitz because anything could happen in Auschwitz. That's sort of where I am. So the guardrails, I personally don't set them up very stringently because I always feel like, things can be different depending on the day, depending on where you're standing, your perspective, things like that. And I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. And it's very possible that it didn't happen that way, but I'm reading the text through the eyes of the person who wrote the text.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your question, Deborah. Yes, so of course it's difficult to say what was in mind of these guards, and I understand it may be a little bit of exaggeration, and we know that like any innocent acts of prisoners may be a reason for reaction from the guards. The reason why I decided to use this example, because it's the second example after Kitty told the story of a child being killed for picking flowers, for picking up flowers, and this is maybe more proving like my attitude to that. And as I said, I don't think it was instructions for guards. If like you see somebody enjoying nature, hit them or punish them, but it might be a part of them. Of course, like it might be a part of the fact that contact with nature is a humanizing, and guards they didn't want to see prisoners as humans, and like any instance, and we saw it, they were enraged by that. Also, like thanks to the film The Zone of Interest, we know what the nature was like, just out of the fences, and how camp personals like they were like around the trees, lakes, beautiful nature, and maybe for them it was such a contrast between them who had rights to enjoy that and prisoners who hadn't. But again, I agree, it might be a little bit of exaggeration, and it's just like an example that it might be the reason why she was left, but maybe it was just some instant reaction of a mad guard.
Thank you so much, each of our panelists, for your responses. We have about 15 minutes left in our discussion period. We will take a break at about 10:45 until 11:15, so we'll switch over to the next panel. Sarah, did I see your hand go up? If you have a microphone, it should be on, and then you could ask your question directly.
Okay, I'll hold it. Is this on?
Yes.
Okay, super. I have a question. Really, it's the same question that I wonder if the three of you might want to reflect on, and that has to do with memoirs. Clearly, some of you touched on the same memoirs. You use them in different ways. It's almost like you created a tapestry out of the threads that you teased out of the memoirs. And it made me think, as you were speaking, how late in the game, relatively speaking, memoirs came into the compass of Holocaust studies as a rich and reliable source that people wrote about. When they finally were brought in a serious way into Holocaust studies, it was by using methodologies from a range of disciplines, and I think the three of you reflect some of those disciplinary perspectives. So I wonder if you could reflect on what memoirs contribute to the way we think about, analyze, and understand the Holocaust. What do they help us think about? What do they complicate? What kinds of studies are made possible even because we now, as a field, think seriously about memoirs?
Okay, so since I have a microphone, I guess I have a very obvious response that we have a perspective of victims, survivors, instead of perspective of perpetrators that we usually have as historians. And this is the main benefits of memoirs. And also, we have, I guess, like we have much more diverse and much more much more like much more multidimensional approach, unlike the just a document that came from the Nazi administration or some others. And for such topics as Holocaust geography and spatial, this is sometimes the only way how we can analyze it, because we can analyze just the plan of Auschwitz, or we can analyze how it was built, but how people felt there, how people were able to navigate there, we only can do through memoirs and testimonies.
Thank you, Sarah, for the question. I don't even know where to start. Memoirs do so much, and they're also very different. And I think that's where the key is, that each person is writing different times, different places, different languages, and there's just so many elements that go into the process of putting together a memoir, and that's what makes it so rich, right? And you know, a lot of the psychological things come back also in memoirs, and it's interesting. Like I keep thinking about James E. Young wrote about writing and rewriting the Holocaust, and there's one chapter, it's about memoirs versus diaries, and how those can function differently, and they can also function the same way. To a certain extent, I think of Anna Heilman, who wrote a diary and then sort of turned it into a memoir, right? And in her diary, she wrote right up until the point of her sister's execution, and then could not tackle that. And in the memoir, it's pretty much the same, right? She writes right up to it. And it's that one little sentence that I put up on the quotes where she said, you know, I heard the drums and I heard the groans, and then it was all missed, right? And so, you know, so you know that she was physically there, but she also wasn't there, right? This was just so traumatic. And I think memoirs really capture a lot of that.
A few years ago, when I was in graduate school, I took a methodological seminar with my advisor on the topic of first-person history in times of crisis. And one of the concepts that we return to as a class very often is the notion that one person can be harder to understand than an entire war. The contradictory decisions that people make, the inexplicable decisions that people make in times of crisis. Why did you stay? Why did you go? Why did you turn left and not right? And I think particularly in the context of genocide and crisis and war, we have no chance of understanding those decisions without memoirs and without first-person sources. And even if first-person sources don't unsettle those contradictions, they allow us to explore them and to try and understand what they mean, and to appreciate the significance of something that is maybe not explicable in this context. And when it comes to architectural history and memoir, for me, I focus on architects and the choices that architects make and how they view architecture and what it means to them. And I think to include a biographical and first-person approach to this literally concrete field of study, it populates the places with meaning. And for me, I think that's one of the things that's so exciting and kind of variable about architectural history, is the ways in which these buildings, and there's a Polish historian named Katarzyna Uchowicz, who writes that each building is the fragment of a biography of somebody who's caught in various systems, who has different kind of ideas and who's subject to different kinds of regimes. And I always found that to be a really succinct way of framing why I think this approach is so necessary for architecture, and why I'm excited to be part of this historical trend that as it's emerging now.
Great. Thank you to each of our panelists for those really enlightening responses. Does anyone else around the table have a question? Ah. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just asked a question. If somebody from here can ask. Thank you for very enlightening panel. And I have a general question to all three of the panelists. What is your take on the difference of the time when the memoir was written? And I'm referring here to the memoirs that you brought here, and let's say to Hegedus Molnar memoir that was written and probably published in 46. We don't know much. And there is a huge difference between when the Jewish memoirs came to existence and the non-Jewish memoirs, like Polish memoirs, were very much discussed in 1940s, and whatever was written before 1960s, when it came to Jewish memoirs, they picked up much later, basically in the 90s in practice. And I have two specific questions, one to Helga. If you could comment a bit, because you are talking about the space and proximity. How would you compare the memoirs that you were referring to the testimonies and memoirs of the fire commando? And what I'm after here is that fire commando was stationed in Auschwitz I, so they didn't know as well the discourse of Birkenau, but they were the only one who were in such a close proximity when they had to put down the fire of the crematorium. And I would love to know more about this. And to Svetlana, you were, if you could comment a bit, because you were talking about two ramps in Auschwitz. The first ramp and the last ramp, and their landscape is very different. The first one is next to Stabsgebäude, and it's very concrete one. And then I don't think you commented about Alte Judenrampe. And then you talked about the one inside of Auschwitz. And in terms of nature, and obviously the Alte Judenrampe as well, if you could add to this, is there anything that you can talk about when it comes to the impact on the natural landscape or unnatural landscape to where the prisoners were arriving? If you could comment on this a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just remind our respondents, we have about 5 minutes left before our break. So we can certainly continue the conversation on break as well, but just to put that out there.
Okay, so the general question first about things that were written earlier on versus later on. And I think Anna Heilmann's book is such a good one for that, because she wrote her diary early on in the mid 40s, and then took that and put it into the memoir, and then added parts after. And so like the things that she added after, you could tell that it was the question of, describe your life before this all happened, and those sort of things that are really, really interesting, but they don't have the same sort of rawness as the things that were written earlier. And I think, for me anyway, I think some of those things that were written early on, like the Hagedorn memoir, are just so incredibly raw and I don't know, they just capture something about the time, and then it in a very different way from writing in the 2000s and reflecting back. You asked a specific question about the fire commando, and I haven't read anything that they have written, so I can't compare. Yeah.
Actually, after the war, lived in Canada, and he left his memoir, so I thought you knew about it.
Aha. Yeah, tell me more about it during the break. Who would like the microphone next?
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't want to talk a lot about your general question. I just can say that, of course, like we understand that all memoirs are influenced by the culture of remembrance and the collective memory. And as far like as we move far from the actual events, of course, like the amount of this and even content of this collective memory and the culture of remembrance is changing. So, and of course, like I'm sure it's influenced a lot of memoirs. Working at Show Foundation, we have access like sometimes to the interviews of the same person recorded in 80s and in 90s, and sometimes in 2000, they are different. Yeah, like even like accounts. And again, like my main explanation is just like how the Holocaust and how the history is perception of the events changing in the society. And sometimes like it's changing the perspective, like people, what they can talk, what they can tell. Like sometimes they could not talk about it earlier and now they feel like they could. So it's just like kind of my notes about it. Talking about two different realms, unfortunately, I don't know much like exactly how, so my historical knowledge about it, not so deep. But from the description of Kitty and Felix who arrived to outside of Birkenau in 1943, yeah, it feels like from their descriptions that it was open space, that like was, and like I, at least like what I saw from memoirs, they arrived during the night. I don't know, like because they tried to avoid some public attention. As I understand, transport to Birkenau arrived during the day, I guess, like just to facilitate the selection, to like to all hold the whole process. To outside the Birkenau, they arrived during the night. I'm not sure, like if it's a fact or it's like just two memoirs. I see they both arrived during the night. So yeah, it feels like it's much more open space, and I even like feel they could escape kind of because it was such a house, and like I was so the Felix how he described this story is almost like unbelievable, but like it sounds like it was much more open and feelings it was not so confined as it was at Birkenau.
I guess I'll briefly, I don't have too much more to add that Helga and Svetlana haven't already mentioned to address the general question. But I work a lot on Polish language sources, and so it's an interesting question to consider also how the political environment kind of changed how the ideological framework or political framework under which people were publicly engaging with the events of the Holocaust. A lot of the sources that I use are also different kinds of testimony, like I have some documents from the Auschwitz trials, or testimonies that were given to the museum at Auschwitz later on in the 80s and 90s, for example. Szymon Sierkos, who's one of the main people that I look at in my project, did not leave any kind of written testimony. I only can build his experiences from what other people said about him, or brief things that he mentioned, like in this 1946 radio interview. But just kind of, yeah, thinking about how these different changes in politics and ideology also have shaped some of the possibility for what could be said and when it was said.
Well, thank you everyone for this really robust discussion here this morning. We are going to pause the live stream as we take a break until 11:15, which will allow us to change our panelists and our presentations. And so our live stream will pick up again at 11:15. And I encourage everyone who is here to certainly continue this robust discussion as we take a break, and there's coffee and refreshments out in the foyer area as well. Thank you.
I really also value Anna Heilmann's memoir. It's a text that I've taught with and I return to often. Oh, wow. It's an amazing text. She kind of...
Take a mic and ask them what
question is there's a lot of okay, so that's I'm gonna take this out of the
Parents were deaf. Is that like disability studies? There was something.
or you'll be able to as people shift the parent.
There was something in so
And the time running, no problem.
The patient needed this would be pretty common. But they're there if you need them.
So I don't like.
The only thing we need to actually make sure is the timing is here. So okay, this is great. So, sorry, is it possible to
I think if you pack it too tightly, that's really important.
the other thing you may have noticed, if someone might have told you, our final so she had offered to do it by Zoom.
I didn't get as involved in the three memoirs I'm going to talk about here. But I think the point is,
so deep of your saturation, right? And so the Q&A is, I think, so important to let some of the rest of it bubble out. I just want to guard that time so that we have it.
I always find that the most
Right. Oh, okay. Wonderful. Okay, so welcome to the second panel. Just want to say a word or two about it. Our panel is focused under the rubric of gendered space. Literally, it's about the spatial organization principle, which was gender, but also it's an internal category, inner space, how gender inflected one's experience in Auschwitz and the roles that people were assigned, whether victims, perpetrators, or that gray zone where the two meet. How gender influenced what happened to people, the actions they took, the conditions that they lived under, and in some cases died under, the responses that they made, and afterwards, for those who lived past it, how they remembered, how they responded, how they endured, how they rebuilt, and how they shaped their story. So although through the lens of gender, we ask how women experienced Auschwitz as women, how men experienced Auschwitz as men. For survivors, we ask how those experiences and the negotiation of those experiences in post-war life shaped or reshaped gendered identities. Reading Holocaust memoirs, and in fact thinking about the Holocaust in general, through the lens of gender was something that was brought into Holocaust studies with controversy relatively late in the game, but it added really valuably. Through the lens of gender, we asked questions that perhaps we never asked before, and we opened up portals to studying things that we weren't looking closely at before. Although it was considered controversial when it was inserted into Holocaust studies, many survivors long felt that gender was really important to them. And I think particularly here in this context of Judy Cohen, whose memoir was discussed in the first panel, who was one of the pioneers in bringing the analysis from a gendered perspective to the forefront. This panel is composed of several thoughtful presentations that focus our attention on gendered sets of memories and experiences. And I'm going to very, very briefly introduce each of the three panelists at the outset. I'm not going to read the more extensive bio that's in the program because you can read that yourself. So I'll just briefly say that Charlotte Gibbs, who will present first, is from the University of Southern California in the history department, and her work is focusing on sexual violence in the Holocaust. Barnabas Bayland is at the University of Oxford. He is working on several memoirs that he'll be talking about here. And Hannah Wilson from Nottingham Trent University in the UK is a postdoc fellow and draws on archaeological excavations in her work. And again, read their fuller bios in the program. I'd rather leave the time to their presentation and to the subsequent conversations. So Charlotte Gibbs will present first. Her topic is Women Guards, Non-Human Animals, and Memoirs of Female Violence in Auschwitz.
Hopefully this is okay.
First, I'd like to begin extending my thanks to many, many people, including Dr. Carson Phillips for his organization, careful planning, and academic contributions to this conference, to Professor Sarah Horowitz for chairing this panel, to the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada for my doctoral funding, and to the Azrieli Foundation for hosting this conference. As someone who grew up in Canada and attended the universities of British Columbia and Toronto, the Azrieli Foundation memoirs have been a fundamental part of my academic experience since I was an undergrad. So coming back here now as a PhD student really does feel like a full circle moment. Over the past 2 years, I've spent around 4 weeks in Auschwitz working and researching in what is now the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum and Archives. The space that is today the museum and was once the concentration camp complex is very different. And one way to connect the space today to the past is through the narration of the space in memory-based texts or ego documents written by camp survivors. Well-written memoirs convey numerous facts about the past, including how German women committed acts of violence against women imprisoned in the concentration camp and killing site. 1942 was a significant year in the history of Auschwitz. The first women prisoners arrived in the camp, and the SS began their mass killings of Jewish prisoners in gas chambers. With the arrival of women, with some of the first transports, including Jews from Slovakia, Polish political prisoners, women from Ravensbrück, and their German women guards within the first few days, the camp structure transitioned from a male-only space to a mixed-gender one. However, the rules of the Nazi racialized patriarchy continue to influence the structure of and experiences in the camp. Historians of women know all too well that archives can obfuscate women and minimize their roles in history. Patriarchal notions of appropriate levels of violence and effective means of control of women prisoners in women's camps shaped the policies for female guards and therefore the experiences of women imprisoned in the camps. The experiences of victims and perpetrators are connected by a space that by its very nature for the victims was violent. The Frauenkonzentrationslager, FKL, the women's camp, was a space where women suffered, died, and survived. The same notions that shaped the archival presence or minimization of female violence shaped the experiences of women in the camp. And this is something that I'm going to hopefully bring out in my presentation today. The survival of women brought with it the immediate documentation of Nazi crimes, early accounts of concentration camp memoirs, and memoirs of killing sites, including Anna Molnar-Hegedus's memoir, As the Lilacs Bloomed, which was written in the immediate post-war period, belongs to these early attempts to document the events of the Nazi Holocaust. Historians have always grappled with the inclusion of firsthand accounts of the Holocaust. Much of the scholarly debates on this topic focus on the accuracy of memory. Historians of women and gender have included memoirs for over 4 decades now. However, in the history of perpetrators, the role that firsthand accounts can and have played has taken around 30 years to shape. In his seminal study, Chris Browning, in his History of Police Battalion 101, did not use firsthand accounts due to the lack of specificity in the accounts that would make it what he believed it would make it difficult for authors to identify the specific perpetrators that they encountered. Wendy Lower introduced memoirs by female perpetrators that she centers in her study in Hitler's Furies, and more recently in her study of female camp guards in Majdanek, a concentration and killing site in Poland, Alyssa Mailander triangulates sources to explore the everyday violence inside the camp. She draws upon memoirs, but mentions that not a lot of memoirs from Majdanek survive, and instead draws upon the memoirs written about experience in other camps to paint a larger picture about how female violence may have existed in the concentration camps. I hope that this presentation will add to this longer history and show the ways in which gendered experiences of violence, specifically the ways in which female perpetrators come out in memoirs and can add to this already very rich history. The published memoirs offer vivid details of the violence of female perpetrators against the women imprisoned in Auschwitz, and an actor-centric approach to the histories of gendered violence can and should draw upon the experiences represented in memoirs. So of the 50,000 concentration camp guards in the entire camp system, less than 10% were women. Women guards were first employed in concentration camps in 1938. This was an extension of the prison system, and women were hired to be in concentration camps because Himmler believed that it was natural for women to be guarded by women. Over the course of the Holocaust, about 3,500 women guards trained at Ravensbrück and worked in the concentration camps and killing sites across Europe. That number could be higher, and we can talk more in the Q&A if you're interested to know why. And from 1942 to 1945, the SS employed female guards, or Aufseherinnen, which translates almost directly to overseers. These women were never members of the elite male-only organization of the SS, nor were they soldiers, members of the German military. However, in their memoirs, many survivors refer to their guards in these terms. I've got a couple of examples here on the board. So Gerda Solin refers to the SS women, and Molnar Hegedus refers to them as the German women soldiers. Of course, it begs the question, like, does it matter that the survivors got this fact wrong? And of course it doesn't. But what it does reveal is the power that these guards represented to the female prisoners and how that impacts the ways in which they experienced and understood the space they were imprisoned in. So one of the reasons that previous scholars have either discounted or minimized the place of memoirs in perpetrator histories is the fact that or the assumption that women would not necessarily be able to specifically remember who was committing the acts of violence against them. Some memoirs mention people by name. Here's one example. She mentions Grese, Hasse, Dreschle, and Brunner. And as well, I think this is really important because during a lot of the trials, many of the women guards did not admit to the violence that they were committing. In her post-war trials, which I've got a picture here of, Irma Grese didn't admit that she physically assaulted prisoners or committed physical acts of violence until her third deposition. And as well, these memoirs also allow us to locate where the women guards were operating within the camp. As we know from last night's presentation, women prisoners were first imprisoned in blocks 1 through 10 in Auschwitz I, which was the main camp. And it's important to remember that wherever there were women guards, there were also women prisoners and vice versa. And then the main women's camp was in the B1 section of Birkenau, which is at the very bottom. And then as the camp became more and more populated, the administration of the women's camp took over more spaces. So it also included B2C, which is going to be this section right here. And that's where a lot of the women in the Hungarian transports arrived. So when memoirs such as Molnar Hegedus's As the Lilacs Bloomed, she's specifically placing these guards in these spaces, and we can see the ways in which these guards are related to the landscape and where their power is visible to the survivors and to the prisoners that were in the camp. So many of the descriptions by survivors of their female guards place an emphasis on their physical appearance. These appearances are linked to the power that the guards in the camps held. The previous account that I just showed likens the guards to animals, which for me reference questions about not necessarily the authentic experience of these women, but how these non-human descriptions give an insight about how the guards were received by or represented, or what the power represented to the prisoners. And as well here, we see the ways in which uniforms are being linked to the weapons that the guards had, and also the tasks that they oversaw. In a lot of these memoirs, the actions of the guards, and therefore the power that they possess, remain some of the most significant parts of the survivors' recollections. So here we get descriptions of the crisply ironed sky blue shirts, and as well the description that an SS woman took pleasure in inflicting the punishment upon the prisoners in the camp. So, and again here we've got the horse-faced Dreschler bearing her protruding teeth. So again, these very vivid descriptions using non-human elements. Okay, I'll keep it there for a second. So the women guards had many responsibilities and roles in Auschwitz. This included overseeing the roll calls, selections, registration process, work detail assignments, and more. I find that this is really important to mention because after the war, many women on trial minimized their role. This includes Maria Mandel, who was the chief overseer of the camp, and she maintained that she didn't have any direct part in the murder of Jews, yet documents survive showing her signature on lists of prisoners sent to be murdered in the gas chambers. And as part of their work in the camps, these women had a number of weapons that survivors remember, many of which that I've mentioned throughout this presentation. This includes dog and horse whips, truncheons, dogs, and pistols, as well a number of other forms of physical violence, including kicking to death, beatings, and the sending of prisoners to gas chambers. And these are all forms of physical violence, a kind of violence that women perpetrators have typically remained distanced from. So here I've got some more, wrong way. I've got some more descriptions here. They talk about the fate that they knew they were facing as well. We've got the ways in which a guard is ordering a dog to bite a prisoner. We've also got the whip and the ways in which physical violence would occur. These descriptions of violence reveal what was possible for guards to commit in the concentration camp and what was possible for prisoners to experience. So when focusing on what every day was life in the camps for women, understanding the culture and possibilities of violence at the hands of guards is essential. When attempting to bridge space and time, translating the actions of female guards into the space of the former concentration camps becomes possible when bringing forth ego documents such as memoirs. Many prisoners do not remember their guards' names, but that does not mean that their account is any less impactful. And again, like I said, one of these weapons that gets mentioned is dogs, which appear in a number of post-war accounts, including artwork, oral interviews, and various ego documents. So just a really brief history on the Hundestaffel, which is the dog company that arrived in Auschwitz the same year as women. In 1941 and 1942, the Zentralbauleitung, which was like the construction office, created the provisional dog, the plans for the dog kennels at Auschwitz. I've got the pictures here. If you notice on the picture on the right, there's actually a dog sitting next to the kennel, and these come from 1941 and 1942. And these plans placed the kennels about 200 meters from the entrance to the Birkenau site, and they included the plans for over 250 dogs. In many post-war narratives by perpetrators, the idea that women guards wielded dogs prevails. By high-ranking SS members such as Heinrich Himmler and the Auschwitz camp commandant, Rudolf Höss, the dogs were seen as effective means of control of women prisoners as they were terrified of the large German shepherds. So I think what this reveals here is another layer of the National Socialist gender ideology and the ways in which animals are used as part of violence in the camps. I've got another picture here. This comes from the Ravensbrück camp, but if you look at the photograph, the dogs are allowed to wear the insignia of the SS, but the women guards are not. So, so just thinking about the ways in which the Nazis are thinking about the roles of women in their hierarchy next to the place of animals in their hierarchy, but also thinking about the ways in which dogs are viewed as weapons as well, and as tools of discipline and punishment. And as well, my last example looks at the ways in which women guards are also perpetrators of various kinds of sexual violence and sexualized violence. I think about sexual violence and sexualized violence slightly in different terms. Sexual violence is often thought about in terms of rape and maybe places more of an emphasis on the power and desires of the perpetrator, whereas sexualized violence can consider other dynamics. Power is always going to be a factor when studying these difficult histories, but these other dynamics include situations such as forced nudity, attacks on reproductive organs, body searches, etc. Some of the first quotes in this presentation that I shared speak about women guards in spaces where women prisoners were forced to be naked. This is also represented in visual accounts of the camp too, which I've got a painting here done by a male survivor of Auschwitz, and we're seeing the ways in which men are present at these sites as well, which also adds another layer of the ways in which the entrance to the camp was experienced as a form of sexual assault. But I think what's really important about the narration of these experiences by the women who have authored memoirs places these female guards at sites such as the saunas where women experience sexual violence, and therefore we can narrow the distance that goes between women guards and sexual violence. So I draw upon the various examples in this presentation for a number of reasons. First, it's because I believe that memoirs have a central role in understanding the nuances of female violence in Auschwitz and more broadly in histories of perpetrators and women perpetrators. And more specifically, I think this presentation has shown that there are many kinds of violence and many dynamics to the violence that women guards committed against prisoners, which become visible when looking at the firsthand accounts of violence. And I think drawing attention to these kinds of violence and these new dynamics counters the patriarchal assumptions of gender and the kinds of violence that women are assumed to be able to commit, to be able to paint a fuller picture of the experiences of daily life in women's concentration camps. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We will do questions and answers and comments after all three of our panels have been able to present. The next presenter is Barnabas Balint. His paper focuses on comparing the representations of Auschwitz in memoirs and interviews from Hungarian Holocaust survivors.
Thank you, Sarah. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the Azrieli Foundation for organizing this conference and also for their continued support of Jewish life, past, present, and future. As we face a horrific and unprecedented, well, no, sadly not unprecedented, rise in anti-Jewish hatred, including from many of those who should know better, the work of the foundation provides a ray of hope in the clouds of despair. I'm also grateful to the Miles Lerman Center for the Study of Jewish Resistance at the Jack Joseph and Morton Mandel Center for Advanced Holocaust Studies at the US Holocaust Memorial Museum for their support for a research fellowship in DC, which enabled me to conduct a lot of the research that went into this paper. So in May 1944, the train carrying Susan Spiro from Hungary, deporting her from the country, passed through the border town of Kassa between Hungary and Slovakia. In her memoir for the Azrieli Foundation, published in 2016, Spiro described this moment, saying, "The train stopped once in a city called Kassa. The doors were opened so that the bodies of those who had died between Kishvarda and Kassa could be removed. This gave the gendarmes a chance to take the remaining valuables from the Jews." 21 years before this memoir was published, Spiro was interviewed for the Scher Foundation. Recounting that exact same moment, she presented a similar but slightly different history, saying, "Sometime we stopped at Kassa, and that was our first stop, and there were some people already who were dead on the train, not in our wagon, we didn't know, we just saw them taking off bodies." These two accounts of the same event tell roughly the same story, but in different ways. The interview omits the detail about them being searched at the border, while which the memoir describes and identifies perpetrators for. But the memoir omits her specific position on the train, how she saw bodies being removed from other carriages, but not hers. These details, which she shares in her interview, place her more accurately on the deportation train and allow us to recognize both the experience of deportation as a whole and her specific position within it. So why then do these details vary between her written memoir and her interview? How were the two pieces of memory created in different narratives? And what impact does this have on our understanding of the Holocaust and of her life? These are questions that I hope to move towards answering in this paper. I compare how 3 Hungarian Jewish women represented their deportation to Auschwitz-Birkenau in their memoirs for the Azrieli Foundation and in their interviews for the USC Shoah Foundation. I identify the similarities and differences in how they narrated their camp experiences, drawing attention to the specificities of each genre. And building on recent work on Holocaust memory by Lawrence Langer and on Holocaust history by our very own Deborah Dwork, I suggest that we need to be aware of how memories are co-created and of how the intangible and uncontrollable impacts their production. So I draw on the experiences of these three women, Judith Rubinstein, Susan Spiro, and Judy Cohen. They were Hungarian Jews who were deported from their homes in the spring of 1944. Although many suffered from anti-Semitism in Hungary in their childhoods, it was only after the German occupation in March 1944 that they were rounded up into ghettos and deported. Approximately 440,000 Hungarian Jews were deported from Hungary within a few months in 1944, the majority of them to Auschwitz-Birkenau. After a period of time in the camp, all three women were transferred to labor camps within the concentration camp system, from which they were subsequently liberated. And all of them were interviewed by the Shoah Foundation in the mid-1990s, with Judy in fact interviewed twice, one in 1987 and one in 1994. All three also published memoirs with the Azrieli Foundation, publishing them in 2018, 2016, and 2020, respectively. The first thing that stands out when comparing their experiences of deportation across these two media is the structural differences in the memories themselves. The moment and process of deportation is a key part of the history of those who arrived in Auschwitz, but it often falls in between the gap between the history of the camp and that of the ghetto. As a moment of transition, and in the Hungarian case, as the moment when Jews were handed over from Hungarian to German perpetrators, deportation simultaneously has a history of its own and is a history caught between two larger events. In these memoirs, this presents a problem for the clear chapter structure of the books. Deportation doesn't fit neatly into a clear chapter structures that are focused on events and places. In Judy Cohen's memoir, which you can see behind me on the screen here, this problem is solved with a standalone paragraph at the end of the chapter about the German occupation, which is separated from the rest of the chapter by that little squiggle. Susan's memoir takes a different approach, incorporating the deportation into a chapter that charts the entire time from the German occupation through deportation and into the concentration camps. Judith Rubinstein expands the chronology, but in a different direction, starting a chapter with deportation and continuing it through her experiences of the camp. These three approaches show how different women interpreted and understood the deportation process in their own way. It's something that was separate from their own experiences, but it was also something that was part of ghettoization, and it was a part of their experience of Auschwitz. Interviews for the Shoah Foundation, however, take a more separated approach. The points at which the women talk about their deportation are often given their own specific segments in the interview, demarcated by the indexing terms such as deportation to Auschwitz or deportation, means of transport. When sharing their experiences in these segments, the interviewees have responded to specific questions asking about their deportation. Because the interviewers ask frequently different questions and the interviews are separated into many segments, the interview isn't faced with the same narrative constriction as chapters. While this allows the women to reflect on deportation as an event in and of itself, it also detaches them from the other events. In the interviews, we hear the memories of deportation, while in the memoirs, we see how they understood their deportation within the context of wider experiences. In addition to these structural differences, there are several important material differences in the content of the memoirs and the interviews. First, they present different descriptions of their survival strategies in the camp. We know that in Auschwitz, a place that Patricia Heberer has described had genuine selections, which offered the chance of survival based on fitness for work. Prisoners often perceived being young and able-bodied as factors that gave them opportunities for survival. In many cases, this was an embodied survival strategy, with men and women taking steps to appear stronger and healthier. In Judy Cohen's memoir, she directly addresses this issue, explaining how at the first selection in the camp, young women like me and my three sisters who seemed fit enough to work were sent to the right. Cohen echoed this description almost verbatim in her 1987 interview, where she explained how we were young and seemed to be strong enough to work, we went the other way. In her 1994 interview, however, she mentioned their youth and strength much, much earlier, when reflecting on her group in the cattle car too. And you can see the quote up on the board here. Now, that their strength helped them survive in the cattle car is not in doubt, but her description of them being younger and stronger fits more with descriptions of survival in the camps, both in general and at other points within her own narrative. This example is perhaps one that fits the most with much of our understanding of Holocaust memory as it currently stands. Survivors who are invited to repeatedly recount their experiences to different audiences develop a narrative of their life that they deploy in these situations. In addition to their own narrative development, they're influenced by historical research, by films and other accounts that homogenize their testimony. This is one of the issues that Lawrence Langer raised in his book, drawing attention to how erroneous, embellished, and sentimental accounts of the Holocaust create misunderstandings. Influenced by her knowledge of what came later in the camp, this memory of the other events permeated Cohen's narrative of deportation, conflating how she understood her strength as a survival method in the camp with her experience of deportation. Differences in the memory presented in the interviews and the memoirs appear in more distinct ways too. It's often assumed that details and uncertainties relating to complex historical narratives can be presented more in interviews than in the constructed, edited, and collected and controlled format of the memoir. This is often the case. In Judith Rubinstein's memoir, she briefly described the moment when they realized that the train was headed for Germany as they'd been told, and not for Poland. And you can see these quotes up here. Although she explains that, in her interview, she described this moment in much more detail and complexity, as you can also see. When she finishes talking about that moment, the interviewer asked her why they felt threatened by the fact that they were going to Poland and not to Germany. She responded saying, because we heard that in Poland, a lot of bad things happened. We didn't exactly know what, but we knew Poland is a killing field. We knew that people who went were taken out. They never returned. Compared to her memoir, the interview is filled with extra details about who promised them they were going to work, their mixed and changing feelings during the deportation process, and how they came to realize that they had been lied to. While interviews are structured and planned, the opportunities for spontaneous comments and lack of editing enables this kind of complexity and confusion to come across. Moreover, the ability of the interviewer to follow up by asking questions brought a new piece of information about the circulation of knowledge about the Holocaust in wartime Hungary that is otherwise completely missing from her memoir. But it is not always the interview that contains more details than the memoir. In Susan Spiro's memoir, several pieces of information are clearly explained in the memoir that are either missing or only hinted at in the interview. The first example of the gendarmes searching her at the border I already mentioned at the start of the paper, but a second example comes when she describes the reaction of her Hungarian neighbors to the deportation. In her interview, she talks in great detail about their reaction, but once again admits that they would steal Jewish property, saying, people were standing on the street looking at us. The Christian people, I will never forget, even now I see it. There was a store on the corner with stairs, steps going up to the door, and they were standing there laughing and spitting. This is something which is going to stay with me forever. By contrast, her recollection of this event in her memoir is much shorter, but more direct, saying, our Hungarian friends were watching and laughing at us as we went by, waiting for the first chance to steal everything from our homes. Because the expropriation of Jewish property by Hungarian Gentiles is now a well-understood, discussed, and acknowledged history, its inclusion in Spiro's memoir, published later, could be interpreted as an instance of how larger narratives about this history impact and homogenize individual recollections. That would be a fair interpretation of these events. I would like to suggest, however, that sometimes following the general narrative doesn't mean making an error embellishing or homogenizing an account. The language that is used to talk about the Holocaust can also trigger memories that the survivor didn't initially recall or would not recall unprompted. This process occurs both in interviews and in the writing up and editing process of written memoirs. There are no easy answers about what form of remembering produces certain types of memory. And so we need to understand survivor memories like this as knowledge that has been co-curated. While the type of co-creation is different between interviews and memoirs, both have been impacted by the interaction between survivor and editor or interviewer. While it's easy to dismiss the changes that we see in these as forms of memory as the result of larger narratives becoming entrenched in the minds of survivors, this is not necessarily the case. We need to be much more attuned to the smaller, the unplanned, and the unplannable moments that one could even be tempted to call luck. To do so, I propose combining Langer's understanding of how public and printed discourse about the Holocaust is influenced by the language used to describe the event, with Deborah Dork's much recent work on luck, which acknowledges that perhaps more things in history than we would like are messy and complicated. No matter how much organizations try to standardize the questions they asked in interviews, or to expand their list of questions, or to broaden the history that they encourage survivors to write, there will always be an element of luck in the survivor, editor, and interviewer relationship that either reveals or hides certain stories, anecdotes, or events. Facing up to this unpredictability forces us to think less about the relative merits and weaknesses of different forms of memory, and to think more about the human, and therefore intrinsically messy process through which they were created. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bill. And finally, our third presentation is by Hannah Wilson, who is going to discuss the materiality of Auschwitz in the memoirs of Felix Opatowski and Nate Leipziger, a forensic rereading.
Okay, so firstly, I'd like to thank the organisers, as we all have, for bringing us together in the hard work in planning this event and this conference, and for the fascinating papers that we've heard so far. As we've already heard in the papers, Holocaust survivor memoirs often reconstruct camp life through vivid material details, supported often by photographs, film, and preserved sites. In the post-witness era, they serve as vital pedagogical tools. And maybe a forensic reading, especially in accounts of Auschwitz-Birkenau, can enhance our understanding of how survivors narrate these memories. This aligns with a broader forensic turn in Holocaust studies, which prioritizes physical evidence and documentation. Yet the intersection of forensics, literature, and memory remains somewhat unexplored. I emphasize that forensics can provide an important interpretational framework that connects personal memories to the places where atrocities have occurred, mediating the body, the mind, the object, and the place. In a sense, we as readers are investigating the mind of the writer through the archaeology of memory in written form. The materiality described is, too, a witness in this complex process of storytelling that embodies both a need to address a distant yet painful past for present audiences, but also to be grounded in historic fact and authentic truths. So forensics serves as a kind of dualistic role. In its most common used legal or scientific framework, we know forensics as the activity of presenting evidence, an argument before an audience in order to make a persuasive case for a position or point of view. But from the perspective of the humanities, however, forensics can be understood as the consideration of the human faculty of understanding, reasoning about, presenting and evaluating, argument and story, with the end of inviting a desired belief or affective state in an audience. As Susanna Zuban notes in Mapping the Forensic Turn, forensics connects memory to place and evidence to narrative, fostering emotional engagement as well as understanding. This approach positions survivor memoirs not just as testimonies, but investigative texts, where described objects and spaces act as material witnesses, a term used by forensic scholar Susan Shupley. And such interpretation is increasingly urgent amid Holocaust denial and generational distance from lived experience. So I examined two memoirs published by the Israeli Foundation, by Felix Opatowski, who we've heard about already this morning, and Nate Leipziger, both Polish Jewish teenagers during their time in Auschwitz. And I think Nate is joining us on Zoom today, so just a quick shout out to Nate. Now, my primary focus today, and of course we're very limited on time, right, and what we can discuss, and I've been narrowing down this paper quite significantly, is on materiality, often mundane, sometimes extraordinary, and how this anchors both literary narratives of survival, supporting what Lawrence Langer calls deep memory. And I also want to preface this talk by emphasizing that I'm in the field of memory studies, as opposed to history as its own discipline. So my interpretation of how one might apply a forensic approach might differ to others. And it's a new project, so I would be interested in any comments or suggestions. As Johanna Helbo-Bondegard argues in Forensic Memory, forensics and testimony exist in productive tension. Forensics lends credibility and structure, making it a powerful lens for reading Holocaust memoirs shaped by memory, trauma, and the evidentiary demands of justice and remembrance. But forensic engagement with memoirs need not be rigid, and as I suggest, the published Holocaust memoir as a literary mode is often deeply informed by the analytical, archaeological, and judicial practices of forensics. So, because I'm limited on time, I'll not go into these in too much detail, but in terms of thinking about subcategories for how we might approach a forensic approach to reading Auschwitz testimony, we have, of course, material culture as evidence, architecture, space, and environment, which was discussed in the first panel. Of course, architecture and space go very well hand in hand, really, with forensic investigation, but also traces of other prisoners, bodily traces, visual and multimodal evidence, and narrative agency and authority. And while it's not the primary focus of this research, despite being a panel on gender, which I was quite surprised to be on, this method also opens avenues for gender analysis. So how material culture, daily survival, and objects used may have varied between male and female identifying prisoners. Okay, so turning now to my case studies. Opatowski and Leipziger. I approached their memoirs somewhat comparatively, focusing on Auschwitz and their later reflections on revisiting the camp. Both experienced other sites of persecution, of course, but Auschwitz stands out in their writing as being a space of rupture, otherworldly in its moral and physical breakdown. So I've compiled a basic table to mark the respective categories in which I engage with the forensic mode of their writings. Their testimonies are marked by vivid materiality and narrative precision, aligning with a forensic mode of storytelling. And while each survivor, of course, has a unique perspective, my analysis seeks to identify shared patterns in how objects, space, and memories are used to navigate difficult or indescribable experiences to communicate with readers. So as mentioned, Felix Opatowski was born in Łódź in 1924, and he's deported from the Łódź ghetto to Auschwitz in August 1943. He becomes a runner for the Polish underground, and after surviving Auschwitz, immigrates to Canada. He passed away in 2017. Gatehouse to Hell, the title of his memoir, refers specifically to the quarantine camp in Birkenau, where both men were held for the majority of the time that they're writing about the camp. Nate Leipziger was born in 1928 in Horshoff, and he's deported to Auschwitz on the 2nd of August 1943 at the age of 15, and he survives with his father and is later liberated from a sub-camp of Dachau. Notably, both men arrived in Auschwitz in the same month, offering insight into the camp at that time, right? And a forensic approach to their testimonies reveals narratives shaped not only by memory, but by physical space, the body, and survival's performative aspects. So the first category that I'll refer to, and I don't know if I'll have time to get through all of these, but I'll try, is tattoos and scars. Felix Opatowski's tattoo, number 143425, signifies institutional dehumanization. He states, "I never expected to be branded with a number, now I really felt that I was a slave." The tattoo caused not just psychological harm, but also physical pain. He was warned that rubbing it might lead to infection and death. It became not only a memory, but a visceral material evidence of bureaucratic violence. Opatowski's body carries scars from other instances of torture, as mentioned, which were implemented for his role in working with the resistance. So this included permanently damaged fingernails, damage to his ear and his eye after being linked to the prisoner uprising. I just want to refer to an image of Felix. Here, when we see some of his fingernails never actually grew back, they were removed one by one. These bodily remnants, according to anthropologist Carol Kidrone, act as semi-external markers of suffering and perhaps form a kind of heritage site of their own. Opatowski affirms this embodiment. "I still feel the pain mentally and physically." The infliction of pain was systemized, and violence against the body becomes readable as archival trauma, its effects etched into the living tissue. Nate Leipziger also bears his number as both a scar and identity. He states, "My arm was swollen and burning. It became my new name, my birth certificate, my identity card." He also suffered whippings, resulting in large welts across his body. One punishment involved watching his father beaten with a shovel while bent over a brick oven in the barracks. The physical structure then being used or turned into instruments of violence, used, as he describes it, as a punishment rack. We also learn about the impact or the importance of clothing. Clothing becomes both a symbol and tool for survival as objects of the body. Upon arrival, Opatowski and others were stripped, issued ill-fitting uniforms, and told to keep their shoes, often their only personal possession. Shoes were so critical that inmates slept in them to prevent theft. Clothing or its lack determined life or death through exposure and inability to work. Leipziger, too, was stripped of his dignity through this method, stating, "My clothes were terribly large, my appearance was comical, no one laughed." His father, who was permitted to visit one of the warehouses of Canada during a work detail, retrieved clothing for him, stating, "He picked up a pair of riding boots, breeches, and a nice jacket. I looked more human being than I did a scarecrow." But even though these clothes were plundered from the murdered, Leipziger emphasizes their emotional value here in allowing him to feel more human. And this also reveals the complexity of modes of survival, certainly in terms of living off plundered objects from the dead. In terms of other material culture, inmates adapted everyday objects to survive. Opatowski's soup bowl had to be tied around his pants. Losing it meant starvation. Spoons were sharpened into knives. Cloths became socks. He also bartered gasoline smuggled from salvaged airplanes for food, creating a kind of microeconomy. One of his friends, Sigmund, who appears often in his memoir, played chess with him using a handmade set and rewarded him with cake. Opatowski writes, "Cake, I want you to know, not bread. That was the best cake I ever had in my life." He also passed notes for the Polish resistance using rocks, repurposing the oppressive camp environments for subversive use. Archaeologist Gilly Carr calls these objects of the world of the camp. Similarly, Leipziger highlights the importance of the metal soup bowl, which served as a utensil and a pillow. Working in the bread room, he was told to slice loaves so thin that crumbs became life or death matters. And he was able to kind of cut thicker slices of bread and specifically hand these out to his friend and his father. And we've heard a little bit already about architecture, landscape, and environment. Opatowski's memoir maps the terrain of Birkenau, bunks, barracks, and mass graves as layers of deep or traumatic memory. He was, against his will, forced to actually expand the camp under forced labor and work. We know, of course, that Auschwitz was constantly changing over the years of its existence and expanding. We also learn of his work in the airplane salvage yard and the perimeter of the camp, which allowed him to smuggle gasoline for barter as alcohol in exchange for food. And a key site in his memoir was the neutral zone, bordered by electric fences. So the kind of the site in between the two electric fences, the so-called neutral zone, where he writes, "We often found dead bodies hanging on the wires. Suicides were frequent." This zone exemplified physical evidence of the camp's cruelty. The washroom also served as a black market space, while the ditches, the so-called ditches in Opatowski's memoir, were open pits that were first used to bury bodies from the first gas chamber at Birkenau and later used again for the highly populated Hungarian transports in 1944. Are described by Opatowski, human bodies were burning all the time and the air was full of smoke and stink. His forced labor near these pits lends some authenticity to his account. Leipziger also recalls being counted like gold and treated like dirt. At the Appelplatz, he describes the horse stables turned into barracks, the stones on the ground cutting the soft soles of his shoes, the blazing summer heat, the transition then into thick mud in the rain. He writes, "Each step was a prolonged struggle." He even likens the environment of the camp to a perpetrator in its own right, stating, "It seemed the elements conspired with our tormentors." Understandably, in both memoirs, the electrified fences and chimneys also consistently reinforce the inescapability of death and are often mentioned. Despite this, Leipziger found a sense of intimacy with his father in their shared bunk, a space where they cried together and talked. The bunks also doubled as storage for bread rations, which Leipziger guarded. He states, "We slept on those bunks and guarded the bread. One night, a prisoner sneaked up and scared me, trying to grab a loaf." We also learn about other prisoners and victims. Human relationships, even amidst horror, of course, prolonged moments of comfort. We learn about Jacob, who was Opatowski's mentor and protector, and his friend Sigmund, a privileged prisoner who offered chess and companionship before taking his own life on the electric fence. A death Opatowski documents with care. They describe other prisoners being selected for death, denied food and water, visible to others as they pleaded for mercy. For Leipziger, his father's refusal to abandon him despite opportunities to work safer jobs was integral for his survival. However, the loss of his mother Leah and sister Linka haunts him throughout, confirmed only later. Returning to Auschwitz with his family, he wrote, "At the ruins of gas chamber 3, we tried in vain to light memorial candles in the rain. I said Kaddish and we all cried. It was the right moment to introduce my family to my sister and mother." This presents a more complex understanding of the camp space as both their final resting place and the site of their murder, and how Leipziger has engaged with the site in the post-war. And we also learn about sensory and corporeal traces. Both memoirs are steeped in sensory memory. Obotovsky describes the burning smell on arrival, the filth, the lice, the feel of cold, harsh uniforms. After the Sonderkommando uprising, he was forced to remove ashes from crematoria 2 and dump them in a nearby river. He writes, "The crematoria burned everything, but there was always big bones left. I was one of the guys who took these ashes in a truck with the SS driver." The river, landscape, air became infused with evidence of mass death. For Leipziger, sensory impressions formed a kind of thematic archive that informs his narrative. He recalls the smell of coal dust mixed with the distinctive smell of the burning human flesh, the crimson skies above the crematoria, and drinking soup with his fingers. He talks about shaving the stinging of his shaved skin, the disinfectant stun, and asks later what image he sees when he thinks of Auschwitz. He said the chimneys, the smoke belching out. You never get over that image. Like Obotovsky, the crematoria chimneys serve as a kind of forensic anchor, a material focal point for memory. Okay, so to conclude, these memoirs present survivor testimony not just as narrative, but as material evidence. Through scars, smell, objects, and spaces, Obotovsky and Leipziger inscribe their experiences onto the body and landscape. A forensic reading reveals that the Holocaust not only is a historical truth, but something physically embedded in people and places. As both men revisited Auschwitz later in life, the camp remained a site of return and confrontation. To quote Lawrence Langer, "The soot of the crematoriums and odor of burning flesh intrudes on narrative memory. In that sense, Auschwitz is not past, but persistent, etched into bone, cloth, bunk, brick. And in this, in turn, informs the literary mode of the memoir, as these case studies demonstrate." Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I want to thank all three of you for really interesting and thought-provoking presentations, and also to keeping well within your time limit so that we have time to have a conversation among us. So I'm going to first ask whether anyone around the table has a question or a comment for any or all of the presenters. Please,
I do, but
Deborah.
I cede the honor to anyone else who would like to. Okay. Forward I march. So Charlotte, we know that, or I'm just going to ask you to take the mic. We know that descriptions of women guard violence challenged social norms. And so on the one hand, people didn't believe it. And on the other hand, there was a theory that survivors remembered the violence meted out by female guards differently from the violence meted out by male guards because of their socially constructed ideas about male and men and women. So we know that. I would love you to comment upon it, but where I'm going with this is dogs. Do you think that a similar reasoning applies, that we have a socially constructed idea about dogs, and therefore the use of dogs as weapons challenges those norms? And Barnabas, two questions, a big one and a little one. Of course, you talked about memoirs and testimony, and you used these pairings for 3 women. I want to return to the panel theme of gender and give us some tentative discussions about how gender operated in these cases, and what your preliminary ideas about how male pairings would have worked. we know, for example, that oral histories by men follow different patterns from oral histories recorded by women, and that also the gender of the interviewer matters. So I wonder if you could talk about that. And the little to the side, of course, has to do with the role of the unpredictable and the irrational. Luck, chance, fortuitous circumstance, sympathies, antipathies. And Hannah, wow. These were all great papers, and the ideas that you have expressed are so new to me that I don't have a good question for you, and I apologize.
Yeah, so I think when you're talking about the ways in which, thank you so much for the question as well. But when we're thinking about the ways in which memories of female violence can challenge social norms, I think you're getting at the ways in which like female guards are remembered as being more cruel than their male counterparts, which is definitely a feature. And like it does beg the question whether or not the female guards were in fact more cruel. But I think what is a much more interesting and conversation that can have a bit more, that can bring out more of the nuances is the understanding that because of these expectations of how women should act when they act violently, it's seen as more of an aberration than when men act violently. Obviously, we know that in other studies of perpetrators, and as well, like Susanna Heschel raised it in 2004, the ways in which like how masculinity is conceived as there being a naturally violent component to that, whereas femininity is separate from violence. So it's just the ways in which those social norms are shaping the ways in which that's perceived. And yeah, so that's my comment on that. And then thinking about the ways in which dogs is like a weapon and how that challenges norms. I think that sometimes it has a bigger impact. Sometimes when looking in archives for non-human animals. I'm currently working on a project that's looking at how archives are obviously organized around patriarchal notions of gender. But when looking for the non-human animals, obviously that brings up cases of violence using dogs. And it's a ways in which to understand violence that by going around the patriarchal notions of gender that shape the archives. So I think that's one really interesting way in which that occurs. So I don't know if that totally answers the question, but that's what I have to say.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Devorah. I must admit, I must share Hannah's surprise at being on a panel about gender. Gender only really was in my paper from the start, from the fact that I'm talking about three women, which if my supervisor Zoe here would be very upset with me sort of distilling gender down to just them being women. So I'll try and go a bit further than that, and say that something fascinating about these three cases is the silence that we would of content that we would expect to see in women's narratives exactly of these moments of being handed over from the Hungarians to the Germans at Kassa. We know that that's another point where there were incredibly invasive body searches of Hungarian women. That had happened mostly at the ghettos, but it happens again at the border. And that's an incredibly gendered sort of activity. It's gendered not only because it often happens against women in a very intrusive way, but it also happens against men in an intrusive way. But there's an extra gendered element towards women because a lot of the guards at this point are men, and many of them often take advantage of the situation, not only to conduct invasive searches, but also to sexually assault the women in the carriages. There are some often video interviews where the women will talk about these moments. None of the three that I looked at spoke about that, which is an interesting silence. If I remember correctly, Judith, who spoke about that moment very clearly in here, was interviewed by a man. And if I also remember correctly, another woman that I've worked on during my doctoral thesis, who speaks at great length about an assault at the border, was interviewed by a woman. Now, there may well be a very clear gendered element there in terms of feeling more comfortable to open up against a woman, but at the same time, this is a recorded interview, and interviewees are very aware of the fact that they're being recorded, and so that, I think, it has something to play in there as well. So lots of uncertainties, but very much something that is interesting because of its lack of being in these examples, both from the memoirs and from the interviews. Particularly odd, maybe, from the interviews, because we're used to seeing that spoken about in many other interviews from women in the same situations. In terms of what male pairings would look like, that's a very good question. I was unable to find male pairings from the brief look over through the Azrieli Foundation memoirs that I looked at. I didn't at all do an exhaustive search, so there may well be some, and that would be a fascinating comparison to make. And perhaps we'll find different silences in men than we do in women. Perhaps we'd find the same ones. I'm not quite sure. In terms of your question on the unpredictable and the irrational, could you sort of remind me of sort of what your question was on that?
The ways in which it operated. There is the role of the unpredictable, luck, chance, fortuitous circumstance, timing, the role of the irrational, sympathies, antipathies, visceral responses and reactions.
Yes. So this actually comes into a lot of conversations that I've had with Azrieli Foundation staff here over the past couple of days, in terms of really being able to ask them and dig into the process behind the creation of these memoirs. And that's something that we need to think of in terms of the interviews as well, which is that I think there is such an element of luck in terms of, is the memoir one that was brought to the foundation by the survivor themselves, or is it by their descendants? Because that will change whether you can actually go and ask that survivor a question to clarify something or not is going to make a huge difference. We heard at the book launch yesterday of all the immense research that the family and their friends and the foundation had to do to find details that maybe were unclear or inaccurate from the original manuscript. And there's an element of unpredictability and luck in that, in terms of, do you have the survivor to talk to? But there's also an element of, do you find the right information in the archives? I'm sure this will be shared by all the researchers here, that there are times we go into archives looking for things and we just can't find them. And then there are other days when you go looking for exactly the same thing and you find it after 5 minutes. And that's luck. And when you're working on a project like the memoirs here, whether or not you find that information will dramatically influence the memoir that is created, and then the way people engage with it, because they'll either know a piece of information or they won't. And so I think that's a huge thing. I'm struck, and I think one of the big things that hopefully came out of my presentation was how, although there are narratives, there's so many pieces of information that could be included in a history, but that often aren't, because the survivor doesn't think it's relevant, or they're not asked about it, or they purely forget on that one occasion. We all forget to bring it up. I'm reminded of the work of Alexandra Szabó, who a fellow Hungarian Holocaust historian, who has worked on a Hungarian survivor, and she presented this survivor's history at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum a few weeks ago. And I realized that it's a survivor that I've also worked on in my doctoral thesis. And I'd worked on her using her VHA interview and using her published memoir. And then I speak to Alex about her, and she tells me a different story, one that survivor had never told anyone else in a published version, but had only said by word of mouth. And it's obviously, it changes nothing about the trajectory of her life or her experiences, but there's one element, one history that she kept back from those public versions. And again, just the pure luck that she felt able to open up to Alex about that is unpredictable. And so I think it's easy for us to dismiss these as challenges or as problems, but actually they're opportunities, and they're something that we need to be aware of in terms of recognizing that we're not always going to find everything we want to, and we can't create a sort of a complete history of the Holocaust, nor should we try to, because that would undermine its very nature as a human event. Thank
you. Yes, please.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I was just thinking that it's an interesting experience we have, because many of us analyze the same testimonies, and it's kind of cross-examination right now is going on. And I feel like, okay, did I miss something? Sometimes I need to shorten my presentation. Now, I had as Barnabas talking about Judy, and yeah, I noticed some difference, but I kind of, to shorten my presentation, I did not talk about it. Yeah, so it's a very interesting experience, I would say, so to have such a using the same testimonies during for this conference. I have a question for Barnabas. I understand it's not applicable for these interviews, but did you have a chance to compare different accounts of the same survivors, but in different languages? This is my question. And my question for Charlotte as well. So obviously, when prisoner survivors compare women guards to animals, it's a form of dehumanization. And we know that, of course, SS men-women guards, they also use dehumanization. Are you having any thoughts of comparing how they dehumanize each other, if you have any thoughts about it? Thank you.
I've just spoken for a while, so do you want to go? People can get hold of my voice.
Great question. Yeah, I think whenever speaking about dehumanization in the term of gender history is always so fascinating. I think one reason for that sometimes is because I think sometimes the language of dehumanization can also degender people. So when thinking about terms of gender-based violence, simply just labeling that violence as dehumanization can sometimes take away some of those gender dynamics of the violence as well. So I think in my own work, I do sometimes shy away from using the word dehumanization when classifying the types of violence that I'm interested in, just because I think to simply accept something as dehumanizing, it sometimes can remove some of the causal and analytical factors that can help explain the violence that we're witnessing and seeing in testimony memoir in the past. However, I think there is also something there when speaking about the ways in which language that does dehumanize people is used, though. And I think especially when thinking about the language of animality and the language of non-human animals and that imagery, so much can come to fruition. One of my colleagues at the University of Southern California, Sarah Ernst, their work is currently looking at the ways in which animal imagery can bring forth histories of people with disabilities and queer people during the Holocaust, because that language and imagery is being used by people towards other people. And that always tells us something new and interesting about the past. So yeah, I totally think there's something there when thinking about how prisoners deploy that imagery, as well as thinking about it in a broader picture, how dehumanization shapes the violence that we see. So that's my non-answer answer right now.
Thank you.
Language is so fundamental, not only to the construction of these narratives, but also, and the expression of them by the survivors themselves, but also to how we interpret them and we understand them as viewers. I wasn't able to compare Hungarian language testimonies from these three individuals, but there's a couple of points on language that I want to make that I think will hopefully answer your question. The first is that language is often connected to time, particularly with the Shoah Foundation interviews. Many of them, well, they all, by necessity of when the Shoah Foundation was created, take place in the 80s and 90s. And particularly the ones here, and particularly given Cold War politics, they take place after survivors have lived more time of their life than they did by the time they were in the Holocaust, in another language, thinking, talking, loving, working in this case, English. And that has a enormous impact on how they structure their interviews and how they speak. And I'll speak a little bit more about some of the complexities of that in my third point. But the second one is just to briefly mention the issue of translation. That's something that impacts the memoirs a lot more than the interviews. I was speaking just last night to one of the staff here who spoke to me about a recent book that has just been published by the Azrieli Foundation that is a translation from a Hungarian diary memoir. Now, the diary itself was written in the immediate aftermath of the Holocaust, or even during it. I'll be corrected, I'm sure. And it was written in Hungarian. And it was then published in Hungarian with an enormous amount of footnotes that clarified every single piece of history and reference that they were making. But the English version, the foundation decided to publish that without any footnotes. That's in order to make it more readable. It's in order to engage with an audience. It fits with the priorities of the institution here. And it's a translation decision. And it's something that means that you could read those two books. They're telling the same narrative in the same way, but you'd get a different perspective on the same event. And then the third point is sort of to nuance all of that, really, and to say that I'll use an example from a different Shoah Foundation interview, that of Magda Brown, who is very prominent in my PhD thesis. Now, she spoke her interview in English. She lived, in fact, here in Canada. And she speaks the majority of the interview in English. But then there are certain points where she's speaking about something incredibly distressing. It's when she's speaking about her experiences of sexual violence. And at those moments, she moves back into Hungarian. And she explains that in her mind, these are moments that she remembers in Hungarian. And so I think here we can see something very interesting in terms of language being something that is attached to that memory, attached to that event, and attached to that time and space. And so we need to think about language not just as sort of a barrier between our understanding of something, but also as something that is deeply connected to how those people experienced and remembered their events. And it's something that is actually really useful for us as researchers to be able to pick up on and draw on.
Yes, Helga. Thank you all, three of you. Those were wonderful presentations. I just want to start with a comment, and it's to Barnabas about the chapter formations. I really like that. I mean, it seems so obvious now after you've said it, but it's something that I never thought about, right? Is the ghetto experience something separate, or does it move into the camp experience and the trip there and all that kind of stuff? So thank you for that. I would actually like to ask Hannah a question, and maybe others want to answer it as well, but you were surprised that you were on a panel about gender. Yeah. But I want to think a little bit about gender in terms of family dynamics. And when you were talking about Nate Leipziger and how he and his father would speak on the bunks, and I haven't read this for a little while, so I might not get it all right, but as I recall, he talks about how his dad was talking to him, like in a way that he had never talked to him before. And so I'm wondering if you could just say a little bit about sort of how gender and family dynamics, or family dynamics specifically, how they play a role in those. And I was thinking a little bit too about Barnabas, about Judy Cohen and Judith Rubenstein too, how they kind of formed other families in the camps, right? And how that all worked. So.
Yeah, you're right. In the description, when it's talking about this being the first, when they're in the bunks eventually, right, and they kind of have this moment to actually think about what's happened during the day, the arrival there, where they are, and they have this kind of breakthrough moment where he's crying and it's his father's comforting him, and he says it's the most that they've ever talked without the mother and the sister being there. So this really horrific, oppressive space becomes kind of this, I don't know, this kind of extraordinary moment where we see this like really strong bond develop. And I know that he talked about like because they survived together, right? And which is in itself is quite extraordinary. And that lasts into the post-war, right? He talks about, I think he references them as becoming more brothers than sort of father and son. So I think that's certainly a huge point, and certainly his father plays a huge role in his survival. And I think certainly in most of the testimonies and a lot of the from across the kind of camp space, if you have kind of familial bonds or kind of an adopted familial bond, right, which quite often women formed with one another, you had a better chance of survival, kind of from a humanistic standpoint, an emotional standpoint. And that's something that generally is kind of discussed in memoirs. So I think that's definitely part of it. And of course, gender does come up in these two memoirs as well. They're kind of the ways in which they're from the periphery of their camp, they're sort of watching the women. And I think it's Nate's memoir. He describes seeing his girlfriend and how he notices for the first time that she's become a woman, right? She has this kind of womanly figure. And so we kind of do have a kind of thinking of seeing women from the periphery, which is quite interesting and would be interesting to explore in these memoirs, definitely.
And yes, and we can see those sort of, the camp families, as they're called. We see that forming in Judy's memoir when she talks about the sisters and the young women. Actually, as she references them in her memoir, she draws attention to the fact that they're women as well as that they're young, and that is interesting. That she takes on, in the memoir at least, in her memories, she takes on right early that the group, the solidarity group that they're going to do, that they're going to build together and that's going to be so important for their survival, is both aged and gendered. Now, I mentioned earlier the frustration of sort of suggesting that I'm talking about gender just because I'm talking about three women. So I will say that from my PhD research as well, I've discovered that often these bonds exist in men groups as well. For a long time, it was assumed that men were more on their own, that these bonds were gendered female, and that's largely a case of sort of how this kind of research has led the development of gender studies, and that's brilliant. And now is a moment where we can start, and the field is starting to actually take some of those really keen insights and apply them to masculinity as well, and so to discover. Hopefully, maybe going back to Deborah's question, if I found male groups like this, maybe I would find that as well. Hopefully, I would. Certainly, from the other research I've done, I have found those moments where groups start to solidify. One of the fascinating things about that is that these are enforced communities. These are not necessarily completely voluntary ones. Often they're based around people who knew each other before the camp. They're from a same area, and that they didn't necessarily know each other, but they're from the same area. That sort of binds them together. It creates solidarities that didn't exist before, and of course, due to the gender segregation of the camp, they're inherently gendered. But what's interesting, really, I find, is taking those. That knowledge from gender histories of the Holocaust and applying that to masculinity and femininity, and then seeing the differences and similarities as well.
Are there any more comments, questions around the table? Then let me see. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. These presentations were really fascinating, and it was really exciting to hear about this research. I have a question for Hannah that begins with a connection, which is relating to the image that you showed of, I believe it was Felix Opatowski's fingernails. Yeah. Carlo Ginzburg, the historian, wrote an article about art forgeries and how for whoever determines what an art forgery is, I'm not sure what that career is, but for people who are working in this profession, if you want to be able to tell which Botticelli paintings are real, it's not the composition or the faces or the dramatic elements of the work, it's the fingernails. That Botticelli had a specific way of painting fingernails. And that's kind of the tiny detail that unpacks the whole truth of authorship and experience and authenticity. And that connection hit me really hard seeing those pictures and hearing you speak on that. And I was wondering if you could speak a bit more to this concept of bodily heritage sites. I thought the way you situated it in between kind of architecture and clothing and physical trauma was really, really brilliant. And it would be really interesting to hear as well how you would relate this to the work on archaeology that you've done, if you think there's any connection there.
Yeah. No, it's a really good question. And this kind of first came up in relation to my work on Sobibor. So I work primarily on Sobibor death camp. And we kind of, it's a kind of different way in terms of working in the archaeology, because we kind of begin with these corporeal remains, and then it kind of grows from there. And then it's kind of discussing, where it's found and how it relates to the camp structure and so on. When it's on the lived body, it's like it's just another form of testimony, right? That's like physically etched into that person in lived memory. And of course, we have this with all instances of war, genocide, right? But I think it's interesting to think of it as kind of in a forensic approach, as like in relation to, you mentioned about the kind of the torture, his eye, the really horrific story about his eye and dealing with that. And the way that he describes it in the memoir is quite matter of fact, like this is what happened. They took one fingernail, I passed out, they took another and I passed out. And then when you see the kind of the image of that like lasting legacy and how even him just maybe looking at his nails and kind of thinking back to Auschwitz, it's like provides this really tangible link. And I think it really fits into this idea of this kind of, this heritage site. And I should have put a link to the article by Carol Kidron, but about this kind of being their own heritage site. And I really started to think about this in relation to one of the Sobibor survivors who, when he escaped the camp, in the camp uprising, he was hiding in a farm and he was shot in the jaw and his bullet remained. And it was how his daughter kind of interacted with the bullet. So she would sit on his lap and she would feel the bullet, and he would like point it out to people when they came over, like feel my jaw, like, so it's kind of interesting to see how it kind of relates sort of past and present, and in a really kind of visceral, really way that really, embodies that level of violence that's just kind of incomprehensible, right? And he doesn't mention it in that's a documentary, a post-war documentary that I think was, I can't remember the name of it. It's in my longer paper, but it films him going back to Auschwitz, and he's not pointing it out, but it's something that I just noticed when he's talking about the uprising and the crematory being blown up. And it was kind of interesting to think, well, I read about that and I can see it now, right? So I don't know if I really answered your question, but it is something that I'd be very interested in actually looking into more testimonies to think about those kind of physical scars and how they manifest in relation to the camp experience in these memoirs.
Any other questions around the table? And if not, let's turn to our audience. Yes, please.
Thank you, and thank you for another very interesting panel. I have few questions to each of the presenters and one comment. I'll start with Charlotte. You were talking about women not allowed to have the SS and dog with the SS, and I would like to challenge you a bit on this, okay? Because within the feminist terminology, there will be gender, class, age, the intersection. And yes, Ausverinen did not have SS, but there were Halverinen, and we have pictures from them from Międzybrodzie, and they have SS on their uniforms. So if you could comment a bit about this, because it's the class difference here probably, or this is how I think about it. My second question is the survivors or the victims were very critical over women along the gender lines, but the Ausverinen, or they were called by the survivors SS women, they also violated the typical view, very traditional view on women in the Nazi Germany. Do we know anything how the perpetrator looked or the SS people in the SS garrison in Auschwitz, how they looked. Because to me, what's really surprising and interesting is that the perpetrator and the victim couldn't agree about any categories, but sometimes the category of gender overlapped. So if you could comment on this a bit. And then you were showing in the visuals, you were showing Jan Komsky picture. So a man portraying women. And it was a segregated space, women and men. Under some circumstances, men could enter the female space. Could women enter the male space? Or are you aware of anything like this? Okay. Then the question about the written and the glasses, yeah, urbaness, yeah. You were talking about written testimonies and recorded testimonies. So two different media. And I'm very interested in the visual element because women and men present themselves differently. So is there anything that you can comment about how the gender plays a role in way we have the way women dress, women, their facial expressions and all this during the interviews. And is it different with visuals than with the written text? And my comment is, you learned yesterday, and you couldn't know about this, because I have the advantage of reading the memoirs that was presented yesterday and taking a glimpse at the correspondence between Leon and Moshe. And this is a perfect example of forming this family that becomes multi-generational family. So I encourage you very much to look into this. And I have a question for Hannah as well. And one is gendered, one is not, because I respect the fact that you think you're not necessarily, that you are surprised why you are here. Okay, so I assume that you knew for a few days that you are in the gender. Yeah. So which of the categories that you created you think it gives the more possibilities of seeing the gender difference, or which of those categories you can see as gender?
Yeah.
And then non-gendered question. It's with the editing of every memoir, there is always a question of the audience. Let me put it, not the historical, non-historical facts, but the readership. There is the sympathetic readership and there is the hesitant readership. So when there is a editor, the editor's role is also to make sure that when the memoir is written by a Holocaust denier, this memoir doesn't create those spaces or holes that can feed the Holocaust denial.
Yeah.
Yeah, and an example would be like beautifully polished nails. Yeah. Which of the categories that you presented here you see as those who could somehow, when you do the study, would help the editors to see where those spaces that need to be carefully examined are more evident. And I hope you understand what I'm after here. Yeah, and everybody else. Okay?
Okay, so we have 1 minute left. How fast can you guys speak? Do we have any wiggle time, or do we need to say, let's talk about this over lunch?
We can talk about it over lunch, but let's take 2 minutes and have Hannah maybe respond to that last question about where she would feel gender would fit into forensics.
Great.
No pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. And to be honest, it would be something that I would need to think about a bit more carefully in relation to these memoirs. But certainly, I think I mentioned kind of these categories of objects of the body, objects of the world of the camp, right? And certainly, and I can testify this more to doing excavations and what the kind of objects that we were finding, which were very gendered. So objects specifically relating to women, so hair clips, hair braids, etc. Very, very gendered. And I think that doing a kind of wider reading of a collection of memoirs, including those by women, it would be very interesting to see. Probably, I think in relation to maybe clothing and other material culture might be where there'd be more kind of room to think about that. But again, that would be a really interesting approach to do more of a kind of comparative study about these categories and how they fit into like a wider sort of sample of testimonies. But certainly material culture itself is inherently very gendered. And I would imagine that there would be some interesting findings from that approach. So probably within kind of clothing, other material culture, but also tattoos, of course. And yeah, sensory corporeal traces, I think, is in the mind of every person who enters Auschwitz. So yeah, it would be interesting to compare for sure.
Thank you. That's a good note to pause on. I'm not going to say end on. I hope we'll continue these conversations over lunch. I hope many of us will continue them even over email and other kind of vehicles tomorrow and in the weeks, months that follow. But for the meantime, who am I to stand between people and lunch?
The surprise. That needed to be done.
I thought it was for the best because I was like
So, yeah, but my kids always say, Dad, you go on too many, sites.
That's why I'm actually just gonna bring my mic. I'm afraid of being too close to the mic.
So I got 3 examples from here. That's what I'm doing. You can do whatever you need to do. Yeah, you know, our Hungarian.
Are you sure? Okay. I actually thought it was very interesting. I just meant, I wasn't going to say this word for it. Also a creative writer. I can leave it out too. These not published? I suppose so.
Yes, that's Laura. Laura? Okay. I really need to blow my nose.
Yeah, I had it on my laptop.
Like the landscape. I like book better, but
It's one of those words that, like, I don't think that's how you pronounce it.
I'll say but, I think you're good.
Yeah, okay. Either of the other two.
Yeah.
Documentary. We just put in the.
It's not like her.
Do you know her?
No, yeah, she's right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess she's.
Yeah.
You sound like me. I'm like, he's close to that.
I took some painkillers and I started to cough just now. No, are you okay?
Oh, yeah.
Do you need a water here? Do you have a water here?
Anytime. I'm not going to say too much. We're not here to see me. Okay, I want to welcome everyone back from lunch to panel 3, Auschwitz as Linguistic Space. I hope everyone's refueled and re-energized for an afternoon of very exciting panels. We have 3, well, I'll first introduce myself, I guess. I'm Gavin Weens from the University of Toronto. I'm also working with the ROM and the Toronto Holocaust Museum. We have a very interesting set of papers this afternoon on a topic that is often front and center in memoirs of Holocaust survivors, but sometimes overlooked in narratives of the Holocaust, and that is language. The first thing that jumps to my mind when I think of language in Holocaust memoirs is Victor Klemperer's diary entries and his meticulous noting of the terminology used by the Nazi regime before and during the Second World War. And so I'm hoping, and I think this is going to be the case, that our three panelists today will kind of do their best to redress this kind of shortcoming in many Holocaust narratives. So I will introduce each panelist in turn, let them speak, and then move on to the next. And so we have, first of all, Leah Deromedy, excuse me. Leah Deromedy teaches English at Boot College in Northern California. Her PhD, which she completed at Royal Harroway at the University of London, focused on child protagonists in survivor fiction. She's published on Holocaust literature and Jewish identity in child-centered Holocaust novels. She's also, very interestingly, a creative writer herself. And her paper is titled, "Here There Is No Why, Auschwitz as Metonym for the Holocaust and Survivors' Literary Reckoning with Memory."
Will this actually? Okay, so no, yeah. I'll take this pause to, of course, thank everybody for being here and the organizers, and to say that I'm having a little bit of a Hannah moment about linguistics, so I hope that that shows up enough in here as well. All right. Oh, wait, no, I'm here. Okay, nope, too much. There we go. Okay. According to historian Pierre Nora, we speak so much of memory because there is so little of it left. Nowhere is this paradox more evident than in Auschwitz, a site where memory is both meticulously preserved and painfully incomplete. Auschwitz often stands as the most prominent symbol of the Holocaust, with the word itself having become shorthand for the event in its entirety, for survivors, historians, politicians, and critics. The place has come to represent Nazi evil and Jewish victimhood, but it is also so much more than that. It has a language of its own, a set of images, names, and phrases that carry immense figurative weight. It is a reconstructed and preserved record of history and a haunted site of collective and individual memory. Literature often returns to Auschwitz not only because of the extensive historical record, from Nazi documentation to survivor testimony, but because of what that record cannot capture. What is missing, left out, or lost takes the forefront. Memory becomes crucial, and its absence a painful reminder. This paper explores Auschwitz in terms of survivors' written memory. The camp's symbolic presence may dominate cultural memory, but the narrative insists on what remains unstable, fragmentary, and unresolved. A single concentration camp can encompass many spaces and stories. A vast metropolis like Auschwitz becomes its own living entity. The historical site, both physically present and partially destroyed, serves as a metaphor for memory. Even in its reconstruction, this place that once held so much life and so much death now holds only narrative and representation. A memorial plaque declares, "Forever let this place be a cry of despair and a warning to humanity, where the Nazis murdered about 1.5 million men, women, and children, mainly Jews from various countries of Europe. This is the narrative engraved in metal, but not the whole story. The official numbers, names, and categories cannot capture the irreducible quality of individual suffering. No plaque can fully contain the burden of memory or the questions survivors carry. What does it mean to remember this place? Who is entitled to remember it, and how?" This need to memorialize is profound, and Auschwitz, perhaps more than any other site, serves as a corridor between past and present, both physically and textually. Its images are etched into public consciousness: the infamous gate, the guard tower, the train tracks. These visual figures serve as access points, but overexposure can render them distant, leaving the viewer or reader with a sense of recognition but not understanding. This symbolic layering appears across genres and media, but it is most compelling in the works of Holocaust survivors. Writers such as Primo Levi, Elie Wiesel, and Imre Kertész do not merely recall Auschwitz as a place. They reconstruct its moral, physical, and linguistic terrain. They return in memory and on the page to interrogate what it means to survive it, to write about it, and to shape how others will remember it. Giorgio Agamben reflects on this challenge, suggesting that Auschwitz presents us with a reality that necessarily exceeds its factual elements, an aporia where representation strains against the limits of language and memory. These authors are not historians. They are witnesses, interpreters, and critics of memory itself. Their texts become counter-memorials, resisting closure, rejecting simplification, and insisting on the moral and emotional dissonance that Auschwitz represents. Auschwitz embodied a breaking point and a breaking down of all that its prisoners thought they knew about the world and humanity. Stripped of their dignity by the brutal Nazi regime, prisoners were reduced to their most primal instincts, erasing centuries of civilized thought. As Wiesel asserted, at Auschwitz, not only man died, but also the idea of man. Leon Yudkin claimed that Auschwitz is a planet separate from the rest of the world, a place where there is no concept of wife, children, family, where there is no God, nothing, not even the crematorium, just a gray stretch in which the only thing desired is a crust of bread. In these accounts, Auschwitz takes on a distinctive presence, which is unlike anything experienced before. At the limits of the known, Auschwitz stands apart. It was a beginning for many as much as it was an end for most. Survivor writing reveals that Auschwitz came to symbolize a far greater, deeper search for meaning. In his galley diary, Imre Kertész reinforced this sentiment, reflecting on Auschwitz's enduring impact. Whatever I am thinking about, I am always thinking about Auschwitz. He considers it inescapable and believes the concentration camp is imaginable only and exclusively as literature, never as reality. For Kertész, literature is the survivor's only tool to represent such atrocity, highlighting the limitations of language and memory in conveying its true horror. Conversely, Elie Wiesel contends that a novel about Auschwitz is not a novel, or else it is not about Auschwitz, essentially negating the viability of fictionalized accounts. So, who writes about Auschwitz, and in what form? This tension between memory and representation is also central to Primo Levi's autobiographical work, where language itself becomes a site of struggle. For example, Levi's original Italian title, Se questo è un uomo, If This Is a Man, immediately confronts the reader with the dehumanizing logic of the camp. Is this person still human, he asks. Is this humanity? The American title, Survival in Auschwitz, is more accessible, but risks reductive connotations. However, including Auschwitz in the title carries the raw, unmitigated weight of the Holocaust. It transcends simple geography, representing the systematic extermination of millions and the nadir of human cruelty. It also carries heavy emotional resonance, preparing the reader for the difficult content within. For Levy and his contemporaries, Auschwitz was not merely a place, but a defining reality of the Holocaust, one that demanded this new language, new forms, and a reckoning with the limits of what writing could support. This insistence on understanding, not forgiveness, not justification, but complication, is echoed in Wiesel's works. For example, in Night, he recounts his time in Auschwitz, although brief, with a voice shaped by the inability to speak or be heard. The most striking moments are not those of violence, but of absence, the silence of God, the silence of the world, the silence between father and son. Auschwitz here is not a symbol, but a void. It consumes meaning, language, even time. Wiesel does not seek to interpret the Holocaust. In fact, he refuses to make it coherent. His narrative ends not with catharsis, but with the image of himself in a mirror, unrecognizable. While many narratives emphasize the universal horror of Auschwitz, it's important to note that the experience held a uniquely devastating significance for Hungarian Jews. Their specific historical context adds to our understanding of the camp's impact. Unlike other European Jewish communities who faced gradual persecution and deportation, the vast majority of Hungarian Jews were deported to Auschwitz during the summer of 1944, a shockingly concentrated timeframe. This occurred late in the war, when the machinery of extermination was at its most efficient, resulting in the rapid murder of an unprecedented number of people. Until that point, many Hungarian Jews had experienced a degree of relative security. The sudden and violent disruption of their lives, coupled with the realization that their previously perceived safety was a cruel illusion, intensified the trauma. The collaboration of the Hungarian government added another layer of betrayal and national culpability. The efficiency of the extermination process at Auschwitz during this period, combined with the late-stage realization of their impending doom, meant that Hungarian Jews experienced the Holocaust's most brutal phase with terrifying immediacy. This confluence of factors, sudden annihilation, betrayed trust, and the industrial scale of genocide, resonates powerfully in Hungarian survivor writing. Soviet control over Hungary also delayed the publication and international circulation of many survivor narratives. Countless more were likely lost entirely, unwritten, unpublished, or censored, representing a second, quieter betrayal, the suppression of memory. Hungarian authors, having experienced the Holocaust from this unique perspective, have grappled with the representation of Auschwitz in distinct ways. In his Nobel lecture, Imre Kertész echoed Wiesel when he articulated his view that Auschwitz was the terminus of what he called a twofold journey, that of the prisoner and that of the European whose Enlightenment-era moral history had been erased by the final solution. As he remarked, what I discovered in Auschwitz is the human condition, the endpoint of a great adventure where the European traveler arrived after his 2,000-year-old moral and cultural history. This great adventure is not merely a historical timeline, but a narrative of European self-understanding, one that presumed a continued trajectory of success and progress. Auschwitz shattered this illusion, revealing the dark undercurrents of human potential for brutality masked by the veneer of civilization. He saw the events not as an aberration, but as a logical, if horrifying outcome of European thought. This realization forced a radical reassessment of humanity, not just in the context of the Holocaust, but for the future. Auschwitz thus stands as a stark representation of how the Holocaust reshaped understandings of history and humanity, confronting uncomfortable truths about the fragility of moral constructs. Kertész seeks to understand what, then, is the role of the Holocaust writer, particularly the survivor. This question takes on a crucial dimension when considered alongside Theodor Adorno's famous, though often misinterpreted, assertion, "To write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric." Adorno wasn't issuing a blanket prohibition on art, but rather wrestling with the challenge of representing unimaginable suffering without diminishing its horror. As Ruth Franklin points out, the debate around Adorno's dictum often overshadows the complex realities of Holocaust literature. She argues that even the most seemingly factual accounts contain elements of narrative shaping, like a memoir, and that imaginative literature can offer profound truths about the Holocaust, not in spite of, but through its artistic lens. Franklin suggests that Kertész, in particular, embodies this tension between the impossibility of fully capturing the event and the necessity of bearing witness, striving to maintain both positions at the same time, while acknowledging the inevitable uncertainty in recounting such a reality. In his essay, Who Owns Auschwitz?, Kertész delves into this shockingly ambiguous terrain of Holocaust representation, a landscape fraught with the tension between lived experience and its articulation. Perhaps as a response to the concern about the limitations of language, Kertész argues that representing Auschwitz inevitably involves a process of stylization, one that both transmits and distorts its reality. When we use such brutal sounding, no, went too far. Oh, it's in the wrong way. Okay, you don't get to hear. He says, when we use such brutal sounding terms as extermination camp or final solution, we are already stylizing and have already, in some way, elevated them into concepts, thus depriving them of their original horror. We are trying to render unimaginable pain and sorrow into a single, unified value so that we can insert it into the crannies of our consciousness. This stylization, he argues, is the price inevitably extracted for the Holocaust to enter public consciousness. He challenges the notion that even survivors can fully capture the reality of Auschwitz, a reality that, in his view, remains fundamentally unbearable. Another example is Kertész's autobiographical novel, Fatelessness, which illustrates this approach, using the adolescent character of Yuri to explore the prisoner experience from a position of extreme ignorance, standing in for the entirety of the Hungarian Jewish experience. This ultimately leads Yuri to volunteer for the train to Auschwitz, marking a form of unwitting complicity in his own fate. Yuri's shocking statements, like his cheerful anticipation of arrival at Auschwitz, highlight his naive acceptance of his situation. What I could look forward to from working, though, was above all orderliness, employment, new impressions, and a bit of fun at Auschwitz. This outlook shocks readers who knows what awaits them. Primo Levi recalls a similarly chilling moment. We had learnt of our destination with relief, Auschwitz, a name without meaning for us at that time, but it at least implied some place on this earth. Both Levi and Kertész capture the uncertainty that accompanied arrival, where a name carried no warning and survival depended on knowledge the victims never had. Later, Yuri reflects on this inadequacy of his preparation. Really, I ought to have been learning all along exclusively about Auschwitz. The drawback, however, was that now I would have to be edified here. His casual remark underscores how little Hungary's Jews knew about their fate, and Auschwitz represents both a site and this larger issue, what Yuri and his society ought to have been prepared for, the depths of man's inhumanity to man, as Levy repurposed Robert Burns' words. Despite his brief time at the iconic camp, Auschwitz marks a turning point in Yuri's understanding of his position within the Nazi system and the broader world's perceived order and justice. While Cortege depicts Auschwitz through Yuri's naive perspective, the narratives in the Israeli Foundation's Confronting Devastation, Memoirs of Holocaust Survivors from Hungary offer more visceral representations while sharing similar viewpoints. One survivor portrays the arrival as a descent into dehumanizing, and other accounts center on the terrifying arbitrariness of the selection process, where figures like Mengele determined life or death in an instant, while also representing Auschwitz as a space where faith endured. Veronica Schwartz, in her aptly titled contribution to the collection, Auschwitz, recalls the arrival through confusion and misinterpretation, with some speculating the camp was a mental asylum. Like Cortege's Yuri, she entered Auschwitz without fully understanding where she was or what it meant. Schwartz's realization leads to a representation of Auschwitz as a place that shattered belief and forced agonizing questions about God's presence. These accounts represent Auschwitz as an experience defined by the shock of arrival, that terror of uncertainty, the stripping of humanity, and the spiritual crises or affirmations faced by Hungarian Jews confronting the unimaginable. The memorial plaque at Auschwitz issues a warning to humanity, but it is one the world has repeatedly failed to heed. The crimes of the 20th and 21st century suggest that remembering does not always translate into responsibility. The symbolic weight of Auschwitz remains, but the warning engraved at the site cannot act in our place. Only engagement, ethical, historical, and literary, can resist forgetting and repetition. This is why literature remains vital. It can do what museums and memorials cannot. It can linger in ambiguity, hold competing truths, and refuse resolution. Cortege's rejection of moral climax, Levy's disquiet, Wiesel's frustration, all disrupt the comfort of symbolic closure. The survivors' narratives ask not only to be read, but to be felt, to be struggled with. They do not aim to explain Auschwitz, they aim to preserve its difficulty. They also remind us that memory is not static. The meaning of Auschwitz continues to evolve, shaped by politics, education, and cultural change. Survivor testimony is now central. But as survivors age and leave us, the question becomes, what happens when the witnesses are gone? Will we have records of their memories, like these wonderful memoirs? Can the second and third generation carry the weight of memory without turning it into myth? Can educators, artists, and scholars preserve the emotional truthfulness of Auschwitz without simplifying the moral complexity? There is no single answer, but there is the ongoing task of return, of revisiting the texts, the sites, the questions, and of refusing to let Auschwitz settle into a symbol so familiar it no longer offends. The writers who emerged from its ruins did not speak with one voice. They contradicted each other. They struggled with their own memories. They doubted language, doubted God, doubted themselves. But they wrote, and in writing, they refused erasure. To read them is to walk a path between memory and absence, between the weight of the symbol and the texture of the real. This leads to the consideration that perhaps the most dangerous forgetting is not silence, but familiarity. As Sidra Dekova-Mizrahi reminds us, the story of Auschwitz cannot be told once and for all. It is not a memory that settles into the past, but one that unsettles the present. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leah. Our second panelist this afternoon is Laura Minero. She is an assistant professor in the Department of English and German Philology at the University of Valencia in Spain. And she also completed her PhD in sociolinguistics at the University of Valencia. Laura's research looks at translation in extreme contexts, post-memory and Holocaust studies, especially gender and intergenerational trauma. She has held fellowships at Yad Vashem in Jerusalem and at the Institute for Zeitgeschichte, the Institute for Contemporary History in Munich. Her paper is titled Gendered Otherness, Linguistic Aggression Against Women in Auschwitz-Birkenau.
Good afternoon. It is an immense honor to be here today, coming from Spain, where anti-Semitism still subtly permeates memory culture, and Holocaust education remains limited, being invited to this international gathering organized by the Azrieli Foundation carries special meaning. It is a reminder that remembrance must be built carefully, responsibly, and ethically. As a member of this panel devoted to language, I want to stress how critical it is that we preserve the historical meaning of a word like genocide. Today, genocide is often invoked too lightly, detached from its legal, moral, and historical gravity. To speak of genocide, of the Holocaust, demands humility, precision, and fidelity to the voices of victims. Today, in keeping with this responsibility, I will examine Auschwitz as not only a site of mass murder, but also a space of linguistic violence, particularly gender linguistic violence against Jewish women. How metaphors, slurs, euphemisms, silences, and everyday speech inscribe terror onto women's bodies. To explore this, I engage with three survivor memoirs, each deeply sensitive to language, displacement, and the gendered specificity of suffering and survival. Helena Jokel, of Czechoslovak origin, an elementary school teacher who refused to abandon her students during the deportations, embodies a deeply gendered form of moral resistance. In her memoir, We Sung in Hushed Voices, introduced by Dorota Glowacka, she recounts how her extraordinary multilingualism became a treasured possession, sustaining fragile networks of hope even within the collapse of language. Anna Molnar Hegedus wrote her memoir almost immediately after liberation, publishing it in Hungarian in 1946. As Nima Shik notes in her introduction to As the Lilacs Bloomed, her testimony belongs to the rare corpus of early survivor writings that captured women's experiences before memory could be censored or shaped by later collective taboos. Her language is stark, direct, emotionally raw, preserving the gendered realities of bodily degradation and sexual coercion without euphemism. Judy Cohen, Hungarian-born activist, founded the Women on the Holocaust website, a pioneering resource at a time when gender perspectives on the Holocaust were scarce. Her personal encounter with neo-Nazis deepened her awareness of how hate speech can lead to genocidal violence. With an insightful introduction by Karen Dorr examining Nazi German, A Cry in Unison highlights the weaponization of language and the survivors' ongoing struggle to reclaim it as a means of preserving human dignity. These survivors, like many whose voices are preserved by the Azrieli Foundation, rebuilt their lives in Canada. They carried with them not only the memory of destruction, but also the resiliency of cultural and linguistic heritage. Their journeys remind us that language is not merely a tool of survival, but a bridge between worlds, between loss and renewal, between the devastated communities of Europe and the rebirth of diasporic identities. Holocaust scholarship tended to prioritize structural violence, the camp's mechanisms, the industrialized killing. Yet, as Professor Kempera early taught us, we must also attend to semantic violence, the ways in which language itself enabled, masked, and enacted genocide. Nazi discourse brutalized into the lingua terti imperi, reified Jews and stripped human beings of their dignity through words. As Yuval Davis and Anthea's seminal research demonstrated, during wartime, women tend to be regarded as biological reproducers of cultural, religious, and national identities. Thus, rape becomes not merely an individual assault on the body, but a symbolic attack on the collective. An intersectional approach to the Holocaust is fundamental to conceptualize the multiple forms of oppression Jewish women faced. Stancy Banwell's thesis of Woman as Jew, grounded in Carol Cohn's theory of woman as nation, reveals how Jewish women were doubly marked and essentialized as Jews, racialized and targeted for annihilation, and as women, symbolically bearing biological and cultural continuity. Building on the foundations laid by pioneering gender-sensitive Holocaust scholarship, more recent research has significantly deepened the exploration of sexualized violence during the Holocaust, emphasizing the systematic ways in which gender dynamics shape both individual experiences and genocidal structures. The extreme gender inequality embedded in the Lager system fostered widespread abuse. As Brigitte Halbmeier stresses, sexualized violence formed a continuum encompassing not only rape, but also coerced sexual barter, forced nudity, public shaving, invasive searches, and verbal humiliation. Systematic practices aimed at annihilating women's physical and emotional integrity. Because this violence, citing Mühlhäuser, reflected gender relations, gender identities, and gendered sexual norms and practices, studying it reveals how gender and power crystallized into genocidal structures, operating through both physical and linguistic domination. Crucially, as Heinemann and Goldenberg first emphasized, verbal abuse against Jewish women was saturated with gendered slurs, reflecting and reinforcing sexualized dehumanization. Oster has pioneered the analysis of how gender metaphors and camp slang were not peripheral but central to sexualized terror within the Lager. Yet, despite these insights, the full performative dimension of linguistic violence, the ways language not merely reflected but actively enacted domination over Jewish women, still merits further scrutiny. Standing on the shoulders of feminist, gender-sensitive Holocaust scholarship and integrating my own research on metaphorical dehumanization and cognitive semantics, I analyzed how language in Auschwitz became a weapon of gendered, racialized terror. Euphemisms veiled sexual coercion, while dysphemisms dehumanized and objectified female bodies. Everyday speech functioned as a mechanism that enacted the body as both racialized and gendered, a site of destruction. Nazi camp discourse relied on performative speech acts, where language did not simply describe violence, but actively created and legitimized it, shaping structures of domination within a genocidal system designed to annihilate Jewish womanhood. Auschwitz functioned as a discursive assault that reinforced the essentialization and dehumanization of Jewish women. Helena Jockel offers a vivid account. Every day at Auschwitz held a new humiliation. I often felt worthless. One day, an SS guard said that she was surprised that Aggie was Jewish because she was so attractive. The guard had been taught that Jewish women were covered in hair and crawled on all fours when no one was looking. In the eyes of the SS, we were worse than animals, worthless as Jews, worthless as women, worthless as human beings. Jockel's testimony reveals how animal imagery was woven into everyday camp speech, fusing anti-Semitism and misogyny into a singular, annihilating narrative. Her emphasis on worthlessness captures the intersectionality of violence Jewish women endured as racialized enemies and gendered bodies marked for erasure. As Nima Schick argues, the Jewish female body became one of the major sites of struggle in Auschwitz-Birkenau. Constructed as biologically threatening, culturally contaminating, and sexually exploitable. Thus, linguistic aggression in Auschwitz did not merely accompany genocidal violence, it constituted a central axis of gendered, racialized terror. While this violence often manifested overtly through slurs, commands, and insults, it also operated insidiously through what Jessica Lang has called textual silence, moments of non-illumination where meaning fractures and trauma escapes language itself. Lang's theory, developed in the context of Holocaust literature, emphasizes that some experiences are so extreme that they produce ruptures in the text, absences, disruptions that resist full narration. Building on Lang, I propose the notion of gendered textual silence, the ways in which sexualized violence and gender-specific suffering remain unreadable in women's testimonies, but not through absence, but through fragmentation, sensory memory, and narrative rupture. Judy Cohen offers a powerful example. She recounts the disinfection process in Auschwitz. We felt humiliated and degraded, being forced to stand naked in front of all those SS men, the female guards, and their prisoner underlings. We were disinfected with an awful smelling liquid that burned our freshly shaven areas. Our feminine sensitivities were callously trampled on. For years after the war, I would not use bleach. It had a distinct Birkenau odor. Here, language falters at the intersection of bodily trauma and gender humiliation. It is not only the violence of nudity and chemical burning that persists, but the sensory scar, the smell of bleach that remains embedded in memory beyond the reach of ordinary speech. Following Henry Greenspan's concept of the incommunicable, sensory memories such as smells, sounds, bodily sensations persist where verbal articulation fails. For Jewish women, disinfection carried a gender-specific terror, bodily exposure, the symbolic erasure of femininity, and the assault on their embodied vulnerability, shaped by both pre-war gender norms, constructs, and biological realities. Thus, disinfection embedded sexualized humiliation into the very vocabulary of survival, creating a form of gender linguistic violence distinct from male experiences. Cohen also introduces the critical concept of ear witnessing, a sensory mode of memory especially attuned to linguistic violence. She recalls the liquidation of the Roma family camp. There was intense yelling and the barking of SS guards and their dogs, and the screaming and crying of men, women, and children as they resisted being evacuated and eventually murdered. I am an ear witness to that event. I heard it all. Through sound, terror was inscribed directly onto the body, not seen, not spoken, but heard and embodied. Ear witnessing becomes crucial for understanding linguistic violence. It reveals how domination operated through sonic environments, collapsing words into terror, and marking women's memories through auditory trauma. Beyond these explicit memories, even ordinary words, soup, hunger, acquired gender distortions. Helena Jogel describes working in the kitchens, preparing soup that prisoners suspected was laced with sedative powder, called, she recalls, Ava or Ava, a term whose origin remained obscure even to a polyglot like herself. For female prisoners, soup symbolized starvation, bodily collapse, and the onset of amenorrhea. Recent research led by Dr. Peggy Kleinplatz at the University of Ottawa offers a groundbreaking theory. While extreme malnutrition and trauma were already known factors, Kleinplatz proposes that synthetic steroids administered covertly through the powder in the soup contributed to this widespread amenorrhea. Kleinplatz highlights that this hormonal suppression targeted women specifically. Her findings add a new dimension to our understanding of gendered violence during the Holocaust. Soup and that mysterious word Ava, already symbolic of bodily erasure, also became a tool of reproductive assault, weaponizing basic nourishment against Jewish women's biological futures. Similarly, Hegedus, in her raw tabula rasa immediate post-war memoir, hints at the devastating economy of sexual barter, in which basically men had food and women had their bodies, citing Goldenberg. Thus, even basic words like hunger or soup carry gender distortions. They no longer referred simply to the physical deprivation, but to sexual vulnerability, bodily erasure, and existential terror, meanings deeply specific to Jewish women's experience. In Auschwitz, linguistic violence was also insidiously woven through moments of linguistic chaos, which offered prisoners opportunities to resist. One such moment exemplifies how language itself could become a tool of defiance. Jockel recalls an incident where prisoners were denied access to latrines following a brutal roll call. Exhausted and in agony, the women erupted in collective protest, shouting against their oppressive conditions. An SS guard approached the barracks, seemingly recognizing Jokel's voice and prepared to punish the individual responsible. But in a stunning reversal, the sheer intensity of the prisoner's unified outcry forced the guard to retreat. The deliberate chaos of their voices became an act of resistance to protect her identity. Through this linguistic upheaval, the prisoners subverted the guard's authority and reclaimed a modicum of power. This moment reveals how linguistic chaos could be weaponized by the oppressed to assert their humanity. Concentration camps were sites of Sprachterror, terror through language. Nazi discourse structured a linguistic landscape of domination, where speech acts and commands were central to oppression. However, in moments like this, prisoners exploited the very chaos of language to disrupt the power dynamics. The multiplicity of languages in the camps and the necessity for communication across linguistic barriers made linguistic survival an act of resistance in itself. Prisoners learned to navigate the multilingual environment and discovered subversive means of communication even under the vigilant gaze of the perpetrator. In the face of linguistic chaos, prisoners sharpened extraordinary nonverbal communication, gestures, facial expression, eye contact, improvised signals. The effort to bridge languages and communicate across silence became a defiant act against Sprachterror. Even singing, whispering prayers, and teaching each other scraps of poetry or foreign words became vital acts of resistance. In the darkest conditions, women passed down Hebrew psalms, Czech lullabies, Yiddish jokes, fragile threads of humanity woven against the void. Subversion through language carved out vital spaces of subjectivity, solidarity, and cultural survival, standing in direct defiance of the Nazi project to annihilate both the Jewish word and world. The devastating power of words is strikingly evident in Cohen's memoir. About Auschwitz, she recounts relentless use of slurs, linguistic markers of racialized and gendered hatred that permeated their ordeal. However, during the death march, as the Nazis faced imminent defeat, an astonishing shift in language signaled the moment of liberation. We were awakened by a loud knock on the barn door. In a pleasant, strong voice, the Nazi addressed us in German, Fräulein. We were astonished. It was absolutely unheard of that a German would address us in a civil manner. We were used to being called everything, all sorts of degrading names. Did he really say Fräulein? We concluded that the war must be over and started to cry. Then the man continued, Fräulein, Sie sind frei. That was her first liberation. This sudden reclassification reveals the performative nature of Nazi language. Words did not simply describe hierarchies, they actively produced them. Jews were rendered killable not only through physical means, but first through semantic degradation. To Cohen, liberation was signified by a simple word. Survivors, especially women, seemed acutely sensitive to this shift, keenly aware of how language had been used to define their existence and their subjugation. In Auschwitz, language was never neutral. It was a constant tool of domination, humiliation, of gendered and racialized aggression against Jewish women. Studying linguistic violence, thus, provides insights into how the Shoah structured reality and how survivors carry the scars of this violence not only on their bodies, but deep within language itself. Jokel's multilingualism became a lifeline, allowing her to maintain connections and resist isolation. Hegedus's writing preserved the raw gender suffering of women, ensuring their struggles were not lost to the ravages of time. Cohen channeled her voice into a tireless advocacy for the reclamation of language as a tool for justice. Each of these women demonstrated that, even after the collapse of meaning, it was still possible to transform language into an ethical act of resistance. They taught, wrote, spoke, not only to remember, but to protect the dignity of all who suffered. In honoring their words, we are reminded that the fight for human dignity persists in every act of memory and every defense of language's power to heal rather than destroy. Their voices urge us to use words as bridges, connecting the past to the present, suffering to solidarity, silence to remembrance. Listening to their voices is not just an academic exercise, it's a call to action, a resistance against the forces that seek to erase our humanity through the very language we use. To be an ear witness also means to bear the weight of unheard pain, to carry forward the silent stories of women whose words were targeted. In listening, we resist that violence and reclaim language as an instrument of memory, dignity, and justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laura. Our final speaker of the panel is Michael Polger. Michael is a professor of sociology at Penn State University. He received his PhD from the University of Pennsylvania and has published, among other things, on Holocaust education. He's also co-edited a free online textbook for Holocaust educators and students titled The Holocaust: Remembrance, Respect, and Resilience. And I was just poking around it last night, and it looks like a fantastic resource that consists of a number of essays by well-known scholars of the Holocaust. He is the child and grandchild of Hungarian-born Holocaust survivors, and his paper is titled, a little change from the program, Auschwitz, a linguistically asymmetric space.
Thank you. Thank you, Gavin, and thank you to the Israeli Foundation. My name is Michael, and in my classroom, the rule is to build on what others say. So I was quite impressed and moved by, as I'm sure we all were, by Laura's presentation just now. So in building on what was said, I'll just repeat that we're talking about the weaponization of language, the collapse of language, semantic and linguistic violence, gendered racialized terror, ear witnessing, and the hierarchies that are produced by words. I tried to summarize just a bit of that with the title, Auschwitz, a linguistically asymmetric space. If Auschwitz is a representation of the Holocaust, it's also a representation of the asymmetries in social power and cultural privilege. So, sorry. So I used the memoirs of Holocaust survivors from Hungary, edited by Ferenc László. And this is titled Confronting Devastation. It was mentioned earlier. And these are memoirs of Holocaust survivors. They're excerpts from the lives of a large number of folks. I'll talk about 3. But I'd like to have this presentation have kind of 3 parts. One is developing theory. One is more theory, hopefully building on what Laura just presented. And then the discussion of memoirs at the end. So Primo Levi elaborates Holocaust-era prisoners' dilemma. Prisoners who do not know how to speak German, do not understand most orders given, and have poor access to translation, compounding their dehumanization and leading to merciless violence. For these prisoners, learning some German was essential, but there was limited education outside of the so-called School of Hard Knocks. In chapter 4 of Drowned and Saved, Levi talks about communicating in this way. He says, the experience of survivors is peculiar. We saw incommunicability, a term that was used earlier, I believe, in a more radical manner. It was beyond most other experiences of failed communication. Knowing or not knowing German was a watershed. Those who could not comprehend were screamed at and beaten. Blows fell. Use of words had fallen into disuse. To guards, we were cows or mules. To those who address you in screams, you dare not speak. So Levi reports that those who do not understand orders and prohibitions and to decipher instructions would find themselves in a void. Without information, you cannot live. The greater part of the prisoners who did not understand German, that is, almost all of the Italians, died during the first 10 or 15 days at Auschwitz due to insufficient information. The Walheim Memorial in Frankfurt, I believe, has an interesting website, and it contains a similar sentiment, or a similar analysis, really. Verbal communication was one of the daily problems of concentration camp prisoners in Auschwitz. The command language was German, used by the SS and prisoner functionaries. In addition, there was a need for a vernacular that inmates could use among themselves, and that was mentioned earlier, I believe, as well, as a form of resistance. Even prisoners with a basic knowledge of German, however, often came up against the limits of their comprehension. Official communication almost always took the form of bellowing. Dialects or accents often made understanding more difficult. So here we see the breakdown of language itself, and that is a driving mechanism of the camp. That is part of the overall agenda of cultural destruction and Nazi Holocaust. The confusion of language, the babble or Babel, depending on, I guess, if you're British, is a fundamental component of the manner of living down here. One is surrounded by a perpetual babble in which everyone shouts orders and threats in languages never before heard. And woe on whoever fails to swiftly grasp the meaning. Nobody has time here. Nobody has patience. Nobody listens to you. And thus, the language of survival, according to Uri Cohen, an Israeli writer, is learned swiftly or not at all. It is made not of speech, but of orders and threats. Direct speech or testimony, which might be you might think of as speaking in place of the dead, is impossible. Levy can perhaps speak for the survivors, but only indirect speech, figurative discourse, or subtext can give voice to the victims, to what is lost. So this gets us to our larger theory, which is that obviously, as we know from Auschwitz, as a physical space, as a geography, it embodies power relations. So the toxic terminologies, both outside of Auschwitz in the LTI that Gavin mentioned, and also inside of Auschwitz with this denigration, the systemic gendered and other denigration, language and its uses reinforce power relations. Status groups with power, and that can mean Nazis in general, perpetrators in particular, collaborators as well, put some expression outside of the realm of discourse. So much goes without saying. This may be called by linguists doxa, beyond even orthodoxy. It just isn't talked about. It isn't said. This is the way it is. Symbolic violence gets reinforced by actual violence. So the linguistic and gendered violence get reinforced by actual violence. And silence shows up as obedience, and there's no alternative to silence. To speak up is to disobey. Pierre Bourdieu, the sociologist, argues that language should be viewed not only as a means of communication, but also as a medium of power. It's a conduit through which individuals pursue their own interests, or in this case, group interests. Learning and performing subservient subhuman roles in a hellish order like Auschwitz involved silencing oneself and accepting perpetrator language as part of a culture of fear and enslavement. So, not being a trained linguist, I explored Roman Jakobson, who was I think a Russian traditional linguist. And he talked about 6 functions of language. The one I want to point out to us is the conative or imperative voice, which is basically all sorts of Nazi or German directives and orders. You see these in the Klemper LTI, as well as in the camp itself, in everyday life through memoirs and descriptive narratives. I'll just leave the rest of them for you to contemplate. So the terms, the language, the LTI, for example, is another form of marking. And you mark those, you brand those, you label those who you want to control. And we find that not only are there asymmetries in language and language use, but there are also terminologies that Nazis use to make the victims or the targets, let's say, stand out. And so the conclusion of Laura's piece about treating women as with dignity is a return from that as well. Klemperer wrote in his diary, "The whole world eyes my star. It's torture. I never know whether someone walking or driving past is not the Gestapo, whether or not he will insult me, spit on me, arrest me. Perhaps someone wants to conceal the truth by speaking, but language does not lie." And that becomes actually a film. That's the title of the film on Klemperer that I recommend. It's in French. All expression by Jews is denigrated. All Nazi expressions are true by nature of the speaker. So, social status markers, marked language included, like the star, is stigmatized. We sociologists use that word a lot. Language joins other symbolic markers of stigma. So silent Jews and other prisoners were required to wear their degraded social status on their skin and clothing, facilitating these asymmetries in social control, even well before the deportations and ghettoizations and murders. So high status or privileged people, privileged groups, order prisoners into groups, and we know, of course, the activities. These include roll call, selection, and of course, forced labor. But this one-way communication, this collapse of language, is expected. Talking back again, discouraged if not forbidden. And this functions as a stigma in the ways that Phelan, Link, and Davidio talk about in their work. It exploits keeping people down, it enforces norms, keeping people in, and it avoids disease, keeping people away. And of course, this was especially important in the ghettoization and the fear of Jews in places like Warsaw, Poland. Camps and ghettos do all three: exploiting, restricting, and isolating. So now the memoirs briefly. I want to talk about three Hungarian, but more kind of Hungarian adjacent, if I can use that term, because I'm realizing as I talk to people and as I learn more that Hungary functions kind of like Amsterdam or Holland for Anne Frank. It's a place of refuge that becomes a place of destruction. But Esther Davidowitz, after Death March and prior to liberation, she and her sisters run from the Nazis. So this is after being in the camps. She goes into hiding to be safe from sexual assault by the Soviet forces, and she asks to be sheltered by the Red Cross. The staff suggests that she clean up a school building because she has nowhere to stay. She, her sister, and her friends have no place to stay, so they just want to create a sleeping place on the floor. Esther's sister, Ada Reza, naively picks up a grenade, and this grenade explodes, causing injuries to Esther's sister, severe injuries, which I won't describe, and to her friend. Some emergency responders, some sisters or nuns take Ada to the hospital, but without speaking Polish, Esther could not manage even to get directions to follow along to the hospital. So she walks miles, finds her sister. Sister asks for water. Esther begs for water and then finally gives it to her sister, who is, of course, seriously injured. Even after that, Esther is yelled at to get out and not to give water in advance of surgery. It was not a medically recommended support. No food and no money and no language, says Esther in her memoir, and she never saw her sister again. So that's one example. Another example outside of Auschwitz now, well, again, so Hungarian language could be helpful for private conversations, but this safety was not guaranteed. Somewhere around Glauen, a subcamp of Sachsenhausen, Ilana Rodak writes, For a short time, my sister Ollie was the capo. My sister never dreamed that there would be someone among the SS guards who would understand our language. She lamented that even on a Sunday, they would not leave us to rest, or to leave us alone and to rest from forced labor. And this is, of course, standard practice to work the inmates every day. A Hungarian in a German uniform, a functionary, came over and when he overheard and reported Ali for this infraction. At roll call, she was singled out to stand outside for hours. This is a capo. Stand outside for hours in the cold without shoes. So even the kind of more secretive language does not keep her safe and her position. A third author in this collection, Sándor Grad, writes, "We were starving. Whether a prisoner lived or died in the camp often had to do with the work detail they were assigned. This also depended on the capos, who would beat you at will, depending on if they liked you more or less. I was punched a few times, but luckily I never got beaten up too badly. Another thing working in my favor was that I was a Hungarian who spoke Yiddish. Most of the capos were Polish and spoke Yiddish too. They would often chide Hungarians for not being real Jews because they could not speak Yiddish. But Sándor managed to stay on the capo's good side. He said, or he wrote, to them, I was a Hungarian Jew, but I was not like the other Hungarian Jews. So we can see that there's use of language to denigrate, but also to kind of hide and reduce the risk of abuse, although that's not always successful. So I'll conclude, giving more time for discussion. And Nazis and collaborators worked to destroy, we know, it's an obvious fact that Nazis and their collaborators worked to destroy Jewish culture. Now, as a sociologist, I teach an introductory class, and we always talk about culture being, norms, values, material culture, and language. So language is part of culture. Culture includes language. But destroying culture, which was the Nazi project, or at least one of the Nazi projects was to destroy Jewish and other cultures, involved controlling language and symbolic violence, not to mention linguistic violence, looting material culture, fracturing norms and values. So all the major aspects of culture were targeted and attacked by the Nazi project. The camps, Auschwitz in particular, were the main sites of cultural destruction. And so we always look at the statistics and talk about the 6 million, but then we also try to remember the destruction of the temples and the other forms of Jewish culture. But it's interesting to also note that the languages that the people used, Jewish languages or other languages, were not only forbidden, they were used as weapons against the prisoners. So as a linguistic space, not just a built environment, but also a linguistic space, Auschwitz was asymmetric, stigmatizing, destructive, and of course, deadly. And I put in some references, a few pages here, and I can send these to people who want, including the websites. And that is all I have to say.
So thank you, Michael, and thank you also to Laura and Leah for 3 very interesting and thought-provoking papers. I think we have about half an hour, I think, just under half an hour for questions. So I'll open it up to maybe those at the table here, and then maybe thereafter to those in the audience for any questions. Yeah. If you could pass down the microphone. Yeah.
Okay, pass the parcel list. Excellent, thank you. Thanks. I was really struck by how many common themes there were between all 3 of your papers. It feels like the panel, from heaven. You all came with some really interesting sort of elements and sentences that I wrote down because I found them particularly interesting. So, Leah, you spoke about language and ambiguity. Laura, linguistic chaos weaponized by the oppressed. And then, Michael, the idea of perpetrator language and a culture of fear. Now, maybe focusing on the first two more so than the latter, but Michael, you might have some thoughts on this. I'd perhaps like to ask the three of you, how do you understand maybe language working in these memoirs as a form of resistance, or people viewing language as a form of resistance? Maybe something that, Laura, it's very clear in your case that Jews can weaponize it. Leah, is there some resistance in that ambiguity, some agency that people can show? And then, Michael, do you see maybe people undermining that culture of fear using language as well?
I'll go quick because it'll be brief. Yes, short answer, yes. I absolutely see survivor writing, especially memoir, but also to another extent fiction, as an act of resistance. It's resisting forgetting, of course, because we're all human and it happens, but it's resisting the use of language that was used against them and kind of a reclamation. Now, if they're writing in their heritage languages and their home languages, then that's another act of resistance, right? And then we get the layers of translation and all of that and the dissemination. And yeah, I'll just stick with yes. No, really.
So actually, in Jockel's memoir, there's also a super interesting example of this resistance through language. She becomes very close to a Polish Läuferin, so runner and interpreter. And because she spoke so many languages, she becomes the conduit. So in her barrack to communicate, to share all the news about the war to her fellow prisoners. And she mentions, and that indeed is a kind of resistance. We know the Nazis deliberately used language and multilingualism. Pavel Tuomas, Primo Levi wrote so much about it, to isolate, to atomize prisoners, right? To make it impossible for them to subvert the system. That was a deliberate decision, right? To make it. And so all these examples where they overcome or they create their Lagersprache, right? So based on German, on the commands that they were forced to learn, to assimilate orders in order to survive. But then they also included words from the other languages of power in the camps in Poland, for instance. Polish was an important language and became close to that. I've studied a lot about Spanish Republicans in Mauthausen, right? And how Spanish became also part of that shared common core language in the camp. So this depends on the context, on the population. So 100 Lagersprache existed.
That's fascinating. Thank you.
Well, the only thing I might add is that social networks in the camp itself were built around language, and nationalities and obviously share languages. And so nationality groups had, as you know from reading Primo Levi and others, had their different roles. So it was both seniority for the prominence, but also which country people were from. So the French or the Greek or the Italians, no less the Italians, but the French or the Greek might have a role in the economy, might have a role, the underground economy of the camp. And the multilinguals, the people who could interpret at least a little bit, were more likely to survive. And that's why Levy's writing about his German skills. But that was true across the board. People might have privilege because of their trade or their profession, but they also might have privilege because of their language skills, even just getting the job in the first place. And I think of The Tattooist of Auschwitz, the famous book now is a person who was chosen because he was multilingual. So that's all.
Okay. Other questions? Yeah.
I have a question for Leah. Thank you to all of the panelists, really fascinating papers. I'm quite interested in these works that are published by survivors that are kind of semi-fictional, right? Like Fateless. And sort of two comments or questions that maybe you might not be able to answer, but do you think that, I guess we've talked a little bit about the structure of memoirs and how they kind of need to address a certain kind of historical narrative that's truth, and they are kind of open for scrutiny of cross-examination. Do you think these kind of semi-fictional or fictional works of literature allow the survivor like more creativity to reflect a little bit more on experience through things potentially like ear witnessing, right? Things they've seen or things that have happened or that they've witnessed. Do you think it allows kind of more room for reflection than like the sort of standard memoir, right? Which is much more kind of follows a sort of more set pattern. And secondly, about accessibility then for readers, do you think that those kinds of works are more accessible for a wider audience? And yeah, if that's something you've come across in your research.
Yes and yes. That's my favorite new word. The questions are phrased so perfectly for that. But absolutely, I think form is most important in a lot of ways for survivor, not even just writing. It could be in testimony, as in speaking to a camera and all that kind of stuff. That will determine, we heard a little bit of that earlier, even just based on the gender of the interviewer, things like that, right? Like, so all of that will determine what they're saying and what we're able to hear or read. And I do think Kertész believed, because he was insistent in interviews that this is a novel, Fatelessness, whatever, is a novel, but the plot follows his life arc, essentially, you know, his experience, down to very specific details, right? But by fictionalizing it, I believe, this is just me, that he was able to say more, to get more out than he might have been able to if he was doing a strictly memoir form or any other form like that. And that's why he was so strict in his adherence to the fact that it was fiction, despite what everyone else knew, right? It's this kind of unspoken, although it was spoken, thing that this is based on his life. So I like to call it a semi-autobiographical novel. And I think that when I'm reading memoirs, like he said about the stylization, it's natural. It happens. Even as you're remembering, you're stylizing it. You're changing not necessarily the memories as they existed, but specific details, what you choose to put in, what you choose to leave out, all of those matter. And so in that way, I don't think that fiction detracts at all. As far as accessibility, 100%, people will gravitate towards fiction just naturally because it seems like maybe it'll be easier, it'll be more palatable, especially if it's Holocaust related. But of course, there are always going to be certain people, like, I don't remember the last time my brother read a fictional text. It's like straight nonfiction all the way. So there will always be people who gravitate towards that as well. But I think, especially when I think of education, fiction or semi-autobiographical fiction, things like that, offer another avenue for especially younger audiences to reach the Holocaust. I'm gonna stop there.
Okay. Other questions? Oh, yeah. Nope. Right. Yeah.
I have a question. I guess it may be for any of you or all of you. Why do survivors use German language in their memoirs and testimonies? Is it only for illustration, or it has like more, if it's a language of oppression and discrimination, why do they use it?
I'll just say I don't know, but hopefully Laura has a good answer.
Well, I guess because the German language that came to the concentrationary space was that Nazi German language, and it was created or manipulated to describe, to conceal, to technify reality in ways that enabled genocide. And so I guess all those social structures, Wolfgang Sofsky wrote so much about the sociology of the concentration camp, right? So those new concepts that are so from that universe, right, concentrationary universe, and they existed through those lingua tertium very words, right, must be communicated through those in order to be understood, just because they are so something else, something odd, something that only existed there.
Yeah, also, I mean, what Klemperer says when you read his diary and when you understand the purpose of his project, he drops everything. He's a comparative literature scholar, I guess, in Dresden. Is it Dresden?
Dresden.
And he drops everything so that he can, save his own skin, but also use the materials that he has at hand once his books are taken. So all he has is this LTI or imperial language, and similar experience for people in the camps. If you're in the camp, the only word you are not speaking, you're not creating, except maybe with your friends, the subterranean resistance may be networked. But the language of your everyday life, the language you're being told is German. And so you're learning German. My assumption is you're learning German because you have to, or else you're going to get killed.
My question actually was about why now, in their memoirs, they use German. Why do they need German now?
Sorry.
This would be entirely conjecture at this point. But I am going to harken back to my previous answer about reclamation, the word. And if you're thinking about the ways that German was misappropriated by the Nazis and used, to dehumanize and all those kinds of things, that writing your memoir in the language of your oppressor is a form of reclaiming your words and your memories. But that's just conjecture.
And I would add, because German was the native language of so many victims, right? Paul Celan said he was condemned to write poetry in the language of those who murdered his family, right? So it was their native language. German, Goethe-Sprache, right? Not that degenerate Nazism German.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry for making these presentations were really fascinating, and I learned a lot. So thank you for sharing your work. I have a question that emerges from a kind of tension in between two examples that were shared. One is the example that Laura shared of the girls after liberation who hear, Fräulein, you're free. And I thought it was interesting that it's kind of like they're not informed of their freedom through this word. They're kind of made free by hearing this word. The language kind of actualizes the state change. And then in the example that Michael shared of these group of sisters and friends who after liberation, this girl is injured by a grenade and ultimately dies. And the sister describes it as being kind of, we had nothing, we had no language, and kind of the lack of language in this circumstance really affected their chances of survival. And these are both kind of taking place either after the war or towards the very end of the war. And I was wondering if you've noticed in your research on this, is there any kind of attempt to return to something like a normalcy of language? Is there any chance of Auschwitzifying or kind of ungenociding the language that they had? Or is it kind of forever denatured in the accounts and in the minds of these survivors? This is kind of an open question for anyone.
For instance, in my case, Emily, I thought a lot about how to conduct this presentation, because in a way I wanted to show what I have studied about metaphors, otherness, right? But those words, right? Using Lakoff and Johnson's cognitive semantics, how we map, how we metaphorize in order to understand reality, and how metaphors are highly motivated, ideological motivated, and either in a euphemistic way or dysphemistic way. And so I wrote about that. And if you as I'm sure you see in my presentation, I deleted all the slurs because I did not want to pronounce them, because if I'm defending, I believe language is performative and has an effect in reality, I decided I would not use here those words. I am in Secuestro de un Uomo, Primo Levi recalls upon arrival at Auschwitz how this man, Fleisch, I think was his name, right, is suddenly appointed as an interpreter because he speaks Italian and German, right? And Primo Levi, when Flesh was his name, is forced to translate, to interpret terrible slurs, terrible words. Primo Levi writes about one can tell that those words don't come from his mouth, that he doesn't want to pronounce them, right? So in my case, I decided this would not be a space to enact that violence or use those LTI metaphors, right? Because of the physicality of it or my embodiment. So I don't know. It's hard, thought-provoking.
Yeah, I would take it a different direction and say, post-war, the scholars in this room probably know much better than I, the assimilated and nationalized communities of Europe were let's say, complicated, especially in the Soviet bloc, but also in the West, and that for Jewish survivors, it wasn't clear, where home was and where culture was and what to do. So, reclaiming culture and reclaiming language as part of culture was a very important project, State of Israel, for example, but it was not something that could be done simply or easily, even with a Marshall Plan or something like that. It was a long-term, or has been a long-term project. And I don't know, where language stands in that respect, the reconstruction, but it's a great question.
Do you want me to touch on that too?
If you want. Yeah.
Sorry, I was actually just still mulling over about the fact that I love that term, ungenociding language. Yeah, I actually don't have anything to contribute, I don't think. Sorry. I know that's such not a normal answer, but I was just listening to what everyone was saying and not thinking of an answer at all myself.
I'm gonna email you in a week.
Absolutely, I will send it to you in 48 hours.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes left. Maybe I can open things up to anyone in the audience here who has a question. Yeah. Oh, is there a microphone?
Thank you. Hi there. Whoa. Well, thank you. I'm right next to the speaker. That's why. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for your presentations. Hello. Michael, I very much liked your rule for the classroom of building on what came before. It's useful for us teachers. I actually had a question, though. I think for Leah, where you closed with the dangers of familiarity, and I think especially for young folks nowadays who may be exposed or overexposed, sometimes in positive ways where a student may come in with more ideas than you can possibly handle. I'm also wondering if you might know other literature or if you might have other resources talking about how to navigate the abundance of information, and specifically on Auschwitz, because I have myself encountered a student, the response of, I already know about the Holocaust, and how to sort of navigate through maybe a wall that's already been built because the student or the adults that are around them too may already have ideas about it, accurate or not. I think that's my question. Thanks again.
I am happy to compile a list at a future date of resources, yes, for navigating that abundance or overabundance. As far as, that was obviously my conclusion, more like my ruminating final thoughts. And yeah, I really ended my own thinking with this idea that because I was focused on Auschwitz as like the preeminent symbol, the term, substituting for the Holocaust itself, that, what does that do? What is the potential damage? And of course, thinking literarily, I do think about pop culture and pop culture's influence on, Holocaust denial, or just, we could call it Holocaust ignorance, if you will. I don't know, lack of knowledge. And yeah.
I've heard it called Holocaust fatigue.
Well, that is true. That's that inundation, right? Yes, absolutely. I myself in my classrooms am actively working against just a lack of education, a lack of knowing anything about the Holocaust. And so to even present them with a literary work and be like, let's talk about this, I have to do so much foregrounding. So yeah, they may have read Night in 9th grade, right? But their teacher, it was an English class, and their teacher gave them no historical information or anything like that. They don't know, no context, right? So that might be their only exposure. Now, this is surprising to me, but now no one in my class had ever seen Schindler's List. I showed a clip as part of a critical thinking class a few weeks ago, and not a single student had seen it. And only 3 or 4 hands were raised who had even heard of it. And this is first year composition. So
college.
Yeah, college. These are people who most of the time have just come out of high school, but I also have a lot of returning students who are adults. In that class, I think my oldest student's only about 28, 29. But anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent, aren't I? The question was how to work against this overexposure. Okay. I don't really have an answer to that. I feel like my take on it is that I try to curate the texts and the materials that I give them to not be, well, let's say, to not be the boy in the striped pajamas, or or other we'll call it controversial texts, or the ones that they're the only ones that they know, to expose them to the lesser known stories, the ones that aren't on the big screen. Although I do just show Jojo Rabbit in my critical thinking class because as part of our satire unit, it's really fun. I know that's weird to say, but so I try to kind of lead them a little bit in a direction away from the ones that they're going to be inundated with, especially because I feel like controversial is not the right word. They're just not doing the work that I want them to do. Those texts that are popular. And so I try to give them the less popular texts, I guess is my answer.
That's great.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I think it's. Yeah.
I have a question. Maybe it's a little speculative, but cumulatively, the three of you, the panel, which was just so beautifully woven together. You can imagine the three of you sitting together and saying, "What could we do together?" So you've touched on language in so many different ways. You've touched on it as a speech practice. You've touched on language as, national language. Can you understand this language? Do you not understand it? Language as aggression, language as speech act, language practices, language as a symbolic system, registers of language, inadequacy of language, language as agency, language as voice, language as reclamation. So there's one thing that I want to float out there, maybe because it wasn't featured in your papers, and I wondered how you think about this, and that is the position of survivors, most of whom end up living out their daily lives in acquired tongues. So some of them write in their mother tongue, living in a place where nobody around them reads it, or they write in an acquired language, which is different from the language of experience. But in terms of their daily speaking practices, I'm reminded of Spiegelman's construction of Vladeck's speech in voice, where although there's artifice in it, it's really meant to capture Vladeck's very accented, quirky, idiosyncratic speech, which is a byproduct of his coming to New York when he was already an adult and having to sort of pick up the language in its everydayness as it goes along. So it puts survivors often in the position of people looking at them and thinking, they're not really very smart, right? They need help in how they talk. Whereas if they were speaking the language in which they were raised, they often are really, really eloquent. And this seems to me to push against this idea that we I think really like to talk about, which is language as resistance. How do we sort of integrate this idea of language as defining refugees and survivors from the outside?
I want to say something right away, and this, part of my work and hope is that we can connect the ethnocentric and racialized work of Holocaust studies to more generally ethnic studies and studies of racism and sexism. So Gordon Chang, I believe is his name, at Stanford, talks about the construction of Asian Americans as eternally foreign. And those of us who are migrants and may have accents or families with accents and experience this, well, where are you from, but also what does that mean and so forth, do not always get past that discussion and interaction. And this is so much more true for people of color. So a racialized person who's Asian or maybe Latin will be stuck in that rut a lot longer and marginalized. And so I can see that the Holocaust survivor in particular, who has something very complicated to share in memoir or in speech or both, will be fundamentally stymied by the convenient environment of English speaking. And I remember one survivor I saw on a Zoom, I said, you were 19 when you got to the US, what did you want to do? And what do you want to write down this stuff, for school or anything like that? Because that's what they do now with some migrant populations. They say, tell us your journey to America. How did you become American? He didn't want to do any of that. He just wanted to learn English so that he could be with his friends. And he wanted to play baseball and eat hot dogs. That was his goal, right? Why? Because that's what everybody else is doing. So this desire not to have the status marker of being foreign is erasable for those of us who can pass as white, and it's less erasable for those of us who can't. And so I think it's important, but it also should be contextualized, because just like we were talking about earlier about people saying that you have Holocaust fatigue, what they're saying is, I've heard this story and I've experienced or seen or heard other stories. Stop telling me that it was a bad thing. Tell me how to make sense of it all. And I think that if we can make intersectional perspectives on this experience of being a foreigner, even the term, right, immigrant, migrant, the terminology for people, new Americans, new North Americans has started to change, but then there was pushback. That was itself a form of resistance.
Okay, so I think we're out of time. I know there was one more question, but perhaps that can be fuel for conversation during the coffee hour. I think it is about time for everyone to have another coffee. So can you all join me in thanking our presenters?
Asking about any of the memoirs, please find us if you'd like to take any of the memoirs we've heard about today home with you, or if you are not close by, we can get them to you by mail so that you don't have to make your bag so heavy. Oh, yeah, all of them? 108?
I'd love to work with you and to get my daughter to visit you and everything, but I also
Hello, everybody. Would everybody please take their seats? Would everybody please sit? Yeah.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. If I can get your attention, thank you so much. We are about to enter into our final panel for today. And so I'm going to turn the microphone over to the moderator of the panel, Professor Dvorak.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth and last panel. Alas, one of our panelists fell ill and could not join. So the good news, the sole good news of this is that we have a little extra time. And that extra time will be devoted to opening, at the very end, opening up the conversation from discussion of this panel to all four panels. I mentioned this at the very beginning so you can begin to think about connections and continuities. But right now, we will focus on Auschwitz as memory narrative. There are many things about Auschwitz that are unknown and unexplored, and those come out of written, among other sites, come out of written testimonies. Today, we have two panelists who will discuss written discussions of Auschwitz in particular communities. Well, let me just go right to it and say Alicja Ryarkowska is a historian working at the Institute of History at the Jagiellonian University. She is, now, where's my paper? Because in addition to being the editor of 2 volumes, you are also the author of 2 books, and the English titles of which are, and that's what's on my paper that I don't have here.
Cooperation and Treason Amongst Jewish Collaboration, and about Gestapo agents in occupied Krakow.
Now, if that doesn't excite you, I don't know what would. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Helena Huhak is a research fellow at the Institute of History Research Center for the Humanities in Budapest. She has received fellowships from Yad Vashem and from the Mandel Center in Washington, D.C. And she will be speaking about diary writers and survivors, images of Auschwitz in Hungarian Jewish testimonies, while Alicja will be speaking about narratives of Auschwitz from Krakow's Jews. So we have the 2 foci of Krakow and Hungarian generally. So the rules of the road will be slightly different for this session. Each panelist has up to 20 minutes to speak, but not 1 minute longer. And then we will have focused conversation about that presentation for 10 minutes. So 15 to 20 plus 10, 15 to 20 plus 10, then open it up for general discussion, finally opening it further to a discussion of all 4 panels. And now we're ready to spin the dice, to spin the dial, and to start on go. Alicja.
So thank you very much for introduction, for inviting me to that conference. I am historian, and my presentation will be given more from the perspective of historian. I'm sorry, I'm that kind of person who is comparing or checking the memoirs.
if it's correct or not. And I am giving a perspective of a resident of the city. So I'm living in Krakow, and also I'm addicted to checking the places where something has happened, if it's correct or not. And today I will refer to memoirs of two Holocaust survivors, Elza Ton and Johnny Jablon. And I dedicate my speech to Elza Ton and her family, especially to her children, Sonia and Nathan, and to the Jews of Krakow who were murdered during the Holocaust. And now a little bit details. I'm a historian. I would like to give you. So to start with, I want to briefly give you some idea about the Krakow just before war broke out. So in 1939, Krakow had a population of just under 260,000 people. 2 years later, this number increased to about 321,000. And according to 1939 statistics, nearly 70,000 Jews lived in Krakow, making up approximately of 23% of the city's population. And only 3,000 to 5,000 Jews of Krakow survived World War II. The rest died in the Krakow ghetto as a part of Operation Reinhardt, or in the death camp in Belzec, Kal Plaszow, in Kal Auschwitz-Birkenau. To this last camp, Jews were directed already in 1940 from the city prison in Krakow, and then from the ghetto prison to the already mentioned Plaszow camp. As you know, Krakow was made the capital of the general government, which was a separate area of Polish territory occupied by Germans. In the city, Germans created a ghetto and a German labor camp, then the Plaszow concentration camp. The Krakow ghetto was an area of about 20 hectares, that's about 100 acres, and existed for 2 years, from March 1941 to March 1943. At the beginning, there were about 11,000 Jews living there, and towards the end, just before the liquidation, there might have been even 20,000 Jews living there. The Germans liquidated the ghetto on March 13, 1943. And the SS, the German police, and the division of Sonderdienst rounded up 6,000 to 8,000 Jews and transported them to nearby labor camp, Plaszow. The next day, the Germans murdered on a spot about 700 Jews remaining in the ghetto. The remaining 3,000 were taken to Kal Auschwitz and 8,000 to Plaszow. And now a few words about the Kal Plaszow camp. It operated from autumn of 1942 to January 1945, and it is estimated that about 35,000 prisoners went through it, including about 3,000 to 4,000 Poles. They were mainly Jews from Krakow and neighboring towns of southern Poland, Jews from Hungary and Slovakia, who from at least 1943 were being sent from Plaszow to other forced labor camps, for example, to Skarżysko-Kamienna, Starachowice, Pionki, Częstochowa, and from 1944 to Kal Auschwitz-Birkenau. Due to the lack of complete documentation of the Plaszow camp, we don't know exactly how many transports were sent from there to Auschwitz. However, we know about at least 5 transports were sent between February and November 1944. In the cattle cars, there were forced laborers, children, Polish and Hungarian Jewish women, as well as some Jews from the so-called Schindler List. And you can see some basic information about it. So as I have briefly mentioned, many of Krakow Jews were being brought to Auschwitz almost throughout the occupation. Today, I will refer to the memoirs of two Holocaust survivors, as I mentioned, Elza Ton and Johnny Jablon. And now just a few words about the stories of those people. So Johnny Jablon was born as Jan Rodbaum in 1926 in Krakow. In 1931, together with their parents Dora and Sholem, and his two brothers, Romek and Józef, got to the Krakow ghetto. In October 1942, Johnny was forcefully separated from his family during their deportation from the ghetto to the death camp at Bełżec. 16 at the time and alone in the ghetto, Johnny first found work in a factory run by Oskar Schindler, and then in a lumberyard outside the ghetto. In January 1943, he was sent to the Plaszow forced labor camp, where he worked in a carpentry shop. He was living in fear all the time because of the brutal commander of the camp, Amon Get. In February 1944, Johnny was deported to the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp, together with probably 260 prisoners. Workers of all trades were sent to Auschwitz. And this is how he recalled that day, and I recommended you to read that, what he remembered about that. This horrendous account describes how difficult experience it was. Johnny Jablon survived in the camp until January 1945, when prisoners were evacuated from Death March to several different concentration camps. Johnny was finally freed in May 1945. Then he then lived in displaced persons camp after the war, and then emigrated to Canada as a war orphan in 1948. Another survivor I want to tell you about was Elza Ton, who also ended up in Canada only many years later. Both Johnny and Elza were prisoners of Karl Plaszow, but their experience of Auschwitz was also different, as Elza was not a prisoner of this camp, but she witnesses brutal deportations to that camp. Elza Ton was born in 1923 in Pruszków, near Warsaw, as Balbina Synalewicz. At the beginning of the war, Ton and her family ended up in the ghetto, first in Pruszków and then in Warsaw. Here she joined a kibbutz and was sent to work in conspiracy. She and her sister, Regina, joined the draw resistant group, while her parents escaped to Siedlce, also near to Warsaw. Ton was sent by the conspiracy movement to be trained on a farm in Czerniaków in Warsaw, and lost contact with her family, who perished in Holocaust. Tona was then sent to Krakow, where she took on false identity. For 2 years, from 1942 to 1944, together with another Jewish woman, Bina Goldvicht, also in hiding and using false identity, worked at the Bielec photographic studio in Krakow at 50 Karmelicka Street. Not, unfortunately, not in the building that is in the memoirs published by the foundation. I'm so sorry to check this. So you can see the building when it had happened. Paweł Bielec, the owner of the photographic studio and a member of the Home Army conspiracy, was important in her life because he let both women work under false identity. Alicja Zakrzewska was a Goldvicht, false identity, and Nalewicz was using her false identity was Elżbieta Orlańska, and they were working in his photography studio. On the slide, you can see a document on employment that I found in the Bielec archive a few months ago. Both women were denounced by the Gestapo informant Stanisław Niedźwiecki and were later detained in the autumn of 1944. And Stanisław Niedźwiecki was working for this Gestapo agent, Bolesław Uliasz. Elza Ton, after she was interrogated following on a denunciation, was first sent to the city prison. Then for a short period of time, she was at custody of the Jewish police located in the already liquidated Krakow ghetto. And from there, she was transported to the Karl Plaszow. At the camp, she witnesses a selection in May 1944, during which about 400 Jewish children were brutally separated from their parents and forcibly placed in cattle cars intended for transport to Karl Auschwitz-Birkenau. This event was permanently etched in Ton's memory, just as it was for me when I first heard this story in an interview. And now I encourage you to read an excerpt from the memoirs. This is a very emotional and painful account of what happened. Elza Ton avoided deportation to Auschwitz-Birkenau, but like many other Jewish women in 1944, she was sent to the forced labor camp in Skarżysko-Kamienna and then to Leipzig. When the Russians approached, the Nazis took her on a death match, but they abandoned the prisoners after a while. After the war, she married Meyer Ton and they moved to Israel in 1948. In 1955, she emigrated to Argentina, where Elza worked in a photography studio and raised a family, so the same like during the occupation. In 1980, Elza and Meyer moved to Toronto to be closer to their family. Elza's memoir has also been published in Spanish and Polish. And to sum up, as I mentioned, It is estimated that between 3 to 1,000 of 68,000 of all Jews from Krakow survived World War II. From 1945 onwards, Jews began to return to Krakow, although many of them left the city in the summer of that year, after the anti-Jewish riots in August 1945 in Krakow, Kielce pogrom in July 1946. Then, in the 50s, on the 20th century, Jewish population was gradually emigrating abroad to UK, the US, to Canada. This was related to the strengthening of communistic power in the country, the liquidation of private trade and small businesses, which most Jews used to run. After the end of the war, the character and the color of the city changed dramatically. The Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum, located about 70 kilometers from Krakow, it's still one of the most important elements of Polish remembrance of World War II, and remains a symbol of unimaginable cruelty of the people who allowed this to happen. Oh, sorry. It shouldn't be like that. But the memory of the Holocaust, it's still alive, although its last witnesses are passing. And the narratives are the only thing remaining as of that time, including by means of the families of Holocaust survivors and those who held them. On the picture, you can see Sonia Ton, she's a daughter of Elza Ton, and Barbara Bielec, she's a daughter of Paweł Bielec. And they met 1 week ago in Krakow, and I had the pleasure to attending this moving, very emotional meeting, and my daughter took that picture for us. Thank you very much.
Questions for Alicia?
Right now?
Yeah. Focused questions? Well, I will take the pleasure of the chair to ask a question. And that is that the title of your talk was about about the images of Auschwitz from Krakow's Jews. And I wonder, what do you think distinguishes these representations of Auschwitz, of Krakow Jews, as opposed to Jews from other areas? I figure we have time.
Yeah.
What has your research suggested to you? What do you?
Mm-hmm. It's a very difficult question about the memory, the narratives. For example, not so many Jews from Krakow survived the Second World War, and not so many of them leave some memoirs.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them died in a ghetto, in a Belgian concentration camp, and many of them didn't decide to talk about that, about what had happened. It's not the same like the memoirs given by the Hungarian Jews, Slovakian Jews, because all the time they were witnessing the cruelty of the war. It's not the same from the Hungarian Jews. They were just sent directly to the concentration camp. And since 1942, there was a knowledge about what is happening. And in 1943, they knew about the death camps, concentration camps. And, you know, some of them knew about it, and it was difficult them to wait to be sent there. And some of them, I think it's obvious for all of us, they didn't want to believe that it will happen. And, you know, and living near to Auschwitz, it's only 70 kilometers from Krakow. And there were, you know, the information spreading around the country, around the general government. It was terrifying, you know. Mm-hmm. And even you have some Jewish resistance groups. They were spreading the information about that, and you were all the time under the huge stress about the knowledge, about the witnesses. You know, as a ton, she lost her family. She was working under the false identity in Krakow, which was the capital of the general government, where there was a lot of Germans, and we can discuss about the language. She was listening to German language all the time. And what I found in her memoirs very interesting, that when she was hiding in Krakow during the occupation, she was from time to time she was sitting next to the Krakow ghetto and listening people speaking in Yiddish, just to remind her her history.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Svetlana.
So it's not much about post-war. I know that Emily mentioned the movie that was done just immediate after the war in 1946, Last Stage. And I've heard like one interview of survivor. She was talking how she participated as in this movie, just like kind of as a I don't remember the word. Yeah. So anyway, do you know, like, do you have any memoirs or like any perception of survivors from Krakow who participated in the filming, or like, and what was their reaction?
In what kind of film?
It was Last Stage, 1946, just after the war.
I don't know, unfortunately. I only know the Krakow Jews who were participating in Schindler List. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This was really interesting. I have a question, and I can't really think of a way to phrase it, but I'm just going to try. Do you think that, I'm thinking of Krakow, so like the proximity to Auschwitz, as you mentioned, and for a lot of people now, tourists and visitors, it becomes like a kind of place before, like a day or two before they'll visit Auschwitz, they come through Krakow. And I was wondering if, because of either this proximity or because of the way that Jewish history is represented in Krakow, the way that the ghetto is commemorated, do you think that there is like a specific urban memory culture of the Holocaust in Krakow, and maybe like a specific relationship to the memory of Auschwitz that doesn't exist in other major Polish cities? Or is there something kind of unique about the urban experience of commemoration in Krakow that you want to kind of share?
I'm always saying that Krakow is unique, the best town. And it's true that it's a part of visiting Poland. Yeah, to start with Krakow, the Krakow ghetto, to visit a museum of Schindler, and it is a special place, a kind of remembrance, and then Jews from around the world, from Israel, United States, and later on they are going to Auschwitz-Birkenau. Yeah, and there's really a lot of them. Yeah.
Barnabas?
Thank you. Sorry, the microphone is really confusing. But pass the pass, isn't it? So I was really struck by how you say you yourself were able to walk around these sites and the city, but then you've also met people like this. So I was wondering, what do you find it has as an impact, if any, on you as a researcher to be able to walk the same streets as these people, find the buildings, find where the wrong building is shown, and actually meet these people firsthand, you yourself with your daughter as well. How does that influence you and your work?
It's all my life, you
Yes.
know. Yeah, it's why it's so important to me too. And also I'm living next to German, part of the city during the occupation. I have 5 minutes to Gestapo main building, for instance. Yes, and I think it's dedicated to those people, and I'm really eager to share the documents I'm finding, and it's connected with Jewish resistance of pre-war Krakow. And it will be kind of commercial, but I hope you will understand. I founded a website, it's Shoah Krakow, and with a group of students, we are building kind of database. And the database, it's mostly about Krakow Jews. And we are collecting information about Jews who were living in Krakow before the war and about the Jews who were in Krakow during the occupation. And we are creating not only database with the personal details, but also my students, my co-workers, we are preparing short biograms about them. So it will be very useful for all of us. And I invite you also to be a part of that project, to put in the one place the information about that society. Yeah.
Sarah.
So I don't know how much certainly it's more than I know. Polish fiction and memoirs and other literary, fictional and non-fictional writing about the war, especially in Krakow. But my colleague Julia Creed and I, Julia and I had a project in which we were looking at French writing post-war and the way Paris as a city figured in literary writing, poetry, fiction, and literary nonfiction. And we kind of found that there was almost an obsession with street names, places, mapping out routes that people took, whether in memoirs or in poems. And I'm wondering if, is there that same phenomenon about post-war writing about Krakow where the streets themselves, the fabric of the city, becomes kind of a dynamic symbol in a way?
That's true. We're also mapping the places. We're having some geoportals. But what's fabulous with Krakow, that almost nothing has changed. They didn't destroy the buildings, and you can see the buildings which were in a ghetto. So it's also something special.
So shall I? Yes, please. Focused questions only.
In the beginning of your presentation, you were talking about the population of Krakow. And you said that there were a certain amount of Poles, Jews, and Germans. And I'm just wondering what categories did you use to classify Poles, Jews, and Germans? Because it's a very interesting space as well. Yeah, because it can be religious, but then Poles or Germans. And is it a location? Because it was a very unique space in terms that Jews before the war were living in Kazimierz. In other Polish cities, you didn't have this segregation. So I'm just wondering, what categories did you use to classify people as Poles, Jews, and Germans? Were the Jews also Polish Jews or like
Thank you for the question.
It's true. It's not so difficult to have an exact information about the nationalities. But before the war, Jews were not only living at Kazimierz, they spread it to other neighborhoods. And we know about them by statistics, you know. In 1921 and 1931, there was kind of, I don't remember the English.
Census.
Thank you. And there was a place to write your religion, Mojżeszowe, or Israel, mosaic, yeah. But I know that not all of Jews were, they felt Polish. And some of them changed their religion, for example. Because of the religion, mostly on the religion. Mostly yes, but I think we are not sure because some of them didn't just feel a Jew, and they only put an sign that they are Poles without
Thank you so much, Alicia.
Thank you.
And thank you all. And now we go on to
Very short question.
Piotr. Do you feel like you have to speak?
I suffer.
You suffer. Okay.
Wait, tell us.
You suffer.
I don't need a mic, but okay. As we all know, Kraków was in Galicia. In the context of the Holocaust, how important it was.
I'm not sure if that was a question. Do you want to answer?
This is a question.
How important was it that Kraków was in Galicia?
It was very important because even from linguistic thing, because most of the Jews knew quite well German, for example, and it was easier for them to survive or to communicate with the Germans, for instance. And it was much more easier for them, for example, to receive help from the people with whom they know before the occupation. Most of the Jews before the war from Krakow, they were having some business contacts in Vienna, in Berlin, and in other places, and most of them were quite good in contact with Poles. It's also a difficult question, but thank you for that. I will think about it, but it's...
So,
wrote a book about it.
But it's not the occupation.
So let's thank Alicia for her paper. And we move on to Helena.
Thank you so much for having me this very important conference, especially nowadays when the political life is so terrible in the US, in Hungary, and at many places around the world. But I'm the last one, so I will be quick. In my presentation, that's my presentation, great. Better, much better. Okay, thank you. So in my presentation, I will discuss the memory of Auschwitz through two distinct types of sources, a collection of camp diaries and post-war testimonies from Hungarian Jewish survivors. These memoirs and diaries provide personal recollections of Auschwitz, allowing for a comparative analysis. My main questions are, first, what kind of images of Auschwitz are created by the different experiences and knowledge of the survivors? Second, how did the memory of the forced labor camps where the survivors were sent after Auschwitz formed? And third, what various experiences of violence and death did the survivor narrate in the context of these different camps? A significant number of memoirs. Oh, sorry, this is not, okay. That's not the good presentation. Yeah, it's not that. That's wrong. Yes, something like.
Do you have other slides you want to give us back?
Okay. No, that's not. Okay, that's a fatal mistake. Okay, but these are the pictures of the diary, so I will use this slide. Sorry. So in my presentation, I will discuss the memory of Auschwitz, as I mentioned. A significant number of memoirs by Hungarian Jews have been published by the Israeli Foundation, which I will refer to in this talk. The authors of these memoirs were transported from rural ghettos to Auschwitz in the spring of 1944, and from there, they were sent to different forced labor camps, except one woman who was sent to Ravensbrück concentration camps. These memoirs were written over the past 2 decades, with one exception, a memoir written in 1945 and published in Hungarian in 1946. Women authored the majority of these memoirs, while a man wrote one. All the survivors eventually emigrated to Canada at some point in their lives, and their memoirs were influenced by the Canadian public's memory of the Holocaust. Furthermore, I also cite diaries written in one of the subcamps of Buchenwald named Zömmerda. In 1944, several Nazi subcamps had a significant proportion of Hungarian Jews who became the last sources of labor for the German war industry. Nearly 1,300 Hungarian Jewish women were deported from Auschwitz after only 6 weeks of staying there, first to Gelsenkirchen and then to Zömmerda, Thuringia, Germany. They worked in Zömmerda from September 1944 and to April 1945, and during this time, a group of them created diaries. So far, I know 24 tiny books, a dozen containing diaries, and another 12 including various texts, poems, camp newspaper articles, and prayers. This unique source material is preserved in public and private collections in Israel, the US, and Hungary. Maybe I have a picture about this diary. Yeah. So by knowledge, I would like to speak about the knowledge and the impression of Auschwitz, first of all. By knowledge, I always mean the knowledge that is narrated, since we can only capture what the survivors deemed worth describing, and what images, fears, and hopes they had in their minds can only be concluded from the text. In the time of diary writing, experiences in Auschwitz were close, but the knowledge about Auschwitz was much more fragmented, and it wasn't easy to interpret what's happening. The real-time texts reflect the shock of the record speed and abrupt way the deportations were carried out in Hungary. The rapid succession of traumatic experiences occurred without an understanding of the larger context, with the result that Hungarian Jews did not realize in the depths of the persecution. Even in Germany, the ghettoization and deportation took years. In Hungary, it took 3 months. It was so-called blitzkrieg against the Jews. Auschwitz left a strong impression of strangeness and improbability on the deportees who disembarked from the wagons. In her diary, Anna Pauk refers to Birkenau in Zömmerda as the largest cemetery in the world, which greeted them with mystery and strangeness. Judy Cohen described Auschwitz as a place beyond imagination in her memoir. She notes that they were confused because everything unfolded very suddenly. This uncanny perception of the camp formed very early on and remains vivid in survivors' accounts decades later. What happened to the family members after the separation is among the most traumatic, yet also one of the most obscure questions in contemporary accounts. In the diary, strange smells, smoke, and other sensory impressions do not create a coherent understanding. They are accompanied not by interpretation or explanation, but by vague images and mysterious allusions. Noémie Munkácsi, another diarist from Zömmerda, mentioned the mysterious lights around the crematorium in the evenings. Anna Pauk saw a strange, intense rainbow in the sky that seemed a sign concerning their destiny, but she could not grasp its meaning and significance. The only source of information was the hints, stories, and rumors from the so-called veteran camp inmates. The stories they heard about the gas chambers were not only disbelieved because they were incomprehensible, but also because they were seen as part of the torture of Polish and Slovakian women who wanted to take revenge on the new arrivals for years of suffering, according to the Hungarian Jewish women's interpretations. Lacking access to information, they tried to read the signs around them and tended to conclude their future based on their sensory experiences. In contrast, the memory writers write openly about the mass murders. As James C. Young emphasizes, the survivor memories begins their testimony fully aware of the end, which inevitably contextualizes early experiences alongside later ones. The memory writers were fully aware of the mass deaths in Auschwitz and what happened to the relatives who were sent to the other side during the selection. Helena Jokev wrote in her memory that she felt the smell of burnt flesh and she learned that 2,000 people were killed within 2 hours. Judith Rubinstein states that she hated cleaning the watchtower around the crematorium because she saw the smoke rising soon after a transport arrived. Having spent more time in Auschwitz, they had seen and known more than the diary writers, yet at the time of writing, they possessed all the subsequent knowledge of Auschwitz to contextualize their earlier experiences. We cannot separate the knowledge at the time from knowledge afterward. However, I'm certain that the survivors were aware of this distinction when they recalled Auschwitz. This is not our main point, but this knowledge has resulted in different narrative strategies than the diaries. And in the context of the memory of the forced labor camps, the last decades have seen the emergence of Auschwitz as the symbol of the Holocaust. From the Eichmann trial and Roel Hilberg's work, the Holocaust came to be seen as the systematic industrialized murder of Jews. Compared to Auschwitz, we know less about what happened to those who survived the selection and were transported from the camp. For about 110,000 Hungarian Jews from the 440,000 deportees, Auschwitz was first, not the last stop of deportation. While the Hungarian Jews were deported, not only was a new Auschwitz ramp built, but also hundreds of forced labor camps were established next to the German factories. Hungarian Jews were placed in about 300 main and sub-camps in 1944. Memoirs and oral testimony interviews are often shaped and influenced by other narratives, novels, films, and testimonies of so-called famous survivors. These post-war narratives highlight the significance of Auschwitz. Thus, discussing Auschwitz enables individuals to contextualize their own stories for the imagined audience. Traditional and popular images of the Holocaust typically don't include forced labor camps without gas chambers and crematoria. Moreover, researchers who analyzed the testimonies of the Shaw Foundation found the survivors were asked more questions about Auschwitz than about any other camp. What diarists and memoir writers have in common is that they all spent at least as much time or more in various forced labor camps as they did in Auschwitz. 6 of the 8 memoir writers left Auschwitz in October 1944 after spending 4 to 5 months there. However, their testimonies don't reflect these proportions. They wrote much more about Auschwitz than about other camps. The memoir, written in 1945, is more proportionate without the later Auschwitz centrism. The post-war video testimonies of the diary keepers from the 1990s also highlights the central role of Auschwitz. In interviews, many questions were posed about Auschwitz, where they spent 6 weeks, while little or no interest was shown in other camps, where they spent 8 months. The speaking time reflects the focus on Auschwitz in the interviews. For example, Olga Klein discusses Auschwitz for approximately 22 minutes in her 3-hour interview, compared to 9 minutes about Gelsenkirchen and 11 minutes about Zömmerda. In total, she discusses the 2 forced labor camps less than Auschwitz. By comparison, her diary places less emphasis on Auschwitz, with only 4 pages devoted to the camp, spread across 2 small books, totaling roughly 220 pages of text. In the later testimonies, the knowledge and the perception of death were associated with Auschwitz as well. The death factory, the gas chambers, and the crematorium. These are the leading and the most easily understood symbols of the mass murder of Jews. Furthermore, the mourning for family members murdered in Auschwitz reinforces the centrality of the camp in memory. However, in the last phase of the war, the forced laborers in the camps and during the death marches were also exposed to the dangers of war and the Allied bombing. The memory of deportation doesn't emphasize the airstrikes. The survivors often choose not to talk about episodes in detail that did not fit into the generally accepted images of the Holocaust or the experiences relating to death during the Holocaust. The lethal bombing of the later liberators seems to be such an episode. Forced laborers were at risk of bombardment in the factories and also in the death marches after the evacuation of the camps. But memoirs of this sometimes faded. For instance, Helena Jokev writes in her memoir, "My memories of the death march are scattered. I cannot recall the sequence of events precisely as they happened, simply because it was too traumatic. The memories of Auschwitz are easier to interpret because there is much greater knowledge available, but survivors have less to rely on narratives other than their own memories for the stories of deportation after Auschwitz and before liberation." In the Zemerde diaries, the deadly bombing of September 11th of 1944 in their earlier camp Gelsenkirchen, as much as Auschwitz, was a defining moment of their immediate past. Despite the traumas of Auschwitz, the direct experience of mass death and dying was linked to the American bombing of Gelsenkirchen. Shari Itzkovich provides a detailed account of what she witnessed when she confronted with the landscape of human body parts in the field after the bombing. She wrote that she saw corpses, blood and head, a leg and arm. There lay the many beautiful young bodies in all sorts of horrible poses, wounded. End quote. While the memoirs describe the mass murder at Auschwitz, the diaries describe the bombing in a much more open and neutral way. The memory of the bombing seems to have been strong close to the time of the events, but decades later it has not received much attention. And to conclude, Auschwitz came closest to realizing the concept of modern industrial genocide during a brief period in spring and summer of 1944, when the Hungarian transports arrived. The record speed implementation of the final solution in Hungary made Auschwitz the capital of the Holocaust. The photographs of the well-known Auschwitz album visually captured and tell the story of the journey from the ramp to the gas chambers. Although it also places the witnesses in the universal role of Auschwitz victims. This defines the occasional homogeneous image of the Hungarian Holocaust. The circumstances of the Hungarian deportation are similarly decisive in the early and late memoirs of most survivors. However, in the diaries, Auschwitz had not yet homogenized the experience of the Holocaust, so there was room for impressions and explanation relating to other sides of the persecution. Moreover, the narrative of death in the camp diaries was not built only around Auschwitz. In contrast, the writers of the memoirs were able to construct a much clearer and more understandable narrative thanks to the time that had passed, the knowledge they had acquired. Comparing memoirs and diaries offers an opportunity to track how public memory influenced survivors' narratives. Furthermore, the memory of Auschwitz weeks later in a forced labor camp and decades afterward can point out the development of an asymmetrical memorialization of the Holocaust. Thank you very much for your I'm sorry for that. I don't know what's happening. What's happening?
Well done you to have proceeded without your PowerPoint anyway. So, questions for Helena? Go ahead.
So, do you know the diary of Joseph Deverson?
Yes, but it's a memoir, not a diary. Yeah.
Can you tell us more about it?
So it's the title of his memoir is called Crematorium because it's placed in a hospital, not a camp. It's where is Dernhau, the name. Dernhau. It was a hospital, and he was a prisoner there. And his memoir is about an unusual place of the persecution. I think that's the reason why much attention is paid of this memoir. And it's translated. more than 20 languages or something. So it's a huge thing because Hungarian memory writers are not so well known around the world, and it's a very special thing. Yes, maybe that's so. It's famous.
And you also talk about the story of forced labor from a Hungarian perspective, because we hear the story of forced labor as something that was, went for the German war effort in manufacturing in places like Antwerp and Auschwitz. But part of the Hungarian forced labor was in factories in Hungary, but also in the war effort to the east of Hungary and the south. As we discussed briefly.
Yeah.
No, it's
Oh,
well,
yeah.
well, I can't hear.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So can you discuss the way that forced labor was used? The forced labor of Hungarians was used differently than the forced labor of other groups.
Yeah, there is a Hungarian specialty, this forced labor battalions, which works under the Hungarian army, and it was they forced the Hungarian men who was in their age, as they have military age, we can say, but because they were Jews, they were used as labor battalions next to the Hungarian army within the country, and after we entered the war in the Eastern Front as well. But that's the reason why when the ghettoization and deportation began, a lot of women were forced to the trains, because the men were at this labor in this forced labor camps. So that's the reason why the German industries and these camps had a huge proportion of Hungarian women, and there was a lot of female camps, which was not a usual thing before that in Germany.
One more question. I'm sorry if I monopolize, but this is educational for me. When the ghettos were set up in Budapest, that was after the deportations, right? So, but you mentioned that earlier that there were ghettos in the other parts of Hungary prior to the deportations. Can you describe those?
Yes, so the ghettoization began after the Germans not occupied Hungary, but entered Hungary as a allied country. So
invaded.
Yeah, yes. So it's a big debate what's happened, but yes. And on the countryside, the ghettos established in the spring of 1944, and the deportation began after 56 days. So it was a very rapid way of the ghettoization and deportation. But in Budapest, the governor of Hungary, Miklós Horthy, stopped the deportation because of the pressure from the international community. So it was not his own decision. It was, I think, he was thinking of his future after the war. So yes, so he stopped the deportation. But after the Eurocross party came to power in October 1944, it was a far-right party in Hungary. The deportation will continue, and the ghettos established in Budapest, but it was a very short time when the ghetto in Budapest was worked. And yeah, so that's the huge difference between the fate of the Jews in the countryside and Jews in Budapest.
So any questions about the diaries? Yes, Svetlana.
Thank you so much, Elena. So I have a question. As I understood, most, if not all, diaries came from the same camp. I'm interested if there is any mutual influence between diaries. Like, can you tell that they discuss it? Was it kind of like some fashion or like some, so how, is there any mutual influence between the writers of the diaries? Like any like topics they kind of like cross references and etc.
Yeah, that's a pretty good question, because this is not just a group of authors of diary writers, it's a diary writing community because they know each other. So I don't know any other parallel examples when in the same camp, the same prisoners community, in the same language, in the same period, produced this big amount of diaries. It's 12 diaries and 12 other little books, so it's a huge amount of contemporary accounts and objects as well, because these are handmade diaries. So they had to create them first of all, and after that they can write diaries. And it's embedded in a very vivid cultural life in the camp. So the oral and the written form of cultural life in the camp overlapped and strengthened each other, because they repeated poems, but they wrote poems. They edited camp newspapers, and they made funny scenes based on these camp newspaper articles. And they prayed, but they wrote prayers. So it was a very colorful cultural life in this camp. And I think this the diary writing was in the camp. It's much more a communal activity, but the writing itself was a very personal thing. The texts are very personal, but there are some very similar patterns. For example, some of the diary writers use the diary entries as imaginary letters to their loved ones. So they wrote the entries as letters, but they were not able to send the letters, of course. So it was an imaginary connection between the loved ones and family members who were not with them, for example.
So, okay, in the last, say, 10 minutes that we have together, I want to open this up to all four panels, discussion of all four panels. I'm looking at all of you, and you look drained. So I wonder, Jody, if you would mind if I would do a New York thing, since that's where I come from, and do a 7th inning stretch. So just everybody stand up and stretch and take a deep breath. And Sarah's even showing us some yoga moves. Pilates moves. And now down we go for the last 10 minutes.
That's funny. Yeah.
All right. Anyone for any questions about or any observations about the four panels? Aside from the fact that Auschwitz gives us endless material we wish we didn't have. So
I'm trained, but I'll go.
Go for it.
Because I really wanted to go back to Sarah's question. Just real quick. So your last question was about survivors writing in second languages, bearing witness in second languages, either engaging in an oral history project or writing memoirs. The reasons maybe varied: to find some kind of emotional distance from the events, to read wider audiences in case of English, for instance, to contribute to the countries that had sheltered them, or maybe to try to strengthen some kind of post-Holocaust identities. Whatever the reason may be, this certainly creates a void, a gap that is hard to bridge. And I've actually recently been working with the USC Visual History Archive, engaging with testimonies in English by women's survivors discussing experiences of sexual violence. Once you explore that corpus, you find a huge diversity in terms of the command of English these survivors show. And this, just to wrap it up, this leads us to the, I feel it's a paradox, the problem of English as the language, as a language of authority, right? And Alan Rosen has written about this. It's not my idea, of course, but right, English was never the language, the mother tongue of perpetrators nor victims. So, or yet, scholarly discourse, academics keep representing, shaping, writing about the Holocaust in English, like we are doing right now, right? So to what extent does that implicit or unconscious Anglophone mindset shape or understanding or approach inevitably to the Shoah, right? That's just thought-provoking paradox that I wanted to share. Though I'm drained on that.
Go ahead, Sarah.
You inspired me. That idea that English is the privileged language in terms of Holocaust research and Holocaust writing, literary writing, memoir writing. If it's not in English, I'm not saying this is right ethically or whatever, but if a work is not in English, if a literary work is not in English, it will not come under the radar of many scholars. And that creates a kind of skewed field where works that are written in languages, in other languages, become secondary, even when they're really important, because the universe of people who can read them and talk about them intelligently is small. And to talk about them intelligently in English, to get that out here, as so many people around this table have done, is such important work. And maybe to that end, we can gesture back to the memoirs, which are published in English and in French, or some of them anyway, because because of Canada's linguistic particularity. But that issue of English is something that maybe you rightly put on the table as something to problematize. For some writers, you're right, it creates a distance. It makes it possible to narrate something when it's not the language you experienced it in. But there's also a kind of loss, because there's this internal translating of terms, of experiences, of emotions. And I know that there are writers who have spoken explicitly about it, what it meant to them as literary writers to write in a language that's an acquired tongue, or to write, a flip side is to write in their mother tongue when nobody around them understands it, and what that creates for them. So those are really interesting and important issues. The memoirs sort of bring at least some of the works that might have been, this memoirs project brings at least some of the works that might have been inaccessible to some readers onto the reading table or the reading desk of other people. But language is really there, and it's really important, as you say, to sort of put the English privilege on the table, because it makes us aware of what it is we're reading and thinking about, and what it is we're sort of not reading and thinking about.
Helga.
Let me lift it up.
Thank you. So I just want to add one comment to that too, is in terms of gender, right? So many women had written in the post-war period in many, many different languages, and those have sort of gotten lost, right? Because they're in Yiddish or other languages that a lot of people haven't been able to read, and a lot of scholars, as you said, English-speaking scholars as well. So that's something to think about too. I wanted to just go back to something Svetlana said earlier about how fun it was to read sort of the same memoirs, but from different lenses. That was really great. And then to also be introduced to other ones that we haven't read. But I'm trying to, so we're all tired. We've had many conversations today, and I can't even remember who this one was with. I think it was with Stephen Shapiro, but I'm not sure, over lunch, where I think you said, wouldn't it be nice to have a panel with the people from the Azareli, the Holocaust Survivors Memoir Program, to talk about these 20 years of doing this work? And I'm just curious if any one of you felt like you got anything out of today, right? That you wouldn't have gotten out of it if this hadn't happened today. But I'm turning the table.
Piotr, you'll be next after the Azrieli.
Do that, and then I'll hand it over to Piotr.
Was that you, Stephen? Yes, thank you. Good.
So I feel like myself and my entire team could probably speak to all of this. Like, we could sit down with each one of you and ask all the questions and poke and find out more about your thoughts and your perspective on a specific memoir, memoirs in general, the regions. There's so much. And I know over all the years of the program, we've learned so much. It's really been an organic process. So after today, I promised my team that it'd be a little while before we had an academic event, but I lied. So no, I didn't lie. But we will hopefully have a conversation about this, because I have learned so much from our editors over the years, and our researchers and our academics who we've turned to for advice on researching. And so, yes, it's interesting. And I will share in my closing remarks, but the truth is, like I was saying earlier, this felt like a dream come true, to sit here and hear everybody speak to these memoirs that were published years ago, and to give life to them, and to know that they're still being not just read, but thought about and questioned and researched, and that just because it's been published, it's not for us off the table and out of the conversation. So it's I think I said to Sarah and Deborah, they're like my children out in the world. It's just so proud to see this. So I think on behalf of everybody and our incredible managing editor who has something to say, yes, finally.
Wow, thank you. I don't like speaking in front of people, but it was fascinating to hear you all speak about our memoirs in this way. And I learned so much. And also I learned about the way that you each think about memoir, but also like Barnabas, like seeing the way you had the page up of the memoir and the little wingding symbol, the glyph, we call it so many different things, and thinking about how that's shaped, which our editors really do shape these memoirs, which we would love to have conversations about. We'd love to show you the originals if you're interested, because we want to be, and we are transparent about our editing process. And it's not about, changing vocabulary. It's not about putting words in the mouths of our authors, because we think their voices are so important and we privilege those voices. But we do structurally edit the memoirs and shape them in certain ways. We get things wrong, as you all know, and it's fascinating to point that out. It's always a learning for me and for our editors when we get things wrong. Alicia, that was so, we'll talk more about it, but having the wrong building for the photography studio, but also for me, I had such a rapport with Elsa. So for finding out that you found out more about who betrayed her, and thinking about that level of research and that detail that maybe isn't accessible to us as researchers. We do go to scholars all the time with questions. I don't think I would have ever thought to go to that level and say, is there a researcher who can find this perpetrator? Was there a war crimes trial? Like the way that you have all done your research and found out so much more information is enlightening. And yes, we could speak for hours about our editing process and how we do our work, and I would love to. And I mean, I was interviewed recently and spoke for how many hours? I mean, at least an hour, 2 hours about our work and about our editing. And yeah, thank you all for bringing so much to the conversation.
Sorry, I will be very brief. I was listening to all these linguistic comments and to Professor Horowitz's comments about English. And let me close this with the following thing. You have probably read the book, but if not, you should. Eva Hoffman wrote the famous Lost in Translation, right? And there is a quotation there which is used by many psychology professors and linguistic professors. And the quotation goes like this. Do I want to marry him? I asked myself in English. Yes. Do I want to marry him? I asked myself in Polish. No. So this applies to many things that we discussed here. Thank you.
I wouldn't dare say anything after that. Except to say that Bob Melson, who was a child survivor, was watching me speak in Italian. And he said to me, "Are you the same person in English as you are in Italian?" And he acknowledged that the question came from his own identity, that he is not the same, which gets to the heart of what you are discussing. So on that wonderful note, I'll thank all the panelists, present, past, and future. I will thank all the people who are here with us. I thank the Azrieli Foundation for their hospitality and their interest and their support. And I turn the mic back over to you for closing comments.
And thank you, Deborah, and all of the panelists. One more round of applause, please. Thank you. Sit next to Helena, and then we'll go. That way no one has to know.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that. So I prepared closing remarks that I feel very uncomfortable about because it was prepared before today. It was prepared a few days ago where I thought, okay, I should remark on this and talk about that and would be appropriate and the right thing to do. That, you know, it wasn't just a conference, it was a discussion-oriented space and we heard from everybody and everyone had a valuable voice here. But I'm really blown away by today. By the effort and the energy and the commitment by everyone in the around the table and in the room, that we've explored this idea and it's taken on a life of its own in each of your research. It really means so much. We've learned so much from each other, and I feel like, I mean, we're exhausted, but we could keep going in a way. Maybe not. So I just wanted to end with some words of gratitude to some people. First, to Sarah Horowitz and Deborah Dwork. From the moment the conference was an idea, they both embraced it with enthusiasm and care as members of our proposal review committee, conference advisors, and as today's panel chairs. You helped shape the day, sparked thoughtful conversation throughout, but you also brought energy and curiosity and calisthenics to the day. So thank you. To Gavin Wiens, thank you so much for moderating a deeply engaging session on linguistic space. To Carson Phillips, our manager of academic initiatives, thank you for moderating an important and impactful panel discussion and for working tirelessly behind the scenes to bring this to life. I'm very grateful for your dedication. To my wonderful memoirs team, thank you all so much for everything you've done, and a very special thank you to Ariel Berger, Candace Alper, and Monica Kalanka for your invaluable contributions. And most importantly, I want to express my profound gratitude to our panelists who traveled from across Canada, the US, Europe, Ireland, and England to be with us today, for your thought-provoking and often challenging research questions, for making us challenge ourselves and challenge how we do our own work. Thank you. To our partners at Riddle Films, thank you for making the live stream possible. And to the hundreds of viewers out there, hi, hello. Thank you for joining us online from around the world and being part of the conversation, but not really, you weren't allowed to ask questions. We're pleased to let you all know that the recording will be up on our website within the week. And also, while you're there, you can take a look at other academic conferences that we've done in the past. There's been a lot of conversation around translation, and we've had 2 translation conferences, like part 1 and part 2, looking at the way we talk about translations when it comes to survivor memoir. So I encourage you to explore that space a little bit deeper. And thank you all so much here in the audience for your presence and the energy that you brought. Thank you all, and have a great evening. So that's a wrap for the live stream. But to everyone here, really thank you. I have a couple logistical announcements. Okay, it's gonna get crazy. I'm off camera.